Okay, so we got a lot to go over. So we got to talk about oil prices. So if a proxy war hits when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, and like I said, it's a proxy war, not world war. Um, with Russia, situations when it comes to information with Russia, a lot of back and forth, a lot of contradictions. That's why I wanted to make sure that I get all the information before I go live up. So oil prices, if situation of a proxy war with Russia, and it's just going to be proxy war. Only thing that I would see is either if America doesn't get involved, the NATO countries got to pick up the pieces. So that means the UK would have to lead the charge with the 33 NATO countries that are in the vicinity. So oil and gas, crude oil is up $94 per barrel. Back in 1991, the American Gulf War, it was around $110 a barrel. So that triggered in a recession in that time period. So we're going to first look at the SBA lenders so everybody can be able to know who is lending, but access to stuff in oil, ExxonMobil, 1, Chevron, 2, BP, 3. Those are the big ones. We talked about Brill last year when it comes to 88 Energy Corp. So a lot of these oil and gas places going up. When I told you guys last year about aluminum, actually a lot of the aluminum plays went up. So ticker AA, that actually got around, I think, 55% increase. So that's ticker AA. It's in the aluminum sector. So anything that's in commodities, I think is going to be able to do well. People should focus more on sector rotating. So that's a strategy that a lot of hedge funds and savvy investors do. So biotech is still getting crushed. So that means a lot of people that were investing in Cathie Wood's plays, the profitable thing to do would be to short a big run up. We're going to go over some charts. We're going to go over a lot of stuff. Salute to you. Salute to you. So I'm going to share my screen and we're going to go over these SBA lenders. So give me one moment. And for anybody that wants to come up, click on the link. Click on the link. Click on the link. Okay. So I got this right. Okay. So these are the 100 active SBA lenders. These are the most active. Let me refresh my screen again. Hold on, y'all. This is on SBA.gov. So that's my source. Okay. Please like the video if anybody that's coming in. Please like, share, and subscribe. But here we go. 100 most active SBA lenders. 7A. So we talked about most of these when it comes to the no-doc business loan programs, but they also approve a lot of people in the past 12 months. So Live Oak Banking Company, 307 million. New Tech Small Business Finance Inc., 219 million. Huntington National Bank, 137 million. So this goes well when it comes to Cherie. So Cherie, for the people that's coming in and for the people that's new to my channel, me and Cherie, we talk about getting people grants and getting people ready when it comes to their SBAs. So this is Celtic Bank Corp, 106 million. Wells Fargo, they do a lot of SBA work. So people need to get in contact with their bankers. First, get their credit in good standing. Then get a good business plan, a grant writer. That's why Cherie comes in so handy, because she can be able to do a lot of this stuff when it comes to that. Enterprise Bank and Trust, 60 million. Cadence Bank, 57 million. Key Bank, like I told, see, I kept telling y'all about KeyBank when it comes to the no doc business loans up to 50,000. So when it comes to you having the data points and underwriting, the FICO of 730, 3 strong credit profiles, zero balances, 100% payment history. KeyBank is both good when it comes to no doc business loans and SBA funding. So they approved 55 million. So KeyBank, y'all, remember KeyBank, because KeyBank is something I preached to y'all when it came to a lot of the stuff involving no doc, low doc type of loan programs. But we got United Midwest Savings Bank, 50 million. Byline Bank, 47 million. Bank of Hope, 45. First Bank of Lake. I told you guys about US Bank, how they're also good when it comes to being lender friendly, when it comes to the credit cards. And you can see that when it comes to SBA, Harvest Small Business Finance, First Home Bank, Ready Cap Lending, Millennium Bank, Pinnacle Bank. So when it comes to these banking institutions, they also do SBA, and they're also very lender friendly when it comes to aspects of you getting initiated with them. They all require bank relationships. So JP Morgan Chase, now JP Morgan also has their initiatives when it comes to the grants. TD Bank is actually good when it comes to trade lines. Well, them and Fidelity when it comes to them being accessible of you having a stockbroker account and them giving you other programs, plus you having a 700 plus FICO. So getting your FICO score is everything. Getting your business plan is everything. Having the aspects of payroll and balance sheets in order. You know, this is where having your orders in the fair really actually matters. Citizens Bank, we talk about this when it comes to the grants and also being lender friendly. Lending Club, we talk about shorting their stock, so that's ticker LC. So Lending Club, we focus on that when it comes to easy approvals, when you have high FICO and a strong credit profile and an income in between of 50 to 75,000 when it comes to the underwriting process. But this is also good when it comes to shorting stock. So we'll transition to stock after I'm done with this. Truist Bank, same thing when it comes to lender friendly. PNC Bank, lender friendly. So these are all the SBA lenders that you guys need to know. Bank of George, Home Trust, Old National Bank. So as you can see throughout this whole list, these are all the SBA lenders, and I'll put that link in the chat. Put that link in the chat for all the SBA lenders. So that is the SBA lenders list. So that's going to be the most valuable when it comes to lender friendly. So those are most of the banks that in that list are very good when it comes to aspects of credit increases, easier underwriting. It's not very difficult to get access to loans when it comes to them. Some of them are actually stock market plays like Lending Tree, well, Lending Club. That was actually something that was beaten up when it comes to the stock market. But I have a couple of stock plays I need y'all guys to get involved in, or at least to pay attention on. mind you. So when it comes to cybersecurity, all these talks about war, no world war, just proxy war, cyber attacks. Hence, that's where the government comes in to be able to set aside funds when it comes to cybersecurity. So most of the cybersecurity stocks that I need you guys to look at least the big ones, is Datadog. So that's D Dog stock. So my opinion on D Dog stock, we was looking at that when it was around $85. So this has like doubled, about to be tripled, right? So all of the short sellers, people that short the stock, they made money today. But when I told you guys about this a year ago, I was looking like the smartest person on YouTube. So as you can see, fixed dollar cost averaging, somebody that set aside $100 every month when it comes to this stock made around $250 every time they did it every month. So that means if somebody did this from the start of the year, from the 2019 to the 2020s, when I was mentioning you guys about this, guys would have a nice stack of change, because this is from the 2020s, up 300, about to be 300%. And only why cybersecurity is needed is because of the metaverse, the electric vehicles. They're going to be needing cybersecurity, cloud application type of people to be able to be on their roster. So the more Datadog wins when it comes to the government contracts, the more you guys can be able to profit. So Datadog, of all time basis, up 360%. So this is from 2019 to literally modern day. So a lot of people that is winning of Datadog is doing covered calls. So the covered calls, you can make money off of the income, off of the stock, plus be able to have some plays where you can be able to leverage in other situations. So, covered calls, have 100 shares of these, you do well for yourself. And plus, here's the news surrounding it. So it beats a lot of the earning reports. So Datadog needs to be in you guys' at least watch list, because Russia is known for cyber attacks. And when cyber attacks hit, cybersecurity stocks go up. So take advantage of that, y'all. Then we got Iman, another cybersecurity stock. So this is it all beaten down. Like I tell y'all guys, y'all invest in the dips. As you can see, this was the height of the stock from last year in November area. People that shorted the stock made money. So shorting a stock, you're betting against it. Please short all run-ups. So people that invested in a dip made some money on the call options, but really find a situation of resistance, a wall of sellers, and just follow those wall of sellers. Look at the volume, the momentum, the power of the trend. But people that short stocks like this after a run up, they are literally scanning and looking at TradingView every single day. They're looking at the news, they're looking at the buy orders, the sell orders. They're focusing on how to be able to get a good price entry if they do enter in this stock again. So it has bullish indicators. And people, please use Bollinger Bands. So people, please use Bollinger Bands when it comes to trading. Make this as big as possible. Please use Bollinger Bands if you guys are going to use TradingView or any type of day-to-day, day trading, swing trading type of analysis, please use Bollinger Bands. So this cybersecurity stock is up 4%, gained about 15% in the past 2 days. As we can see, people are shorting, so the wall of sellers at 190. People that got at 110 get price entry. People should focus on the news when it comes to any type of partnerships, acquisitions that it makes, because a lot of cybersecurity stocks is going to blow up due to the fact that government funding is going to prop them up. So this is the aluminum stock that I mentioned to you guys about. So this is actually Chinese. Give you guys the trend. It's up today, 5-day, 1 month. So that's ticker ACH. ACH. Then we got to talk about soybeans. So soybeans is actually something that can be able to help when it comes to inflation situation. Retail stocks is up because of retail sales being better than expected. So retail companies are pretty much going to be the big winners when it comes to inflation. Oil stocks might take a dip back if there is no proxy war and Russia does step back when it comes to their escalation. But the aluminum plays, damn, I'm trying to get this to show. So it is in China, mind you. So with Chinese stocks, you do have to deal with the aspects of the Chinese government influencing a lot of the plays, either in a positive way or an extremely negative way when it comes to lockdowns. Okay, so USPT stock. So Upstart has been like one of the hottest stocks out there. A lot of people that invested in this when it was in $50, $60 mark range made their money. Like I told y'all, the past month, it's been soaring. So all the call option people, they're winning. 33% in the month. 1 year, it's still at a dip. So see, people should always focus on shorting a stock. And when you short a stock, you also buy the entry points of a full stock yourself. So you gotta get those 100 stocks up. I know it takes some change to be able to actually short a stock, but you can make so much money off of the downturn now. So this was 390, mind you. It lost 72% of its value from October 15th to currently as we speak now. But you see, it has a stock reversal because in the past month, this stock has been in fuego. It's been lighting Twitter on fire. And these guys do the automated underwriting loan approvals. So all the underwriting that they do, they can make money off of interest rates being high. So that's why these emergency rate hikes is so important for everybody to research, because that means credit cards, this means loans, this means auto loans, this means anything that's in consumer debt or consumer lending. I think that it can make a good run up. But people should also bet on both sides when it comes to stocks. Short a stock so you can be able to profit on the run-ups going downward, and you have a good entry price to be able to enter in. So this is why To be honest, people should have had at least figured out that if crypto is going to get their ass whooped, focus on the abilities of going elsewhere. Sector rotating is going to be the most important thing that a lot of people are going to hear later on too late, because they don't start talking about the real strategies that get people money until it's super late, where people be like, what happened? I didn't know about sector rotating. I don't understand what is relative risk of a sector. How strong is a sector? So, Upstart is another play people need to get involved in. And I told you guys about this for a long time. Up 13%. I fucking told y'all. I hate to curse. I hate to swear, but I'm going to keep on telling y'all. Because a lot of people don't understand that these technology stocks that are involved in the automation are going to win. I told y'all this is my $5 a share stock. And I'm about to be right. I'm about to make a lot of people money when it comes to this. Because I told y'all guys about the stock reversal. As you can see, people that shorted the stock, so people that had 100 shares of this that shorted it, congratulations. Like I told y'all, salute yourselves. Y'all actually are very smart because you bet on both sides like y'all supposed to. So when this lost 81%, people that shorted it made huge amounts of money. The first month, 70%. So this is actually a big runner. So this is one of the home run plays that I told y'all guys about the episodes of last year. So when I told y'all guys about this last year, told y'all that look at how high it was compared to the ground floor level. People that invested in the ground floor level got involved with it. At this point, they made their money. They got out of it. They shorted the stock, made their money on the downturn, shorted the stock again. So you short the stock very wide. So you do it at a 3 to 6 month time period. So that's how wide you should go. Because I go as wide as 6 to 7 months. But as we can see, this is beautiful. 65% in 1 month. So for all the people that bought in that dip, they doubled their money. So the people that put up 120, they got 250. They got out of it. And my next advice to them is to short the stock, because the stock can't go up forever. Head and shoulders type play. Bet against any runner-ups. Any big run-ups, short it unless it has government funding or unless the volumes and the wall of buyers, well, pretty much the blockade of buyers come in and overpowers everything. But see, buy the dip. Always buy those dips. So cybersecurity stock, JPEX. This is one of the most important stocks because they have government contracts and they have partnerships. And if JPEX becomes a $150 million company, this can be a 12-cent type of penny stock. So that's a potential 12x. So this is involving cybersecurity devices when it comes to that. So all my cybersecurity guys, all my tech people that are in the industry, that understand the technology, the materials, they're going to value this on a standpoint of a growth stock. So I'm trying to get some specific news on this. So let me click over. So VMOS Technologies is cybersecurity sector. See, they have their agreements lined up. So I'm giving you guys all this information. So when you see this on Squawk Box, and when they try to say, "Oh, he was telling," no, you wasn't. They wasn't telling you about this. You had to literally do your research when it comes to cybersecurity. Understand that when Russia has a cyber attack, that either affects America, either affects something in Europe, UK, financial industries, hell, even a cyber attack on oil companies. These companies will get funding from the government, plus partnerships with the government, and a lot of the cybersecurity stocks go up when there's a situation of uncertainty when it comes to our data breaches. But there will be no world war when it comes to Russia, just proxy. A lot of the stuff will be cyber security attacks, situation of shortages can be used against us. Oil, say if they mess with our oil pipeline again, then that can lead to oil prices being very high in areas similar to what happened in the East Coast a couple months back. So I'm trying to give you guys this information, but Fairfax Financials, $14 billion holding company. Please do your research when it comes to Fairfax Financials. This is a very important company to do research on. Mind you, there are the money companies, so they got billions to put in this. They can overload billions just off of the cybersecurity by themselves. So the more that you're diligent on who is who, you can be able to find out and track the money. So this is JPEX. So this is JPEX cyber security, because we have a lot of people in the space that like to brag about them being in cybersecurity. You know, everybody is a cybersecurity IT tech, mind you. So if you're cybersecurity tech, doing the research and doing the background homework on JPEX shouldn't be no problem. Which I kind of like to poke fun at people that like to say that they're specialists, because I give them stocks that are in their specialty and they don't invest in it, or they don't even pay attention to it. Then they come back to it, some of the older videos, or they say, well, such and such and such, you know, the master teacher was telling them about this. And there's some head, well, did the master teacher tell you about the specific stocks, the mergers? No, he just tells you about the circular surface level type of the industry. Cool. I get it, but really most of these plays will be infected with the basis of government need, government funding, government contracts, prioritization. I think a lot of the lithium stocks that I mentioned to you guys are something that you have to at least put more attention on, because with the EV boom, the more of them preaching about green energy, even if Build Back Better doesn't get into law, that's something that still is going to be done in the private sector of a lot of businesses putting billions of dollars into. So when it comes to inflation, I told you guys about Albertsons, Target. So we're going to look at Target. A lot of the retail stocks are up because of the good earnings report. Actually, a stellar earnings report. And that's because of people are stocking up. So people are stocking up food due to the fact that people are starting to understand that what you buy today is going to be more expensive inexpensive going to compare to the next 6 months, because inflation is already at 7.5%. I think it's higher than that, but that's what they say on the books. That's what all of the global economists, big wigs say. If you see that a pack of wieners was $2.75 in 2020 to now $4.15, $4.25, then that means shit doubled. So this is an open panel for anybody that's coming in. Feel free to click on the panel, click on the link, ask any questions, say a couple of things when it comes to statements. And I want to hear you guys' opinion. I want to hear you guys' opinion when it comes to this. But no, I don't believe there's no No world war. Anybody that tells you on YouTube that that's going to be a world war is an alarmist. You turn that shit off. That person is not helping you. Only thing they're doing is trying to rev up views and rev up high blood pressure. And I don't believe that at all. No world war. If anything, the NATO countries gonna have to fend for themselves, and the United States is probably gonna have to play back the role, because any type of escalation of troops, any type of assimilations of bombs, that is gonna be a low approval rating than it already is when it comes to the president. That hurts. Inflation and wars that people are war fatigued on hurts the most. So I don't see how anybody that's living wants a war of any sorts. So me personally, I tell you guys the plays and to be able to focus on certain type of transitions. But most of my links when it comes to aspects of war stocks, Lockheed Martin, Boeing. So I'm going to share my screen and we're going to look at Lockheed Martin. So Boeing. So Boeing is always going to be something that's going to be prioritized when it comes to our military spending. Oh, and another thing, our defense budget is now at $770 billion. So President Biden has pretty much expanded the defense budget by $30 billion more than it was under President Trump. So now people should focus on, okay, where's that money being allocated? Where's the defense budget being moved on? Who's going to win? So Boeing, like always, is going to be that one company that's always going to win. And Raytheon, I told you guys about that last year when Biden bombed Syria. And more or less, Russia is going to put troops in Syria. So really anything, proxy war in Syria more than anything. So Boeing, it's down, but Boeing is always a company that always gets first in line. 6 months. So this is a very good option play. So all my option traders, they win when it comes to a chart that squiggly line like this, because they can short, they can buy the dip, get a call option, short again. So they have multiple puts on this stock. So they have multiple puts, put here, put there. So for all of the long-term type of traders, the people that like to buy and hold, this still was a good play for the past 5 years. So if somebody set aside $200, $300 every month for multiple months in a year, this is when the defense budget was approved of $740 billion, mind you. Then when the pandemic started happening, that was the time to buy the dip. So that is the time to buy the dip at 90. People that hold, consolidated sideways, consolidated downward. So people that short the stock made some gains that way. I'm trying to get the data on this specifically. Okay, there we go. So people that shorted 19% on decline from March 19th, 2021 to February 4th. So that was a good shorting opportunity. But Boeing, they make money on their defense. Caterpillar, when it comes to the infrastructure stocks that I told you guys last year. Then I have a third one, Stag. They're a monthly dividend stock. So for the people that say, well, real deal, I need something where if I hold on to this, I could be able to make some income. The next stock would be Stag. But Caterpillar is one of those infrastructure Biden plays, and also anything that's involving of roads and building up materials, Stag. And long-term play after Stag is Fiverr. So this is a monthly dividend stock. So this is the dividend yield in the bottom. Let me scroll down. So this is the dividend yield, 3.6%. 52-week low, 31, 52-week high, 48. So this is a monthly dividend stock. So this is real estate investment trust. So when the real estate market really takes a beating, I'm gonna short this one. That's my strategy plan. Mind you, that's my strategy plan. Okay, so we got the top of the top at 47. Oh, people shorted a good steep short. So this is why people should look at big run-ups like this as an opportunity to short. So any type of run-ups, short. So say if you see this, so mind you, if you block all the other side of the screen and just focus on September, shorting that position, maybe getting a full share of stock, but still having the aspect of you're still going to have puts and a wide expiration. So you do it 6 months ahead, because you can make money off of just a long-term bet. And say if it does have any run-ups and rises, you buy the shares to cover anything, so you can avoid any losses of the stock going up when you're shorting. But this is prioritized as well. Plus, this is a monthly dividend. So this is a dividend stock that everybody can be able to get something each and every month per share that you own. So people that have $500 each and every month, that's a dividend. And as soon as you get to 100 shares, then you can start doing covered calls. Then that's when you can start shorting the stock. So you could play around with the stock holdings that you have. Plus, this is good when you have a covered call plus doing a covered call on a dividend, where you can get 2 times your money, because you make money off of covered calls off of the stocks that you hold. Then you can get a monthly dividend coming in every single month. You can be able to leverage that, rebalance your portfolio, see what's going on when it comes to the industries. You could be able to do what you need to do. So this is the Chinese. So this is Ying. Before I move on, this is Ying. So this is 3x leverage, mind you. So this is when the Chinese market's in bullish standpoint, which it still haven't been really bullish. The bears has been winning when it comes to the Chinese markets. That's because of crackdowns, lockdowns, and any type of pretty much situation like that. So all the people that have paired up puts, they make money off of those steep dips. So they make money off the steep dip, year to date. So this was pretty high. And the messed up part about it was lockdowns. So them locking down their economy, they still haven't recovered, mind you. But this could be a good dip opportunity to buy some outright, or a good put option type of setup to be able to make money off of shorting. So this is how you bet against the Chinese market. So this is the bear. Past 5 days. As you can see, the volatility swings is crazy. So in a day-to-day, it can change. So from a week standpoint, it could be running up to going down. So people that bet on both sides, they can make a lot of money off of just playing certain type of stocks. You don't got to go wide where you don't have to have a whole bunch of multitude of stocks, but people that play against both sides, they're winning. They're winning. Soybeans, this is when it comes to inflation play. Got my money in soybeans. As you can see, 5 day, 1 month. Past month up 14%. Take notes. Call option people. Even if it took a dip, have some puts, you know, in the money type of scenario. 1 year. Soybeans. Like I said, soybeans since the past November, that's been something that people should have paid attention on. You know, people, I get it, people love crypto, but you can't go against something that is literally built for inflation. I don't think crypto is really inflation proof. Actually, it's shown it to be very against. Very against. And that's sad. A lot of people are just wasting their time just focusing on crypto only instead of going elsewhere with their money. Because people are putting up $400, $500. I'm like, dude, some of my penny stock plays people has made around $5,000 on them on $400 per month. Could have been got somewhere, but I get it. People like the flash of crypto. I get it. Crypto is very flashy. But get you some cybersecurity stocks, because without cybersecurity, crypto ain't moving. Blockchain ain't moving. The mining situation ain't going nowhere unless you get cybersecurity stocks. Cybersecurity plays helps everybody that is involved when it comes to digital automation. Told you guys about XELA automation plays. So for anybody that's here, come up on the panel. This is an open panel. Click on the link. If I was talking about something else, something controversial, people would be flocking to come up. But this is, mind you, this is about your money. This is about your spending power. So people to be able to get advantage over inflation, people is investing in the stock market more than anything. Gold ETFs is still in play. And if the stock market crashed, they say, real deal, I think this market's going to crash. Okay, inverse ETFs. Give you guys the whole list when it comes to that. So you have to bet against the market. So when there is a depression, you can be able to make some money. Now, interest rates going up. Rocket Mortgage, told you guys about that. H&R Block is having a great time when it comes to tax. So for anybody that's investing in seasonal stocks, H&R Block, American Express, Target. That's for the people that wants to invest in stable stocks that they know if they can put in $300 a month, they're going to get some estimated return, and it's going to be evenly balanced when it comes to whatever they need to do. So I'm just a fan of people making smart moves when it comes to, if they see everybody else is paying attention on, the BS, you invest in oil and gas. So when people are crying about gas prices going up, you can say, well, shit, I'm making money on this one. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're paying attention on, but I'm making money. I want to have people on that. So soybeans, SOYB, D-Dog, that's the cybersecurity, EDOG, that's Data Dog. Then I'm going to share my screen when it comes to emergency rate hikes. So people are saying that, well, it's going to hike up 4 or 5 times a year. I think it's going to be 3, but they're going to be very small because they can't go up too high, not too fast. So as we can see, Fed to raise rates 25 BPS in March, but still calls for 50 BPS to grow louder. So this is one of my sources. Now, if the Fed does raise interest rates, I think a lot of the companies that make money off of them charging interest can go up probably 15% on a month-to-month. So it says here that it's putting pressure on the Fed not only to raise rates from a record low, but to reduce its nearly $9 trillion balance sheet, drastically inflated by emergency bond purchases as the Fed Okay. Research to take the economy from the COVID pandemic. So a lot of these were quantitative easing. $7 trillion was pumped to make the stock market go up from March of 2020 to currently now. So a lot of this is Fed dollars in the stock market that's propping stuff up. But we got pensions, man. We got people that literally need a bailout when it comes to that. So people hate when it comes to corporate bailouts, but people have pensions, 401ks. If we just say we're not bailing nobody out and just saying that you're on your own, hold your own nuts, that is literally going to hurt everybody. And that's going to lead to situations of very, very dire type of problem. People can say that, oh, you're siding with the corporations, but man, if you got a pension, do you want your pension not to be valid? Do you want your pension not to be valid? Do you want to have it where you don't get nothing every month when it comes to situations? Now, people that are retired have to deal with something of no bailouts, but as you can see, they want to increase the situation. I don't think they're going to go no more past than 2%. They can't go any higher. It's literally to the point where if they do go higher than that, that's going to lead to another problem. We got deflation. So that's where we got something on the other side of the pension where lenders can go default because they need their money up front. And a lot of people are going to go into technical default. Like a lot of people that own buildings in 08 and the lender went belly up. So they need money from the people that are making their payments on time, and they need the whole payment. And that leads to another problem. And, people like deflation because it helps the consumers. Well, it perceives to help consumers. The prices go down. Stuff isn't as expensive. But really, Okay, so almost a quarter for those respondents. Okay, a forecast of 50 basis points move from 0.5 to 0.75 in the following debate in the markets over the past week. The Fed officials discussed the merits of such a move. Rate futures are pricing in more than a 50% likelihood of a half a point hike. Ooh. Rates were forecast in each quarter to this year to reach 1.25 to 1. See, this is what I had by December. See, I had it at 2 by December, end of December of this year. But yeah. Okay. Saw rates even higher by the end of 2022. So, mind you, people that have savings, people that have investments, people that have lenders, I don't know. When it comes to the real estate market, the hedge funds are centering in to a lot of people. Areas of Atlanta, Georgia, metro area, Philadelphia, Newark, New Jersey, downtown areas where opportunity zones are at. Real estate gets affected by this. Stock market takes a crash when it comes to interest rates rising because people have a huge sell-off. So that's where the inverse ETFs comes in. That's where the SDAO comes in. That's where the VIX, for the people that like volatility trading, that's where VIX. So people that are option traders that like to trade on the VIX, they're going to eat off of interest rates bulking up and people having a huge sell-off. So that's volatility. Because it's very unusual for a central bank to have zero interest rates in the face of the kinds of the news that we're looking at right now. Said by Ethan Harris, the head of economics research at Bank of America Securities, referring to inflation. So inflation is higher than 7.5%. Y'all y'all see it when it comes to spending, when it comes to gas, food, commodities, aspects of shelter. So it says here that the Fed would be cutting $60 billion per month from its portfolio predictions in a $20 billion to $100 billion range, according to the medium of 27 responses to an additional question. Follows as $120 billion per month purchase pace at the peak of the pandemic. So that's $120 billion per month that they were spending, plus $7 trillion of quantitative easing. Okay, so respondents estimate that the Fed's balance sheet would be an amount of 5.5 trillion to 6.5 trillion once the so-called quantitative tightening concludes. So we have easing and we have tightening. So easing, you have people that were in favor of easing, free money, liquidity coming in, and tightening of the aspects of let's shrink it, let's not overspend. It's really aspects of them trying to figure out how high do we raise it, when do we raise it, when do we choose to be able to move on forward. But it says here, while that will leave the central bank's balance sheets about 30% lighter, it would still be larger than before the pandemic, roughly 4 trillion. So even if we reduce it, it's still going to be higher than it was before the pandemic started. So literally, we're still going to be at high ass balance sheets. So all the people that want the balance sheet to be budgeted when it comes to aspects of the central bank, is not happening. Not happening. Poll respondents also said it wouldn't be the typical interest rate cycle. So it says this would not be a typical interest rate cycle. Not only this would be expected to be short, but the Fed is only forecast to reach a neutral rate, which one neither stimulates nor puts brakes on activity. Wow. So this is not going to stop nothing that's really going on. Yo. It says the neutral rate at the same level, 2.25 to 2.50, according to the median forecast from additional questions. As we can see, nobody knows where the neutral rate exactly is. The Fed could get restrictive territory earlier than it realizes. That could ultimately lead to a recession. So since nobody knows what a neutral rate exactly is, the Fed could get into restrictive territory earlier than it realizes and could ultimately lead into a recession, said Philip Murray, senior U.S. strategist at Rabobank. So if this leads to inflation, a recession because of them can't getting this under control, then that means that the SB 500, the NASDAQ Bear ETFs, 3X inverse ETFs, people having put options onto the stock market, people are literally going to a lot of tools like Market Chameleon, like I told y'all. People are literally going to just short the market. Because if this is going to lead to where even Philip doesn't know, and he's like a super strategist, not a super strategist, but the U.S. strategist that's been used for 15 years. And he doesn't know where this can lead to. But still, the Fed was not expected to achieve its 2% inflation target until at least 2024 hits. So this shit is going to last probably another year and a half. And really, what can be done now is price freezes. I don't know why Biden doesn't get off his damn chair and just have price freezes. That literally can solve a lot of the problems that's happening now. Have a price freeze, and you price freeze it to the aspects of, okay, we're going to do this for multi-year. So until 2025, everything that is now, price freeze it, give a tax cut to people that are incomes of under 100,000 or less, because those are the ones that get hit the hardest when it comes to inflation. It needs to be a 10% discount on people's taxes. So that means whatever is your tax bill now, there needs to be a 10% discount so we can save you money so you can pour that in to something else. It will increase the economy. It will make sure that the spending power of people can be preserved for the time being, but they don't really care. They don't really care. The core personal consumption expenditure price index, the Fed preferred inflation gauge, was forecast at 3.9% to 2.4% this year, and next following to 2.1% in 2024. Heading inflation was forecast an average of 7.1% this quarter before falling to 2.4% at the end of next year. The averages from 5% and 2.5% in 2022 and 2024 respectively. So this is the chart when it comes to US inflation and interest rates. So we see this line right here. They say 5%, and they say it's going to be trailing down when it comes to this, but interest rates go progressively up. So they should do it at a steady pace, because rushing into things will lead to a recession. And recession leads to a lot of people getting crushed when it comes to their 401ks, their pensions, when it comes to the stock market. Now, all this was pretty much displayed in the elections in 2020 when Trump truthfully, but boisterously went at Biden saying that people's pensions are going to be wiped because of the aspects of Build Back Better needing tax raises, tax hikes, plus interest rate hikes, plus inflation. You're going to make it a triple whammy. So thank God Congress is actually blocking it, because any more spending when it comes to fiscal policy to the American people, that's going to lead to even more inflationary prices, where it's going to be from 7% projection to 12%. Okay. So when it comes to that, that is literally the source of what the Fed is saying. So interest rates go up. That's going to lead to a lot of recession talks. Now, stock market crash, we already got a plan for that. We already know what's inverse ETFs. We already know gold ETFs. We already know the VIX. Mind you, the VIX is something that you can be able to use when it comes to volatility. You can be able to profit off of both having puts when it comes to a lot of stocks like Apple when they crash, because tech stocks get hit the hardest when it comes to recessions. People should focus on food stocks. So when they increase food stamps again next year, Albertsons, Target, Walmart, they can be able to benefit. Hence, you get more gains on the gains that I already told you guys about a couple months ago. So, okay, salute to you, peace to you. So if anybody wants to come up, feel free to come up, open panel. Click on the link. So I got more stocks that I need to get you guys involved in. But from a standpoint of everything's going to be good, because even if the market crashes, you guys got a plan. Squawk Box ain't telling you guys about inverse ETFs. They're actually telling you guys to steer clear and away from it, which I find that to be insane. But inflation, really, the solution to inflation is price freezes when it comes to a government standpoint. Price freezes, tax cuts to incomes under 100,000, tax cuts when it comes to corporate. I know people hate corporate, but people are in the LLC class that has an LLC S corporation. They can be able to benefit from those tax cuts. And don't tell people that don't let nobody tell you that only the rich of the rich benefited from those tax cuts. Because like I said, if they had an LLC that's an S corporation, you would have benefited from it too. If you had a real estate company where you'd be able to build up certain places in the areas, getting loans, getting access to realtors that can get you off-market deals or failed MLS deals, and you offer them a discount and you get in construction loan, you can benefit from that shit too. Because opportunity zones is literally what people would consider as gentrification zones. If you see it as a gentrification zone, cool. I see it as an opportunity for the people to be able to get involved in that area and take over that property before somebody else does. Because, like I say all the time, other cultures, from Iranians to Pakistanis to Afghanis, Hispanic groups, Hispanic firms, to Asian groups, to Asian firms, they're getting involved in it, and they're going to take advantage of those tax cuts without really even caring who's in office. So opportunity zone, something that should be very important to people. If you find a property that's $20,000 that's in an opportunity zone, bingo, build up your FICO, build up your credit, get access to the business credit by having your EIN ready, having the PG ready. Mind you, PG is needed. There is no such thing as PG unless you have business revenues that are already been established. If you have zero revenue and you're just starting out, but you have good FICO of 750 with $20,000 in high limit trade lines, you can get access to anything that you want. When it comes to that standpoint, at least better than you can do when it comes to a $500 secured credit card, which secured credit cards, that's just a commercial tool at this point, because that doesn't get you nothing when it comes to funding. You get little baby credit cards. No, that doesn't work. So I think people should focus on what is the avenues in their areas that they need to get involved in. Helping a developer can be something that people can take advantage of, because you can get access to sweat equity and get access to a partnership like that. You send him leads. He has the aspects of funding, construction teams, lending. He just needs deals. That's where you come in. So I think real estate is going to keep continuing to go up with inflation. I think the stock market is going to crash with interest rates. It's going to be a flash crash. Really, the biggest crash is going to be aspects of when defaults happen of the lenders, where lenders can't be able to lend. Lending is very tight and restricted, or it's expensive money, what they would consider when high interest rates happen. The lending would be expensive. Money would be deemed as, from 14 to 25% interest, probably up to 40% interest, 45% interest if it gets that bad. But 3 or 4 rate hikes, it can get that bad with 3 or 4 rate hikes, because we went from 0% interest rates for the longest, mind you, to where everybody was building. You had people in New York getting access to cheap loans, people in LA getting access to cheap loans, Houston. Matter of fact, the Texas market is still going to rise up because of Californians moving from California to Texas, New Yorkers moving from California to Texas, New York to Texas, New York to Florida, New York to Atlanta, Georgia. A lot of people that I know from Atlanta, Georgia has even said that there's a lot of New Yorkers that's in their neighborhood. So I think that people should be more proactive instead of reactive. The Dow Jones has its up and downs because of the Ukraine tensions, but people are still making money on the bear market. People would say it's actually easier for you to make money on the bear market than anything. So with Russian tensions, I'm not scared at all. I think people should focus on military equipment, anything that involves the DoD budget, which your president, Joe Biden, has increased it to $770 billion. Really, soybeans is actually going to be something where soybeans is going to be $50 easily. At least the soybeans index stock that I told y'all guys about, because it's opportunity to be made here, man. It's opportunity to be made here. So let me put the SBA link in the chat for anybody that's coming in or just came in, or somebody I just forgot. So SBA lenders list. So NFT stocks is something where you can short them. You can short them because if something is mainly hype, doesn't have any valuation on it, just short it. Just short it. Because when everybody is, the oohs and ahs is down, you can make money off of it dropping, and you can buy the dips if you feel convicted on it. But really, NFTs only helps musical artists. Turn to find out that only thing it helps is musical artists, people that are in the industry or in some forms of the entertainment industry. A lot of people sees it as just another Ponzi, which NFTs are Ponzi's because really it doesn't have any intrinsic value. It's whoever that buys that presents that value. But I think gaming stocks should be something that y'all need to pay attention to. Activision. Activision stocks or NFT that involve in blockchain. So anything that's involved in the crypto space, focus on the Lightning technology. Cardano, that's still a cheap entry buy. I don't pay attention to cryptos like I used to because crypto market is really something where if you got involved in it early, you benefited from it. If you got in too late, you got in too late. And really, there's no real way of shorting the Bitcoin like you can shorting stocks. Because you're supposed to bet against everything. You're supposed to bet against anything that runs up 800% in a 4-month span. Yes, that's something that's going to eventually go down. Hence, you need to benefit from it. You need to profit on every single angle of things going down. So, inverse ETFs, I'm going to tell you guys about SDOG or SDOW. My apologies. And for anybody that's coming in, please hit the link, man. This is open panel. Hit the link. So I'm going to share my screen. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Click on the link. Okay, there we go. SDOW. Perfect. So, like I said, this is up. So this is how you short the market without being an option trader. For all the people that say, I don't know how to do options, real deal options don't seem my type of speed. Okay. So when the market is down or it has its plunges, this is where you invest in. So as you can see, the market has done very, very, very well for itself. So that's why when it goes up like this, this is from November to December. So that's 3x leverage. Well, this is not 3x, but this is still some form of leverage that you can take an opportunity on. So you would put a call option on here, 20%. You can really get around 90% off of the call options. but really people that made money on shorting, they were supposed to use Bollinger Bands. But this huge dip right here, this is a huge dip. %16%. So this is why you short, because you can make more money on shorting, really didn't make money on it running up. That's SDAO, Fiverr. So this can easily be a multi-$1,000 type of stock. Fiverr, more and more people are getting involved when it comes to freelancing globally. The profits is there. The fundamentals is there. As you can see, shorting opportunities, 1 month, 6 month, year to date. So the shorting opportunities is there. So you make money off the short. So when it has a huge run up and people that are buying, and people buy extremely high, and they don't even know what is shorting. Like everybody that was involved around here, and it's just a plain $20, $18 stock. They missed out on their chance here. But shorting, as you can see, it lost so much value over the time. So one person that sees that, well, I missed the boat, let me short it, they're going to make the most money. Only why I mentioned about 1,000 is it's a long-term hold, because that's 2027 play when I mean 1,000. So don't think it's going to be 2-3 years. No. Because really shorting opportunities, you can make so much money off of people's downturns, people's downfall when it comes to them holding on to something too high. If somebody bought it at 110, bought one share at 110, and they say, well, I sold here, they lost money. They were supposed to short it. They're supposed to buy or have enough budget to buy 100 shares. Have enough budget to buy 100 shares so you can be able to short it, do covered calls if need be, but mainly short. Buy 100 shares and short and bet against any type of runner-ups like this. So the gun stocks, Smith and Wesson. I told you guys about this as soon as Biden Harris got elected. You guys got involved in it. For the people that was rocking with me for that long, they're the smart ones. They understood the assignment. Let me get it back to 1 year. So, okay. So when I told you guys about this, let me go further deep. There we go. So when I told y'all guys about this was all from the campaign terms. So even from the start of the campaigns to literally in the aspects of the George Floyd riots, 160% to the range of elections, to Inauguration Day, another 81%, 83%. And people made money on shorting. So 100 shares of these would be 1,700. So you having 100 shares just to short, covered calls, or say if you think it's going to have a run up. Now, another run up, unfortunately, is when there's a terrible crisis event. People start buying a lot of guns up, and that's where a gun rush happens. But it has a dividend, small dividend, but dividend nonetheless. Smith and Wesson, and Vista Outdoors when it comes to the AR-15s. Well, Vista Outdoors has partnerships when it comes to companies involving of AR-15s, but really they sell shotguns, to be honest. They sell shotguns, but they have partnerships when it comes to other companies involving AR-15s and any semi-automatics. Those usually go up in a time of crisis. But as you can see, as soon as Inauguration Day happens, and a lot of situations of gun rushing, then Biden talking about those threats in March of 2021, up 51% from that period to that period. Squiggly consolidation, sideways, took a plunge. People that shorted made money, but a big run up here. So January 4th, $51. So people that are scanning these markets, they are literally on the gun markets. Very, very tough. So what else? Told you guys about Gap. Gap stock, I'm pretty much putting puts on Gap. So I made money off of having puts today. Made some money. Have 200 shares of this. So I pretty much short. Made money. I'm trying to get it to 1 month. As you can see, I missed a boat, so I had a short position. So I just go downward. I just bet against. If I missed a boat, I just short it. That's what everybody should do when it comes to something that you found appetizing. Short, bet against the market. So as we can see, Gap performed 354%. That's because of the Kanye West partnership. Now that I told everybody that was in my group chat about, so they made money. I think the partnership with Kanye West is going to materialize more in the long run than anything. But any type of stocks that have big run-ups that you bet against, you don't be like the dummies that buy extremely high. You get mad when shit start dipping 5-6%, then another 5-6% dip. That should have been a key indicator for you to short the market. And this is why people should focus on how to short a stock before they invest into stocks. Because if the stock goes up and they start saying that, well, I want to buy, it has good news, I want to buy. And what happens if the stock crumbles? You didn't have no way of making money on the downturn. You have no way of making no money on the downturn on the downside, because people have puts, people have calls, people have two, 3 calls and about 5-6 puts on the same stock. So they make sure that they're not gonna lose big on a stock position. So, I just stress this to everybody, that please be responsible when it comes to the situations of you entering in a stock. Like with the penny stocks is actually something where if it has good news, if it's in a hot sector like oil and gas, energy, I would say VR when it comes to virtual reality, gaming stocks. It was gambling, but that's before the Super Bowl ended. So Super Bowl, DraftKings, all the people that invested in DraftKings, they made a smart move. So let me share my screen. So all the people that invested in DraftKings, I respect and I commend you. Okay. So it had earnings, just like everybody else. This is earnings season. 1 month. And DraftKings is another situation where people can do safe put. People that made call options, they made about 50%, really 22% on that chart, but really 50% when it comes to the profit. People that I told to invest 6 months ago would be on the aspect of shorting. As we can see, people that short makes the money. People that buy on the top, when there's so much FOMO, they lose money. But only thing you got to do is just short the stock. Short the stock. You see valuations at $67, you short the stock. Just short the stock, because it's gonna take these dips, and that's where you need a profit. You need a profit from March 19th to July, and that's a multi-month. So that's 4 months of shorting, having puts, making money on puts. So when everybody is waiting for it to go up, you make money off it going down. So you have the best entry price to be able to get in at extremely cheap dip. And when it runs up from $22 back to $80, then you got 100 shares that it goes up. Plus, you can make money with the monies that you set aside off of profiting off the downturn to buy other stocks in that niche. So gaming stocks is doing well because the gaming world has superseded $100 billion globally, annually. So I don't know, with me, I don't do video games. I like to profit off of people's consumption, because the consumption leads to profits and revenues. Hence, you can make your call options, you can buy the shares, you can short the stocks on run-ups, buy the dips, rinse and repeat. But that's how you focus on other stuff other than crypto. Because to be honest, people that invest in crypto, it makes them lazy when it comes to the trading world, because they're not studying anything else. They're not studying fundamentals. They're not studying technical analysis like they need to be. They're not studying Bollinger Bands. They're not figuring out the momentum of stocks. Because if you understand momentum of stocks, then when you're going over to the crypto world, that'll be just easy as pie. It'll be easy as pie. You can be able to focus on what you need to focus on when it comes to reinvestment. So let me see what else I need to give you guys, because I need to give you guys all the necessary information. So when months and months ahead comes in and somebody says, well, I invested in this, what y'all invested in? Then you're going to have to deal with people saying that, well, I invested in crypto. I'm like, well, How much money did you make last month? Did you short the stock? Did you short any cryptos? Do you know how to short any cryptos? Do you have any inverse ETFs? Because cybersecurity is going to be something where it beats crypto easily. Like A10 Networks, that's ATEN. So this is another cybersecurity stock that I need you guys to get involved in. So I'm going to give you guys a whole onslaught of cybersecurity. So when Russia hacks our shit again, because that's pretty much expected, that's something where they already expect the Russians to try to do or to be involved in some new hack. So this is A10. Manufacturing and delivering controllers. Delivery controllers. So this is going to be like a longer term hold for me. Holding on to this thing until it's $60 a share. This is one of my longer term type of scenarios because I told you guys about this in 2018. So that was the peak. Another cybersecurity stock. It's more on the expensive range. I'm holding on to this until it's about $400. So that's LDOS. LDOS. So this is LDOS. So LDOS is up today. As you can see, smooth sailing. I'm gonna hold on to this until it's $400 a share because cybersecurity is going to be so prioritized when it comes to robotics and also electric vehicles, so people don't hack into your electric vehicle car that they try to regulate in the near future, which they're going to try to regulate it. If it's not federally, then it's going to be somewhere in the statewide of California, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Connecticut, those states. But yes, I'm holding on to this bad boy until it's $300, $400 a share. So I'm putting in $300 every single month on this specifically. Because this engineering company and cybersecurity, this is so important. This is so important. This is so important. Because if Russia does do a hacks, these companies are going to get big government funding. International corporation as well, so they can get multiple government contracts from multiple different countries. So they're focused on the technology, biomedical research, plus also partnerships when it comes to military and pipeline engineering of cybersecurity. So this is a company where we can be able to focus multi-year. It's a stable company. The revenues is 11 billion. They have 42,000 employees, so it's not a fake company. Plus, they'll give you a dividend for your troubles. They give you a dividend for your troubles. So this is my play. This is not me recommending any of this to you, but this is my play. Because cybersecurity stocks, when it comes to the tech world, is going to beat out the Apple and the consumer good type technologies. This is something that's being prioritized. This is something that we need, not something of a want, but a need. Because this company uses artificial intelligence and machine learning driven analytics to be able to provide cybersecurity solutions that protect and defend mission critical networks. So this is AI, machine learning, plus defense. So these is one of the longer term holds that I got specifically. If we need a penny, if we need to go just penny stocks, I'll throw a couple of penny stocks right now for the people that either don't have the range or want something with more upside. So I'm going to give you guys a weed stocks at Sundial. So I was in Sundial. So this is a cannabis stock. But LDOS, I'm investing into that and buying and holding on that one. That's me personally. Okay, so people that got involved in it, it was when it was 33 cents, not 61 cents. So people that got involved in that. As we can see, good trend, 11% the past month. Dip buys. People should buy the dip. Those dip buys make everything more soothing, but in the past month, it's been good. Past year, it took an ass whooping. And this one got completely beat down, and that's because of legalization hasn't been met. So when this had a big run up, that's because of legalization talks was on the table, faltered. And when this rose up again, that's when they thought that Biden-Harris was going to come in and legalize weed, but it didn't. So far, we understand still. I don't even think we're going to get that from them. But from that period to that period, 53%. So people that kept on putting money aside for sundials from last month to 6 months ago when we first talked about this to really getting a good position, because really legalization is going to take time. It's going to take more than just states doing distribution, not distribution, but the distribution one has to be solved in a federal level, because you can't take it multi-state. So it limits a lot of the money potential that could have been made. But this is looking good, because when people was investing in it, it was 33 cents. Now it's 61 cents now. So that means the money doubled. So Digi Global. So Digi Global is for all the people that love China so much. Chinese technology and mobility company. So this is something where it may be delisted because of situations of them being in China, and delisting of Chinese stocks in the New York Stock Exchange is something of a political talking point that is going to be, I don't know, because we got a lot of politicians that has money in China, but it was supposed to be delisted. I think the other side of the political party is going to keep their word and delist it, but the Democratic Party, so far, Joe Biden hasn't extended delisting these Chinese stocks. So Digi in the past 5 days, good for option traders. So option traders made money on this stock in the past week. So, it's more of, I think it's more of an option play, because somebody buys 100 shares of these, that's about 500. If they short the stock, they can make money off the downturn, make money off the dip. So that slope going downward, they can make money off of that. I think people should at least give certain things a try when it comes to shorting, because you can make more money off the shorting than trying to do these buy and holds. I guarantee you for a fact, if you put in 5 hours, not a day, but in a week of just studying how to short something, you can get somewhere way quicker than you can when it comes to cryptos. That's not even true due diligence research when it comes to cryptos, in my opinion, because cryptos, man, you got to rely on the Russians, the Chinese, you got to rely on Asian markets to pour money in. people in America, they're still not really familiar with it. They somewhat know. They barber told them it's just too much problems when it comes to cryptos, man. Because you're getting the most uninformed investors involved in the market. So my prediction hold on this. I loved it when it took a dump like this because this is a great entry buy for me. So that's why I'm showing you guys this on shorting. People made so much money off of this going drop this way. Shorting. People made so much money off of this short. Just betting against in the market, period, is something that people are going to focus on more toughly. So this is the lithium index fund. So this is the global X lithium. Past 5 days, you see the trend. Past 1 month, dip. So people that made money on the puts, betting against shorting. So when I mean put, it's shorting. That's the only thing it means. That's the only thing that it means. Okay. 60. You see these run-ups, like a huge wide run-up. And it shorts. The 5-year. So that was 2017. Pretty much stand still for the past 2 years of that time period. Then start running up in 2020. Electric vehicle initiatives start coming through. At least with the first infrastructure bill, there was money set aside for some infrastructure, but they trying to get the whole enchilada with Build Back Better. But we will see how Build Back Better will fare well. ExxonMobil, dividend stock. People make money on shorting, puts, day trading type put options. 1 month. Five-day puts, like I said, people make money off of these downturns. So when it comes to inflation, oil prices, if they keep going up, it's going to lead to more profits. But the consumer rate, people think it's going to push a lot of people away from getting oil if it hits $6, $7. But I don't know. I just know that when I told you guys about this a full year ago, I knew what I was talking about. Because look at it, man. 40% in the past 6 months. Past year, 47%. So as we can see from pandemic, that shit started to where we at now. 113%. 113%. Okay, my man Lonzo. Okay. Lonzo.
Yeah, what's going on, bro?
Zo.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. What's going on, man? I just saw you was
Much.
live, so I came to show some love.
For sure, man. So we're looking at everything when it comes to soybeans, lithium. So my soybeans prediction has worked for me. A lot of
So you're looking at commodities.
yes. So soybeans. I'm looking at coffee.
Nice.
I'm trying to get it where. Okay, I'm trying to get at the 1 month. Hold on. But yeah, what's going on, Lonzo? What's everything cracking in the New York markets, man? That I lightly talked about real estate.
Man, I ain't even gonna hold you too heavily. Well, ironically enough, I have someone who's looking for a short-term rental in New York right now, but it's difficult because they only have a $4,000 a month budget and they want a lot. And I'm like, you can get that in Texas, but you can't get that in New York City. And it's difficult to kind of explain because they're thinking, well, I got $4,000. That can anyway. Um,
Mm.
the I mean, the market is always a market in New York. That's the beauty, right? Because something will always rent. But again, people do get sticker shock because they come from, you know, any town America, and then they come to New York City outside of being, from California, because Cali's pretty expensive too, and maybe DC. But outside of a few, niche places in the country, most people they come to New York and it's like, oh, I'm gonna come live. Whoa, I spent $2,000 a month for a shack, so it's a shock to their system. But the housing market itself is nice. I saw you was looking at index funds and stuff too, which is always good. Um, you know, how do you feel about crypto though? Are you looking at the crypto market at all? He might have stepped off for a second. All right, I'll hold it down till he comes back. But I personally ain't super duper into crypto, so I won't be going too heavy on that. Real quick, real deal. I also do want to promote. Actually, since we're talking about real estate, I am having an event tomorrow. If you don't mind, I'm gonna put it in the chat. People register for it. It's about formations of LLCs. It's an hour. It's from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time via Zoom. And I have two special guest speakers, Ms. Rosalind Gordon and Barbara Fennel. They both have their own tax financial services companies, and they help people to form, their businesses, right? So when you're doing things like real estate, whether it's fix and flip, buy and hold, rehab, development, whatever it may be that you're looking to get into, um, it's always good to have a corporation or a shell corporation behind it. Um, Now, I was actually watching another advisor last night who was is crazy. He's crazy about life insurance, and he was using it basically to set up a five-way trust um, through multiple LLCs that all had life insurance and paid for it, and it was like millions of dollars. It's ironically enough a dude out of California, black dude too, cool. But yeah, man, I wasn't gonna be too long. I gotta jet in a little bit because I'll put some paperwork and stuff together. Excuse me. I've been uh, you back?
Yeah, yeah, I'm back.
So what you feel about crypto at all? He don't. That's that's the answer for that. Yeah. So
Opinion on this, when it comes to my opinion on this, I'm not a fan of it because it makes people very lazy when it comes to investing on fundamentals, man. People just set and drop. That's a problem. You're gonna invest in anything,
mm,
it's supposed to be some form of due diligence, man.
mm.
Like I can't do it off of an Elon Musk tweet, man. You can't do it off of Elon Musk tweet. That ain't enough. And I guess it's for the everyman But the everyman needs to step his game up when it comes to investing, because I don't want people crying and saying that, oh, I lost it 75% of the value of my portfolio. Well, one, you don't understand rebalancing. Two, you don't understand sector rotating, meaning that if one sector is getting crushed, you just move on to the other. Like biotech was the pinnacle of 2020. Biotech, people that got involved in biotech stocks were winning. Money was just printing. But in 2021, it got its ass whooped, where Kathy Wood, her ARK Invest got crushed. Her investors, when it comes to people trusting her, when it comes to her word of advice of hedge funds, dissolved. So yeah, you can look like the smartest guy one year to literally faltering on your face the next. So when it comes to crypto, I'm not gonna completely thrash it. I just tell people, if it doesn't have a partnership with a big company, or if a big corporation isn't using it for its payment processors, data, or using this blockchain technology for data processing, keeping records, then it's a waste. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of your money. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time, and you're wasting your time. I'm not a crypto hawk, but damn, man, people literally wait 6 months just waiting for something to come back up, when they could have been investing elsewhere. They could have put their money elsewhere. They could have rotate the money elsewhere. They could have put their focus on looking at scan. That's where you look at stock screeners. So I'm gonna share my screen. So for people that say, well, what is a stock screener? So let me get on this now. We're gonna look at stock screener. So a stock screener, group screener. So that's something that can help you on knowing what is going on when it comes to the markets. Because VAL, man, VAL group
You
put
mean
up
you can use something? I mean, you can
55%.
tell them to use something like a Yahoo Finance, to be honest, but that's for if you're somewhat adept, right? But I mean, most people should be.
Yep.
But that's my thing about crypto, right? Like you said, it's for the everyman. Um, I don't like crypto. Like I'm not into crypto at all. I got like, I don't know, $100 in crypto or something like that. Just because I was like, well, shit, it's speculative. You might make some money off of it. So let me try and make $1 off of it and put a couple dollars in there. And if it goes, it goes.
So as we can see, you can see my screen, right? One
Does this go
day,
for the 52-week moving average at all?
yes, it does as well.
Okay.
Yes. So we got the 1 day. So consumer defense, 1 week consumer defense. So that means Boeing wasn't winning. Energy, 1 month. I told you, energy, 3 months. Half of a year, energy. I'm telling you, man. So all this inflation shit, when it comes to that gas pump, it's reflective towards energy. So yes, it does the 52-day moving average. So you can get whatever you need when it comes to that. So these are all the charts. Look at all and see this chart right here. Whoever that shorted, betted against this stock made so much money. Jesus Christ, they made so much money. This must have had a bankruptcy. Only how oil companies like to go plattering down is a bankruptcy or a toxic financing deal to get some type of loans, probably a bad collateral loan. But you see, short the stock, always short the stock. So people would have two calls, say if it kept going up and up, just in case as support, but they would have 3 or 4 puts as protection of the downside. So as we can see, if somebody put a put here, that wasn't low enough. As we can see, it dropped it all the way down the 250 when it was up at $6. But so far, this oil company has had a recovery. Oil companies is having recovery because of inflation rate hiking up like 7.5%. Really, it's 15. Really, it's 15 because if prices is doubling, yeah. So if prices is doubling, then yeah, that's double. That has to be
Mhm.
15, 20%. Because a pack of hot dogs, man, that was 270, man. Now that's 415.
Damn,
So yes,
really?
yeah. Trying to tell people y'all want more stimulus, y'all gonna have an $8 pack of hot dogs. 'Cause that's gonna increase the inflationary shit pretty much to beyond reach. That's gonna lead the shit to beyond reach. So
Mm.
this oil company has had a stock recovery. So from the start of the year, it's been doing great. So from January, as we can see, it's stair stepping up. So since the start of the year, this has been a good recovery for this stock. I told you guys about that one. Now, what is your opinion on seller financing? I'm gonna transition to real estate. Well, matter of fact, let me hold on. Let
You
me
mean
get
like
on real estate.
financing solar panels?
That too, that too, because people are getting involved in the solar panel niche as well.
I think weren't you telling me about the program where somebody had it where when you have solar paneling on your home, the counties will actually buy the energy from you.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Is that what you were
So,
talking about in terms of solar financing?
yep.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
Yes,
Personally.
people need to be more dynamic when it comes to their investments, man. Cause that's more dynamic type of investment. That's where you can literally have that energy source and you become a resource to the community. So they literally have to go through you. You're the energy plug.
Mm.
You're the energy plug, man. What is up with these businesses, man? I'm trying to find something that has it where they can give out the balance sheet. Cause they say, well, we cash flowed 75,000. What's the EBITDA? What's that? One of these dudes actually, when I called up to find out who owned one of these buy sell BizQuest businesses, they didn't know what EBITDA meant.
Hmm.
They had to get to their accountant to tell them what does EBITDA mean.
Yeah, that's what you have an accountant for.
But I could
Shit,
have
I
really
don't
got
know.
them on the
Educate
price.
educate me. I don't know what EBITDA means.
Earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation. That's literally that's really valuation of a business. So that's
Evaluation
how
of a
people
business
use that.
question, yes.
Yeah, they evaluating the business because the gross revenue. So when it comes to the gross revenues, 150,000. The cash flow is 60,000. They didn't disclose the EBITDA. They didn't disclose how much inventory that comes with it. They did not disclose the furniture, the equipment that's involved in it, the real estate not disclosed. $90,000. Okay, it says a great opportunity to own your own established business franchise, driving home and commercial service industry attractive. Window cleaning franchise. Okay. Website. Proprietary proprietary software, marketing, sales, HR, accounting, a plethora of other support that are guaranteed support for you. So this is going to come with training. Does the business, if somebody bought this business for 75,000, does this come with training? That's my question to this. It says here the most successful turnkey window cleaning opportunity in the country. Why am I selling it? I purchased this business a few years ago with the intent of growing it and selling it. with another franchise, the same company, and it's in another territory, which is closer to me, which I will keep. Benefit from recognized brand name, best in middle class, public relations, internet marketing to attract new business. Okay, so repeat customers and growing Rochester City. Rochester City. Where is this? Rochester City. What are we talking about? New York? No, right? No, Florida. No,
Florida.
Jacksonville, Florida. Okay. Okay. Now I got to do research when it comes to Jacksonville. Jacksonville is so rough that they need to call the feds. DeSantis and them need to call the feds in Jacksonville. It's so rough.
Yeah, dudes be getting killed out there like crazy, right? Like they got them yappers. It's almost worse than Dade County.
Yeah, man. We. Wait a minute. Who house is this?
Wow, that's a nice house. It's a nice neighborhood. The houses are kind of close, but such is life. Look at me talking about close houses living in New York with row houses where there's no separation between me and my next door neighbor. It's a nice ass house, though, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, you can make some bread fixing them kind of windows. That's a single family home, yeah. But then again, this is Florida. That's probably where, some rich people live. Those probably $500,000 homes.
We got to advertise this to Tampa. We got to advertise this in. We got to advertise this in Tampa. So this is
where you find franchises for sale?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was going to say, a lot of these just look like franchises that what it seems like, even though they're saying, why am I selling this business? It looks like what they're trying to do is open up in that territory. Because it was like 10 of them, window cleaning business.
Yeah, they got all these window cleaning businesses for sale. Because I'm just trying to see what is something where if it did.
Oh, seller financing opportunities.
Yeah, if it did. So retiring to Italy.
I don't know if you caught my live last night where I was talking about self-directed IRAs. But you're also talking about real estate, which if you have your real estate license, you can sell businesses like this, just so you know. No matter what state. So that's another reason if you want to get into real estate, not to even sell physical real estate, but to just sell businesses. But this actually, I'm glad you showed me this, because this is another idea that I can now use to help people with self-directed IRAs. One of my things that I like to tell people about, and I'm sure you've heard me talk about for a while, is a self-directed IRA real estate. Where you use because the government realizes that 9 times out of 10, well, I'll say 8 times out of 10. No, 9 times out of 10, your physical real estate is going to appreciate faster than it would in a retirement investment account. Right? Which is why they'll allow you to do it self-directed. Now, the problem with it is it's a lot more risky, and are you willing to take that risk with your retirement account? But, you know what I'm saying? Like, you real deal at an age like you're under 30, sky's the limit. I'd take that risk because you got another 30, 40 years to build up your retirement. Somebody who has, 25 or less years to build up their retirement. If you 45, you You got another 20, 25 years of work. You should probably not gamble with your retirement like that. But if you've got another 30, like you've got another 40 years of work, bro, minimum. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest, you've probably got another 50 years of work because people my age have at least another 40 years of work, and we're 40. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, what is this, a car wash?
Okay, high
A gas
volume.
station.
Yeah, at that gas station. Asking price 444. Okay. Okay. So high volume with the potential to do 125,000 per month with the right owner. Beautiful store, 13 pumps, including diesel and E85. Inside convenience store has modern look. Best business for a couple or someone that's just starting out and wants future opportunities. Business performed, do $125,000, $150,000 per month with the right management. Inside sales, $80,000 plus per month at high margins. The gas volume, 64,000 gallons. 1 penny. Okay, so it's a 1 penny commission. 1 cent commission. Gas company pays credit card fees and gas. Lottery sales, 55,000 per month. ATM commission, $600 per month. Rent only. Ugh. So you don't own the land on this. Okay, so they got branded stores. So this is just rent only.
How
Very
long is the
transparent
lease?
business. That's what I'm trying to figure out now. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Either text this person. Hold on, let me text this person and find out more detail. I need more detail when it comes to this. We need to know how long is the lease. Because yes, it is leased. The rent,
Because things like gas
5,000 per
stations
month.
get like 30-year leases,
Okay.
and they go up 3% a year of the annual. So 5,000 a month is 60,000 a year, right? And you can figure every year it's going to go up 3% of the annual, right?
Gotcha.
So how long is their lease, and how long into it are they into the? Well, no, usually things like grocery stores get like a 30-year lease, like your Stop and Shop and shit like that. Not that they live out the 30-year lease, but they figure things like grocery stores, it's hard for a grocery store to go belly up, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And, gas stations too, but gas stations can go belly up a lot easier than. So maybe they might have like a 10-year lease, I don't know. I doubt they'll have a 30-year lease. Like I said, that's more like grocery stores and shit, because it's a grocery store.
True. The sales price is non-negotiable. Well, okay, we'll see. If somebody come up with 350 liquid, 275. Watch when they try to advertise the deal. So that's bullshit. But it says inside sales 80,000 per month with high margins. The gas volume 1%.
See, that
Commission.
right there I call cap. There's never high margins on. Well, actually, yeah, they don't get money on the gas. They get the margins on the convenience store shit. So actually, let me recant that but it's got to be more than 80,000 on if they're I don't know. Well, where is it again? It's in Florida, Winter Haven, Florida. So I don't know what kind of traffic. Depending on where you are, I guess they're not like near. Because if they're like on a highway or something, you're gonna do way more than 80,000 a month on inside sales. Just because 100 people a day are gonna stop in and just buy a Gatorade for $5. You know, if that's it. And obviously they don't make money on the gas, but a penny commission. But
Now they saying they got this on lottery sales. So they
Yeah, that's
must have
crazy.
high traffic coming in.
Yeah,
Now, what's the commission on the lottery sales? How much?
yeah, that's what I want to see.
I need to do some research when it comes to lottery sales. How much in commission that you get in lottery sales now? ATM
Because I
commission,
know that's why they
$600.
take it in cash, because they got to pay that to the lottery commission of the state, and they don't actually get that money. So there's got to be some commissions that they get from the lottery in order to make it sensible to play, right? I guess the hope is that 1 million people come into your store and buy other stuff.
Now they're saying the rent is $5,000,
Mm-hmm.
and says the lowest you ever find for a store this magnitude and potential extremely low. This store has to run our existing brand for $7.99 per month as a part of our branded stores for marketing and such. That's the only fee. So they saying the rent is this, and the fee is $800
It's not bad.
for marketing and such. That's the only fee that they say. Okay. Well, thank God I got this recorded, so I know where to go back to, where to be able to do what I need to do. But this gas station needs to be done for lower than 444. We got to get it for 350, 300 if possible. Then we got commercial retail. That's in Washington, not in Washington. Only think about certain stuff in the South. Only trying to find places in the South. Okay, award-winning destination barbecue joint, real estate plus owner financing. 1.6 million. When they get the evaluation from 1.6 million. $1.6 million. Gross revenues 500,000. Inventory is 150,000. So this is included in the asking price. And the real estate is 750,000, including into the asking price. Okay, so the business goes for 900,000 and the real estate go for 750,000. Oh shit, this is a lot of paragraph. Okay, in addition of award-winning restaurant, this property also comes with a 1-1 residence sitting on 2.9 acres off of FM 1376, open since 2017. Blackboard Barbecue has risen to the brisket prominence and consistently been named the top 10 barbecue joints in Texas by Texas Monthly, USA Today, San Antonio Express News, Beef Loving Texans, Elder Eats. It's only being open 3 days out of the week, make it possibility for growth. Wait a minute. So this shit is only open 3 days out of a full week.
Crazy.
So
She's in the building.
Okay.
You know what's crazy about this? Now that you bring up businesses, this is actually a perfect time to mention something called a buy-sell agreement, right? Because again, it's really difficult when people start businesses that they love and they want, and they don't think about an exit strategy exactly, right? But when you're doing something like this, you may be thinking about an exit strategy. Let's say you and I go into buying this business together, right? This brisket business. But you and I both have shown no true desire in terms of being in the restaurant business. So we would get into the business and say it's worth X amount of dollars, when it gets sold. But let's say one of us wants to leave the business before the other. Well, if you say, hey, you know what, Alonzo, I'm going to go back into real estate, you run this, but I'm going to need you to buy me out of my position so I don't have to, worry about day-to-day operations. Well, either I have to have the liquid cash flow or go in my own assets to buy you out of your position. So let's say the business doesn't have the cash flow for me to buy you out, and I don't have it liquid in my own assets. So even if I do, I don't want to spend my particular own assets for that, right?
Mhm.
So a buy-sell agreement generally would have the liquidity to pull out the cash value and pay you off and buy your position in the business. So when you see things like this, because this is talking about this award-winning brisket business, that sounds like something that was likely in somebody's family. And the reason they're stuck selling it here is because they didn't have a business exit strategy like a buy-sell agreement. But I digress. I'm sorry.
Shade, what's going on?
Yeah, give me a minute.
All right, no problem. So it says here, created an old school bar barbecue with the elevated perfection. He has perfected the consumer demand and efficient. So he got a Master Chef winner here. So this is Jake Gandolfo. Oh, I know I fucked up his name.
Mm-hmm. It's all right. They do it to ours.
Gandolfo. So he has this Master Chef award. So he is literally the glue to this business model. It seemed like without him, this shit goes under very quickly because he says here perfected consumer demand and efficient business model. This property has a 330-degree frontage of Sister Dale Road, arguably the most so scenic route in Texas, a few miles from tourist magnets of Fredericksburg, Comfort, Luncheon, Bach, Boring, and San Antonio. Okay, this eatery has the perfect pit stop for those enjoying the Texas Hill Country. Has to offer and sitting almost on 3 acres of leveled cleared land, opportunity for expansion around every corner. The property has a seating capacity of 200 people.
Damn.
Using the inside and outside dining areas, gravel wrap around the parking lot, detached bathrooms make this a very functional property. North corner of the property would be ideally expansion location of general store, gas station. Currently only one half of the property is being utilized for commercial and residential purposes. Sister Dale, Texas is often referred as the untapped gold mine, known for travelers in the state of the country. Currently has a vineyard, winning venue. Okay, a lot of this is just fluff. This is fluff. Innovative cash flowing machine is still in its infancy. This is not your property. If you're looking for an innovative cash flow and it's still in its infancy. Okay.
All right. I can jump in for a minute.
Jump in, man. Jump in. I'm about to eat my food. So jump in, please. Have the floor.
All right. So basically, I'm gonna go back to the one where I guess the gas station in which you was talking about the lottery. You know, they get a lot of money off the winnings. You know, when they hit those lotteries, I think those gas stations get like anywhere from around close to 9 or 10% or whatever the winnings. You know, because it's going through the taxes. So basically, when they hit for taxes, 9 times out of 10 they grabbing all that stuff too. So you know, for the most part, when you win, they win. And then also going into it as well, when you have a well-known establishment that hits like that, people generally, you know, they go the mile just to go there. You know, they have one up in I believe it's Gainesville, Georgia. This store has within the past years, you know, every year they hit about I want to say 5 or 6 between Fantasy 5 and Powerball winners. So like the big games, Mega, they have at least 6 winners a year just at that one establishment. They have about the $1 million scratchers. They're hitting over there probably every 3 to 6 months or something. Somebody hitting big over there. So, you know, that's why those gas stations that have those big winnings and stuff like that, they get a lot of traffic there. So, you know, you come there for the tickets. And when you come there for the tickets, you're not just buying two. No, I actually seen people come in, slap a 50 or 100 on the table, and just be like, give me for how many I can buy with these tickets for this money.
Mm-hmm.
Just easy on hand. And oh yeah, while you at it, let me get a Sprite and a pack of cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
You, you're getting majority of the money from the traffic. So when people come there, they are thirsty. They do buy a couple of snacks, and like you said, the gas there, so it's a plus. Driven all the way out that way, and let your gas be somewhat cheap. Particularly, I've noticed that too. A lot of those places like that particularly have cheap gas if they're not one of those franchise gas stations. They particularly have cheap gas because that also attracts the people. You got the lottery winnings, you got the cheap gas, so of course you're gonna go there. And with this one you just showed with the award-winning brisket, the biggest thing is if you don't have that recipe, you literally have nothing. You know, because that's what the spot is known for. So going into those type of spots like that, when you're known for signature food, if that signature is not perfected to the same as the previous owner, you're gonna start losing customers real quick. I mean, outsiders from outside of the state or to a degree that travel there because they hear about the award-winning barbecue, they might come there and for a couple of times until it goes bad. There's a spot out in Florida I go to, Wildwood, when I used to ride in 18 wheelers. So it was a place in Wildwood was known for their barbecue. Everybody goes there. They changed management over time. That barbecue ain't hitting on nothing. They lost money. Because the style in which they cooked the meat, it was different. The sauce was different. So they clientele went down instantly. You know, Either they had two things to do. They either had to go back to the originator who had that recipe and get it to perfection, or start something new. And
Mm-hmm.
when you start something new, that's hard for a trend to catch on. So it's always best to go after that same recipe, man. And even if you add new things to it, you're still gonna have the original customers what that company's known for. You know, that's like Coke and Pepsi, all the big name products. If they change their formula, people are gonna stop dealing with it. So you like original, things. You don't want to go for the new and innovative stuff because 9 times out of 10, it's not just as great as the original.
Mm. You know what? When you said that, that's actually absolutely true. um, I know Real Deal is not old enough to remember this, but I barely remember, and you probably barely remember too. But remember when Coca-Cola brought out New Coke, and then all their sales started dropping. Nobody liked New Coke. So that's why now you see Coca-Cola Classic all the time because they switched back to the old formula. So, like you said, Sheet, it's exact that certain things, especially like this food business, you're gonna have to stick to, you know, that formula. And Real Deal said the same thing. Yeah, man. Listen, it's it seems like the secret sauce is that master chef because he has the recipe. So if they could perfect that recipe, like you said, like it's like Coke or Pepsi or McDonald's or Burger King. If you open that franchise, or like Domino's Pizza, if you open that, my Domino's Pizza has to taste the same way that if I order a pepperoni pizza from Domino's, it has to taste exactly the same in you know, Minnesota as it does in San Francisco. Like, you know, you're muted, bro.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So I'm eating, but it has good reviews. So from what I highlighted, they have 188 Yelp reviews. So that helps our presence. Say if somebody built a business up to this point where they have the reviews already ready to go, Instagram people ready to go. We would just have to figure out when it comes to their chef, this chef right here, he understands the aspects of the food model. He is not a businessman, mind you. So 1.6, we try to chop that down to 1.1 and try to give some type of seller financing. Seller financing, if it's in a scenario like this, 1.1, maybe give them $450,000 up front.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if you come with a boatload of cash up front, they'll take it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get on mute because I'm gonna finish my meal. But you guys keep finishing your point.
No, I was done. I didn't mean to, and I kind of savagely cut off She, so my fault. Go ahead, She. You can keep going.
Nah, no problem. But like I say, that's like the biggest thing when dealing with that. You got to actually have that secret sauce, the same cooking time. 13-hour brisket.
Yeah, so definitely, like he was saying, man, that one of the places I went to was in I want to say it was in Kansas City. Well, I know it was in Kansas City, but I don't know if it was in Kansas City, Missouri, or Kansas City, Kansas. I don't know which side of town it was on, but it's this place called Q39. Slamming brisket, right? And they're known all over the place. But like she is saying, if we go, buy them out, we got to make sure that we keep the recipe exactly the same, even if the chef stays, right? Or if the chef leaves, even more so, we got to keep the recipe the same. Because, like I said, the McRib is the McRib all across the country, right? And it got to taste the exact same way if I order that McRib in Newtown, Connecticut, or, Camden, New Jersey, or, Plano, Texas. And, it don't matter. So, I think that's crazy. Now y'all got me hungry. I'm about to go. Actually, my wife made tacos the other day. So I'm about to heat up some of the last little bit of ground beef, and we got the flour tortillas because I don't have any crunchy tortillas left. So or crunchy shells left. So I'm gonna eat these soft tacos. Actually, all I gotta do is drop it in the fryer to get a crispy joint.
But when it comes to this, man, I'm just more on the ability of if we find business, how can we replicate it where the model doesn't dissolve away? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cause ain't that a bitch? You buy something
What
for
are you eating, bro?
1.1
Because that shit sound good than a mug. I'm sorry.
barbecue
Oh,
ribs. So I was barbecuing yesterday, so I'm just
he was like,
eating.
yo, listen, I know live streaming on. I'm about to buzz down these barbecue ribs.
Yeah, I didn't eat breakfast, so pretty much this is breakfast for me. So
This is what we call real deal. Busting down the red. I'm sorry, keep going, bro.
but
That's why you clicked on the brisket shot. You sampling the product already? That's what it is. Like, I ain't want to tell y'all.
but yo, man, when it comes to this, man, really finding people's business models and replicating it, where if you could franchise it, it goes everywhere without having situations where, nah, I don't like this one. It's that downtown, or I don't like this. The one in downtown is too salty. I like this. It has to be the same exact way. So that means training videos is going to be needed. Certain type of preferences of the master chef, what he does needs to be duplicated, and the way how he does it needs to be duplicated as well. So really trying to hit brochure that brochure menu perfectly, yeah, it's gonna be tough when somebody leaves because they don't leave with the training video. They take the recipe with them and create a spin-off business, and now they're direct competition to us.
I've seen that happen quite a few times, but one thing that you mentioned that derails that often is the fact that a lot of these folks are not or do not have business acumen. So, you know, it's like, oh, great, I can branch off because I got the recipe, but, you know, I don't have the rest of the recipe in terms of how to operate, you know, all the other aspects, accounting, managing schedules, because people fail to realize in terms of like, because we always have this I'm a boss thing when I'm self-employed and you just manage your own schedule, but managing a schedule for someone is a difficult task, right? Because it's not just, okay, you know, people, now this one isn't too terrible because it's only 3 days a week, but think about things like retail or like the gas station, which is open 7 days a week. Well, we know we don't want to operate it. So now not only are they showing, well, you know, the what you have coming in, but what about what you have going out? I need to see that. Right? What are you paying in salaries? What are your, you know, okay, so you're telling us your receivables, but what are your payables? You're going to have expenses every month.
Expense cutting too, because a lot of expense cutting. Because if you're dealing with somebody that's like a merger acquisition type, he's gonna fuck up the company trying to do expense cutting to make it look pretty on paper.
Right.
But if you find the wrong person, now you know the person that was the person that literally was the glue. Then now you have a problem where okay, it looks good on paper now, but it's gonna wane within months when the customers and audience start saying, the food and got progressively worse.
Right.
But business acumen is tough. You gotta know how to market. You're gonna have to know how to be able to do credit management, understand payroll, which that can be outsourced. That can be done, but still, a lot of people don't have the ability.
I said a lot of that can be, yeah.
But
yeah, you can definitely outsource that stuff.
But people that are in the restaurant business is tough. Period. That is a tough industry to
I don't
be
think there's
involved.
high margins in the restaurant business.
Yeah, but you know, when it comes to shelfflation, when you got situations of companies that are extending the expiration date, you know, that leads to sour food. Because we have shelf inflation, where they extended the shelf dates.
Okay.
Then you got aspect of where one store manager saying that we are shrinking. Well, they're shrinking the food boxes, where the box of raisins is going to be smaller than it was before, but it's going to say the same measurements. But
They've already done that
know,
with stuff like peanut butter.
Yep, peanut butter, bag of chips.
Yeah. Nothing but air.
But yeah, man. So we got a lot of things where it's affecting the food industry, restaurant industry, all just to try to contain inflation where it doesn't go so out of hand. But it's to the point where it's out of hand. I don't see why Sleepy Joe doesn't just do price freezes on consumer foods, well, consumer goods and commodities, and a price freeze on oil. Hey, this is their president. This is their president.
It's all of our president currently, unfortunately, but you know.
Damn, man, like, bro, how much in oil can get? Because if it goes $6 a gallon, man, when is the next riot gonna be in? When is the next town riot where everybody just
on
village?
Yeah, there would be another one because they'd be like, yo, gas too damn high.
Like $6 potentially because of pipelines getting X out, and plus Matter of fact, let me share my screen. I know people gonna hate me for this, but fuck it. Give me one moment, y'all.
That's right.
Give me one moment, y'all. I got lines on the panel for this one, so we gonna do this shit. We gonna do this shit. So now, okay. Now let me get on here. Okay, Biden energy secretary. Okay. Now, now let me share my screen. Now this is funny. Now this is funny, man. With energy prices going up, yeah, electric vehicle rollout slower than projected, where they're probably saying that we probably won't even get a chance to be able to fulfill demand until 2022. Well, in the 2022, early 2023, I'm like, dude, people that are involved in these stocks, they are literally waiting for some type of ability to get involved of cheap EVs. Because if you're gonna say that we need to go net zero carbon emissions by 2050, then they're gonna have to make this shit affordable, man. We can't be doing this stupid ass shit.
The EQEV isn't terrible, but a lot of these, $80,000 cars to be the norm is not really feasible for most Americans. I'm with you, bro. I'm heating up my tacos.
No problem. No problem. No problem. No problem. But this is our new Department of Energy secretary, y'all. Don't he look weird? Don't
That's
he look?
right.
No, Mr. Zesty. Mr. Zesty. We got boy here. And yeah. Ugh. So yes, he he got sworn in yesterday. Department of Energy Secretary. And he's not for lowering the prices. Actually, he's more of a climate hawk than the other secretaries. So we can expect more and more prices to go up. But yes, he didn't hire a drag queen to be the energy secretary of the energy secretary. Literally, it's yeah. This is y'all president. This is y'all.
Well, listen, it started in 2008, bro.
But yeah, man. So yes, so taps in non-binary drag queen to look after nuclear waste management. Okay.
I mean, to be honest, though, right? His sexuality really don't have too much to do with his ability, but I just hate. I mean, I won't use the word hate. I just like, that we make it about that. But why are we forcing this stuff down the throats of our kids? And now this is the American way. Like, that's upsetting. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are people, and then you get stuff like Dwayne Wade's child who's confused.
Like, dude, like, yo, I know this is not corporate. I know my corporate people are going to be mad when they look at the replay. They're going to say, oh, why is he making fun of him? And why is he making fun of him? For one thing, I'm trying to figure out what is his qualifications. They said he went to MIT.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
He went to MIT. So yeah, well, so yes, emissions control. They're talking about the emissions control stat. But yeah, he's been sworn in, and now we can expect more pipelines to get counted off, because the only thing we got to do is just open up the pipelines, man. Only thing we got to do is just open up the pipelines. Gas is not going to be as expensive. It's still expensive, relatively speaking, but not as expensive. Because, boy, we got to make sure that we keep the prices low so people can be able to have the ability to spend on other things. Because if they're spending $600 on gas, man, that could have went elsewhere. That could have went to the consumer discretionary, food, getting their credit repaired, shit like that. That hurts the consumer index with all this energy spent, well, all this money being spent on oil. Because ExxonMobil, they said that it will benefit from inflation, but they also said if it goes $6-7 per gallon, it's also going to lead to sales decline because people are going to say,
they're going to travel. Or they'll use public transport more, which is what the goal is anyhow.
Yep.
We need to, as a country, if we want to worry about cutting emissions, which the difficulty with emissions is nobody's really worried about the earth itself. The earth will be fine. It's the effect of people that the carbon emissions will affect, because it will change the way the earth affects us, like things like getting skin cancer, etc. That's what the difficulty is, right? So when you look at that, right, that's what this whole global warming, oh my God, shit is about. It's about affecting our way of life. The earth will be fine. I promise you.
Yeah, man.
These tacos about to go down.
Yeah, but you see, those climate hawks, they don't understand that a lot of the stuff that y'all need for green energy, y'all need to use the big bad evil fossil, the fossil fuels, man. Like, you have to use some form.
That's why they're trying to do like these EV buses and shit. And to be honest, if what we need is more infrastructure, right? If we could go back to changing, that's what making America great would be, is going back to infrastructure, right? Because that's when we had a bunch of construction jobs building railroads and roads for Route 66 and shit like that, right? So with the infrastructure, we can rebuild roads and cities, right? And make them fucking, more livable, and more accessible for things like large public transport, like they do in places like Korea or in like places like Finland and Norway, right? Or even in like London, they take the trolley everywhere. You know what I mean?
Well,
but we got going our gas guzzlers.
Well, you see, the problem is America's too big. We're very big, where that can work in the coast, that can work in from Washington State to California State, New York to Massachusetts to Connecticut to Maine. But what about Middle America, where that EV station, charging stations, like I said the last stream, they're going to have to do something when it comes to apartment buildings with people that don't own their own house, but they got an EV. When it comes to the if we're going to do electric trucks, we need charging stations when it comes to the middle of Iowa.
Well, that's a fair argument.
Middle of Iowa, going to Kansas, going inward to Nevada, because it's going to be multi-trillion type of situation. And like a discussion I had with somebody in the space, it's going to take so many years to build that shit up, man. That's going to take so many years. That is going to be to the point where if they did get it done, it'll be 2050 until probably shit gets fully done. 2050, because we still got infrastructure plays that hasn't been fully complete when Eisenhower was president. That's where the start of this mass big government type infrastructure plays and government jobs and contracting jobs came in. So yeah,
good old Dwight.
But yeah, man, when it comes to shit like New York, there's subway station, man. I saw one video where water was coming in. I'm like,
Yeah,
Jesus.
they need to they definitely need an infrastructure revamp,
I'm like, damn, man. How
but it
y'all?
will cost so much, and nobody wants to pay for it.
Mm-mm, mm-mm. That's gonna lead to trillions of dollars. That's gonna be more than just 2 trillion. That's gonna be four.
Yeah, but what the constant repairs,
Mm.
it's ridiculous. That's why if you just suck it up and do the big ass, revamp one good time, I think it'd be a little better. Just because the constant repairs and stoppage and blockage and the money that they waste paying MTA workers to stand around for hours when they're supposedly constructing and fixing these fucking trains, and then you got to deal with old ass trains and fucking having to be rerouted. People being, having to go to work and they got to get rerouted and an hour out of their way to go take a bus that's now going to be crowded. So you're causing more carbon emissions and sucking up more gas instead of just using more buses. But at
Mm-hmm.
least in places like that, EV stuff should be like they should do that by 2050.
Yeah, because let me give you one. Let me give you one EV bus. So okay, so the EV buses, EVGO. EVGO, there we go. So let me share my screen. Okay. So EVGO is one of the stocks that I had everybody on the channel last year to put their eyes on.
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to be a long-term play because of it needs a Biden infrastructure play in order, or some type of private investment. If it can't be from the government, it needs to be some type of big capital investment in order to get this thing power shooting. So this company right here, so far, the trend past 5 days, green, past month, up 28%, well, 26%. So it's been rumbling. So all
Mm-hmm.
my call option people, all my option traders, they made money off of this holding 100 shares. But I'm projecting this can be $200 a share if we can get all the pieces to the puzzle that fit together, man. Like, this had a big blow up around November. That's because of the scenario of they thinking that infrastructure was going to get passed on the top of this year off of breaking the filibuster. But that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
But you see these run-ups. You see it goes up with good news.
Mm-hmm.
They go crashing back down.
Well, see,
So
that
that
crash looks like it's evening, even though it's going down, because I'm looking from where it started. So even though it's having a nice run right here
mhm.
in that peak, that valley, if you started at the, at the very beginning, you're evening out. So you're breaking even if you started early on with them.
Uh-huh. Breaking even. Breaking even. So a lot of the people that I tell to invest is pretty much them focusing on how to short. So really it's for the
So
whole,
then you
like I
made
said,
some money. And if any time throughout the last year that you told anybody to get into this, they pretty much made some money.
yep. Plus fixed dollar cost averaging. So that means you're set aside $50 to $100 per month on a stock. So that means that if it's in a dip, you put the money up here, you got some gains. If you factor in another $100 in these cycles, you made even more money up here.
Mm-hmm.
So fixed dollar cost averaging is just to protect somebody if they had like $8,000, but they don't put all the $8,000 in. I don't recommend nobody to do that. They just put $100 in and spread it around a little bit, $100, $100, and that's preserving their capital pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's really been up in the past couple of weeks it's been running. That's because of good news. EV news is pretty much because of UK has their global infrastructure climate initiative and stuff like that. So it says here EV Go could have long-term juice to boost your portfolio. Oh yeah, and charging point and fuel cells, that's other EV place. So charge point is the charging stations. So that's what I mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
What is needed. So it says here, strategic partnership amid EV infrastructure build out will power EV Go higher. Over the past
See, the
year,
other
the
part about
bumpy
that,
ride. Yeah.
my difficulty with and here's what I think your argument can be against what you're calling energy hawks, right? Because with fossil fuel, yeah, it's, the oil, blah, 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 and limited resource, but energy is basically a limited resource as well, right? In that capacity. So, in terms of pulling all this wattage in large quantities, how are you going to have it like it's just a space, what have you? And then what about maintaining the equipment? The positive is, yes, you'll create jobs because now you'll have to have techs who consistently and constantly monitor and maintain this equipment. But that's going to be a costly thing too. So I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Because the plan, because really they said 6 trillion over the next 10 years. If we're trying to ramp this up where we can be ready before the end of the decade, it'll be around 2 trillion a year.
Mm.
And how can we afford this? Who are we going to go to?
Jeff
get more
Bezos.
funding? Man, Jeff Bezos, even he's not fully that interested enough to put his own money up. He's going to say, what about the government? What about the government?
Right? Isn't that what he always says? What about the government?
What about
That's
the government? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Yo, but really, so it says here the result is surprising. EV Go impresses progress. The end of 2021, quarter 3, had more than 310 customer accounts, adding around 6,000 of them. After adding 36,000 of them, so we got a lot of customers that want these ready to go. So it says quarter over quarter revenue growth, 29% growth. Okay, so it drove home the point that EV Go was a thriving business. Still, Wall Street apparently isn't convinced of the company's growth narrative. Yet,
Well,
this
how much
doesn't
does one
mean.
bus cost? Because I
So
know, for example, go ahead.
So these are the charging. So this is the charging gas
this
station
is the charging port.
manufacturer.
Okay.
So yes, that's why I had it at $200 because that's like the connected route to everything. This is like investing in gas stations in the infancy of gas stations. So I'm not fully against EV, man. I just think we go about it the dumb way, very dumb, where it costs people that don't even like electric vehicle anything. They just want the regular car. They want gas to be cheap. They want to make sure that everything that was supposed to be cheap is relatively cheap. But
making gas cheap also makes it harder to force people to want to switch to things like EV. So that's why you have the price gouging with gas. They waste a lot of oil barrels.
Yeah. More stations, more locations. More stations, more locations. So that's how they expand their revenue, by getting more locations and more reach. So it says here, it's evident that the company is choosing to do this through strategic joint ventures. And among these recent expand collaborations with Western U.S. retailer Mijar, which operates 258 super centers and grocery stores throughout multiple states. So this has a partnership with this company that has 260 super centers, grocery stores, and they want to have this EV company to be a part of it as well. So it says here, in addition of major locations, it will add already a considerable network of a considerable network. I didn't lost my train of thought. Okay, it's more than 800 fast charging locations in the EV now. Okay, so with this partnership, it can lead to 800 fast charging locations.
So that's why, I don't know if you have it in your area yet, but we have it out here. Places like BJ's and Costco, they already have the electric gas stations. So you can drive your Tesla to BJ's and charge your Tesla while you go and shop for bulk items. Or your Lucid or your whatever electric car. Shit, or your Mercedes EQS.
Okay, so it says here EV will also add fast charging stations to retail locations owned by Tennessee headquarters CBL Properties. So we talked about CBL last year. So type that in the chat, CBL Properties. New York Stock Exchange. So it's on the New York Stock Exchange. So it's not a penny stock, because everybody says, why everything is a penny stock? Okay. CBL, New York Stock Exchange. So it says here, as EVgo establishes its first CYBL's base charging station in Kansas. Okay, so they're doing middle of America. So it says here, CEO Kathy Zoe said that the two companies share a commitment to making a positive impact, and we're excited to see our partnership expand to new regions. Got you. So literally, this is them sharing a commitment, and also Subaru, they're adding their first electric vehicle as well. So they're in partnerships as well. So this company got collaborations among collaborations. Plus, Subaru is actually a big company themselves. So Subaru stock is tied in with this. Subaru.
I didn't know how dependable Subarus were.
Oh, very dependable, man. Very dependable.
Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you. Right? I'm looking for someone young who's an expert on Jordans. I need I need like a education on J's, because I don't wear J's, and I'm about to spend some bread on some J's, and I want to make sure that I'm not.
Okay, so what, you doing collection, or you just buying them for wear?
I mean, I'm aware of them, but he was like, they're collection type. Like, I got the classic pennies, right? And you know, I wear them. You know what I'm saying? And to me, it's just another pair of sneakers. But you know, I want to flash, so I want to wear the Jordans. But
okay, well, I wear mostly 11s and 13s, like the Jordan 11s and 13s. That's the mainly thing I wear. Everything else is like,
bro, the only Jordan I know is the Space Jam Jordan. And that's because it keeps coming out. But I hear about these breads and the Fire 13 and bro, I don't know none of that.
Well, me,
That's why,
I'm
because
not.
I don't even know the difference between Jordan Brand and Jordans.
Oh man, like I'm
So I'm
not a
not
big.
trying to get beat in the head by this cat because he talking a good rack for these sneakers.
I'm not to be. I would be lying if I would say if I was the biggest sneakerhead.
All right,
I'd have been lying to you if I would say I was the biggest sneakerhead. Like I just wear the 11s and the 13s, man.
all right.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get specialist when it comes to that. Everything else, uh, but really focus. I would focus on the 11s and the 13s, mind you, because
All right.
those are like the best resale value. Because I saw people that bought theirs for like 175 and resold them for 400. So the resale market
Damn.
is yes,
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
resale
saying.
market.
Because son is like, yo, $1,000. I'm like, yo, for some sneakers? What?
Yo, but everything when it comes to sneakers, I would say if you keep up the look of it, even if it does have that yellow, that on the bottom of the shoe where it was white when it was in the
hmm
80s, but it look yellow now. People keep those up. They put special toothpaste on it, some type of special toothpaste that make it extremely white, but
Okay.
the resale value could be double the triple, and it could be within a couple of weeks.
Wow.
People do that shit on Let's Let Go, Marikari. What's another one? eBay all the time, and you need a receipt on that because they want to know because if you're gonna sell that online, they're gonna want a receipt because a lot of people
Yeah.
be getting them things from Alibaba, AliExpress, and try to resell them
Yeah.
without the stitching being there and all of the trademarkables. I saw one dude that had looked like the ball was like a football. So yeah,
Damn.
man, you got to be careful.
That's what I'm
Whoever that
saying.
you whoever that you know that got any shoes like that big ass shoe collection that you showed me of somebody in your family,
Oh no, that
you
is
got to be
an
worth something.
actual shoe collection, and that's a female. She don't wear no Jordans or nothing like that. That's
Oh damn! See, I thought
she
she had
wears
at least
heels.
one pair.
Yeah. No, she don't wear like she doesn't wear athlete or athletic shoes. Maybe some walking shoes, but even those are gonna be DKNY or Michael Kors or Louis Vuitton. She's not gonna wear some
Mm,
J's.
okay, okay. Because I was like, yo, that could have been a move right there, but okay. I see.
Yeah.
But when it comes to me and shoes, man, I just buy to wear them. I'm not a fashionista. My homie Aaron, he used to have like 300 pairs of like Nike, Jordans, old school Converse,
Mm,
Adidas, the Run DMC style Adidas with the old jumpsuits and everything. But nah, that wasn't never my thing. Because really, I've said this: if I can't sell it for 3 to 4 times the amount for sure, then I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to have to deal with it where I bought it for 120, then I'm trying to sell it for 120, 220, 230. No, no. Most
mm,
of the people that I know that had good flips, they bought it for like 190 and flipped it for 400, 250, and flipped it for 600. Those big flips, but you gotta find luxury buyers, man. That's why people go to those New York City meetups, those meetups,
okay.
meet and greet, swamp meets. Not swamp meets, but it looked like a swamp meet. But you have people that
No, I
sells
know
all
what you
your
mean, like the
shoes.
sneakerhead.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Yeah, man. 'Cause I'm lost, bro. I'm like, yo, dude, I don't know if I want to get these. Like, they cool, but I don't know what special edition. I just know that the Jordans. He was like, yo, these are fire. $1,000 is cheap, man. These will go for way more. I don't know.
Nah, man, nah.
Hey, I'll be back. Let me take this phone call. Hold on.
Uh-uh. You wouldn't. I know I wouldn't do it for $1,000. I know I wouldn't do that for $1,000 at all because $1,000. Jeez. how much do you expect to resell them? Because even if you resold them for 1,500, that ain't enough. That is not, that is not enough. That's not enough. Because if you're getting them for 1,000, you would have to have the ability to sell it for 2,500. And only body that sells those things for the highest amount like that is like Yeezys. You know, people that buy the Yeezy brands like that, they do stuff like that. So yeah, Yeezys. People that buy a Yeezy shoes for 1,000, the Red Octobers, they buy it for 1,000, and they resell them for like 2,500 on the open market. But
Yeah, that's crazy. The only reason why, because I had bought a pair of designer shoes, Roberto Cavalli, for a good amount of money. So now I'm like, well, you know what? These look basic as hell. They look like some damn classic Converse with velour on the side, right? So I'm like, all right, let me get some J's, because I never really had a pair of J's. So now I'm looking and I don't, but I don't want to, like, at least with the Roberto Cavallis, okay, well, they're expensive, but at least I know they're at an expensive name brand. Jordan, I know the difference between Jordan and Jordan brand. I mean, I don't quite know that. I know there is a difference between Jordan and Jordan brand, but I don't know which sneaker is which. So, like right now, when you're talking about 11s and 13s, like I said, all I know is what the Space Jam Jordans look like, right? What do they call those? The Concords, right?
Concords.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The only reason I know that because I was living in Brooklyn and people kept getting killed over the Concords, and it was the biggest thing on Facebook. The Concords. But I don't understand, like, especially because they came out like 15 times, right? So I don't understand the value of sneakers, but I kind of want to get a pair just because.
Well, when it comes to the Concords, me personally, I like low tops. Two, I like the Georgetown Allen Iverson ones, the ones that he wore in Georgetown back in '96. Those are like blue, brown on the heel, and white on the bottom. Those, matter of fact, let me share my screen. Matter of fact, let me stop playing around. Let me share my screen. So this is Jordan Georgetown 11s. Okay. So if we're gonna go that route, I would say the Georgetowns because they got a nice smooth blue. Plus the retail, you can retail that shit nice. But let me. Damn, is it sharing my screen? Hold on. Okay. Okay, so yo.
You don't put me on, bro, because I'm like, yo, these shits. And like, I even went on Google and I was like typing in Jordans, and like, I see them from like mad cheap to mad expensive.
So you see the price variation.
Yeah.
I wanted to find the Georgetown ones, but yeah.
Oh, those are the 11s of the Concords. Okay.
Uh-huh. But I like mines with Georgetown with the low cuts. I don't like high top shoes.
See, I
High
would
top
probably get
shoes
the
is
mid.
good for pants. Okay, the mids. Well, you see 350 used, like super damped and used 215. These ones like 135. So if anybody has a brain, they trying to figure out what is the quality for the 139 and how can you get it up to 350. Yeah, so you just doing the fix and flip. It's like the fix and flip market, man. You trying to figure out, okay, these ones right here, that's 215. How can you find something that's a little lower and how can we resell that shit for 600 successfully?
Word.
Like successfully get that $600. And like the Nike shoe trading is very profitable, mind you. And for all the people that's coming in, or for anybody that's listening, this is an open panel. Click on the link. So yeah,
Now,
this
these are I was gonna say, are these what they call the cool grades?
nah. Hold on, I gotta type in cool grades. This is a size
Now I'm
8.
getting very specific, right?
Yeah, you being very specific. This is why
I'm
I
not
hate
trying to tell them
shoe.
the Jordans I'm trying to buy, but
Yeah, this is why I hate shoe trading, because you got to be ultra specific, mind you, because they're gonna say, "Wait a minute, these are the 11s, but these are the Georgetowns. I don't want the Georgetowns. I don't want the Georgetowns. I want the cool grays." I'm
oh,
like,
so cool
what?
gray is a color, not a style.
It's the style. It's the
Okay.
style. Because this got gray in it too, so you know. But these are the Iversons that people. Well, it's not the Iversons, but this is the same type of stuff that even AI wore in college. So this was the
Mm-hmm.
2020. This is the 2015 style. So this 215, you're trying to figure out what can you sell for $600. So if it's 600, a lot of people just stair step. So they get it for 300, sell it for 600. Somebody buy it for 600, trying to sell it for 900, and on and on
Mm.
and on. So it's a problem. It's a problem when it comes to the market like that. I don't care for it, because it's a lot of time, man. You gotta buy the inventory, right? Then you gotta resell it. Like when it comes to me, once I found out about drop shipping, where I can use the
Yeah.
customer's money to pay for the product without me having the product up front, that kind of killed every admiration of me shoe selling. Plus,
Mm.
people like to be sticklers. They're saying, "Well, what's wrong with the stitching?" They look at the stitching
Okay.
from the laces to the soles. So yeah, if you have a real stickler when it comes to shoes, yeah, they're gonna hawk you down when it comes to the
So I
stitching. They're
gotta
gonna say
find a sneakerhead, because
you gotta find a sneakerhead, man. You gotta
I
find a
just can't.
sneakerhead.
I can't fathom spending $1,000 on some fucking sneakers.
Me neither. I $1,000, I would put that on stocks. To be honest, if they spend $1,000 on shoes, okay. You just hope that you got a cash buyer when it comes to that. Somebody that's like in Manhattan, or somebody that's like super duper rich, Long Island, New York rich, where he can spend that type of money. He don't really know about shoes. The only thing he know, he got the money. He want them. You bought him for 300. You sold it to him for 1,000. That's a $700 net profit. People would double up, buy a couple more shoes, and rinse and repeat it.
Mm.
Which that's how people get $10,000-$20,000 on shoe selling. So shoe selling, it's for the person that is very smart and knows how to get access to these shoe companies. Because warehouse shoe store, a lot of managers that are involved with warehouse shoe store, they literally buy those for super cheap,
Mm.
resell them at the highest price. So if you know somebody that's in the shoe store, or know somebody that's at Foot Locker, yeah, you got the plug for
Whoa.
real. You know somebody that could give you a basis point to start off at. That's my advice to you. If I was going to give anybody advice when it comes to getting in the shoe market or the shoe game branch,
Word.
get you somebody that's in that shoe niche, man. Like that's in the stores, that can tell you what the consumers want, what's in style, what's not in style. Because really everything that has to be in style, it's really about the game of being in style. So really, that's what you're doing, man.
Man.
You got this.
Which is
So
why I want to get these J's, man. I'm like, yo, I want to step out on some folks right quick from the old neighborhood, and
uh,
you know, just come through like we used to come through in 2002. But I ain't never have J's in 2002. You know, I was an Uptown and Timberland wearing dude. That's all I wear. But if I wasn't wearing Uptowns, I was wearing Timbs, right? And I I had some care about my life. I didn't just wear black uptowns. I wore white on. I usually wore. Well, I did have a pair of black and blues,
Hmm.
but any black uptowns that I had always had color in them. So I wasn't one of them niggas who completely didn't give a fuck about life and just wore all black ups. I did have
Hmm.
some all whites, and I had a bunch of different colors of white and different colors that would match the jerseys because I was a jersey dude. So I would wear mad jerseys with the fitted cap to match. Like I had the yellow Minnesota Vikings Dante Culpepper jersey. So then I had the white ups with the yellow check and the yellow bottom, and I had the yellow and gold Laker colors basically, but it was Minnesota Vikings jersey and hat.
Oh shit. Okay. Man, Dante Culpepper used to be a beast when he used to play football. Mind you, his knee when he wrecked his knee, that was the end of his career. But
That was
yo,
the
we
end of
talking
his career when Randy Moss took off. Well, that's after the knee wreck.
yeah, man. Like Randy left, then Nate Wilson, he left.
Yeah.
But yo, I remember I remember those NFL seasons, man. That was crazy. But yeah, so when it comes to the shoes, yeah, man, go get you. I know you know somebody that work at Foot Locker, somebody that work at Shoe Final or whoever that is their shoe plug of the area, and just get some information when it comes to them, or just make friends with a shoe store person. Say what's in
Yeah.
style, how, the access to distribution, authorized sellers. Become an authorized seller, something on that range, similar to what
Yeah.
I told people about the iPhones.
Cause man,
So
this is crazy. I just want some Jordans, but I'm not trying to spend a whole rack on a pair of sneakers, especially if it's just like Jordan brand, and these ain't really like the new cool gray breads or whatever.
yeah, man, because he trying to upsell you on something that the stock ain't really worth that much. If you got to be honest, $1,000, then like I said, you're gonna have it. If you bought it for 1,000, and you're gonna have to sell that thing for 2,500 in order for
Yeah.
that to economically make sense. Like we said in real estate, the holding cost, uh, the time delay, time decay.
Oh, this investment is going to go down to zero. I'm going to be wearing them, so I'm not worried about that. I'm not trying to resell them. This is so
It,
that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a frivolous purchase, but I'm willing to spend up to that $1,000. But I ain't really trying to spend $1,000 on some goddamn sneakers, right?
uh-huh.
So I'm trying to make sure that I don't get some BS, so that when I do go floss, before I run them into the ground and throw them away over the course of years, that I'm getting my money's worth. Like I'm actually getting the sneaker that will make the folks in the hood be like, "Oh," kind of
But
like
really,
how they was with my pennies, right? Because I got the
uh,
I guess the original pennies. My cousin had given them to me. He bought 2 pairs. He was like, "Yo, this is for you supporting me. Boom, here's a pair."
okay,
And
okay.
everybody in the hood always be like, "Yo, them shits is fly."
Because I used to have like 2 pairs of Jordan 11s, the 13s. Sold the 13s for $100 profit. I thought I
Hey,
was the smartest motherfucker in high school. Oh man, I thought I was the smartest motherfucker in high school doing that. Then there's this warehouse shoe store where it came in. People can have access to the Nikes. Uh,
Hey, I'll be back. I gotta take another call.
okay, no problem. But like I was saying, when it comes to the shoe market, I think people should focus on getting in contact with the uh, warehouse manager, sales manager, manufacturers, distributors. And this is where sourcing agents come in, because the sourcing agent can help you find out who is who when it comes to this stuff. Because people should try to find out how can you get access to the wholesale price so you can sell it to retail price. If we do that, then it wouldn't be really no arguments and complaining about a livable wage, because people can take the small wages that they do get from the job and expand that into hiring cheap labor themselves and marking up prices on their services and surviving when it comes to inflation. So my proponent is, if you're making $18-20 an hour, find cheap labor where you only got to pay $4 an hour per labor, and you can leverage that in other avenues and businesses. But I think differently. I think people should utilize the privileges of being American to be able to leverage to buy global talent, from India, Pakistan, or sometimes, a lot of the times, Romania, Hungary, because they speak English correctly. So utilizing that cheap labor is how I do things. So open panel for anybody who wants to come in. Please feel free. Please hit the join button. So if you have any questions for me, hit the StreamYard link. We talked about SBA lenders. We talked about a lot of the stocks to profit from a potential Ukraine-Russia proxy war or a Russia-Syria proxy war, because people think that Russia is going to make a chess move and say, well, we're not really focused on Ukraine, but we are going into Syria, scenarios like that. So we talked about that, talked about the EV plays, shoe reselling. So for the people that are sneakerheads that want to get their head in the game, they get their credit repaired, get credit funding. They can buy their inventory with the credit funding that they get. So people need to be very diversified when it comes to their playing field, because really, as long as you have a product to sell, you're always going to be ahead of the game because you're a merchant. You're not a consumer. People that are consumers, they're the ones that get hit with inflation. A lot of people put their own inflationary tax where they bought the shoe for $250, they're charging $450, $200 profit. Take that home, do what they need to do, focus on their next shoe plot. I think people, if they're going to do the flipping, I think they should do iPhone flipping. Because iPhone flipping, you can be able to go to usmobilephones.com and you could be an authorized reseller. The only thing require you is to have an LLC, EIN, business checking account, and you have the liquid funds to be able to buy phones per wholesale. So if it's an iPhone 12, you could get it for $350. Okay, my man Kevin's in the back. Okay, for sure. Okay, I didn't see you. My bad, big dog. Okay. Yo,
What's up, Buck? What's up with you, bro?
Everything is good, man. Everything is
I'm
good.
gonna check in when you're talking about money, big brother.
So we talked about a lot of this.
This is what I wanted to share with you, man. I know I know you're on the topic. I'm sitting up here doing my taxes today, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm doing it even though I have a second source of income. You can, I know you know most of the stuff, but you can still claim as the investment part as your main source of income, and get the write-offs. Now you don't
Yep.
need an LLC for that, all right?
Mm-mm.
I was filling out the Schedule C form, right? Well, this is just no different than a small business with or an LLC. So
Yes.
right now, just going through all the stuff that I can write off, even the square foot, even my house, like a home office where I got my computer set up. But I didn't know that last year. So now I'm gonna go back and amend my shit from last year because I can write off my computer, my monitor, cell phones, earbuds, and stuff like that. Even Cox cable bill for internet.
Mm-hmm.
So I was telling a friend of mine, hey man, since you do this on the side, even though you make way more money on your regular job, but if you got enough trade then because it was option trading a little bit, and doing I swing the Bitcoin a little bit, that you can claim that as your main source of income, even though if you made more money on your regular job. So looking at those tax benefits, man, is really what I was focusing on. I've been doing that all night, all morning, and I'm like, well, damn, I could have been doing this, and you can write up to $3,000 of your losses. All right. I think it's $5 per every. I think the maximum of square footage you can write off for rent or for your space in your home office is about $1,500 is the top, right? I think it's $5 per 300 square feet. all kind of stuff, man. There's a lot of breaks in there. It was a rough year last year for me, but I came out about just swing trading and stuff like that. And I took a little profit. I think I was down about 1,800 in one of my accounts. So that's not a big deal because I get that back because I can write off up to 3,000 and restart. Everything went south with that coronavirus shit. But
Yeah.
I'm liking Bitcoin. Bitcoin looking kind of good right now. But what I do with Bitcoin is I don't invest in it long term. I invest in it. If you look at the chart right now, and you put up your 20-day moving average and your 50-day moving average, it's starting to shake back a little bit. I just level off just a little bit. But I do think it'll get back up to 50. So what I do is I might throw about 500 in or a couple hundred. Even though today's world, you already know this, you don't need a lot of money, man. You could throw 100 in and just make some interest off your money on an upswing. So I'm gonna dip a little more into that, but I don't believe. I think holding it for a long time that'll be fine. But I like to eat off. Take the profit when it dropped down past the 10 or 20-day moving average, and just keep it going like that. That way you can maximize your profit off it without just dumping it in there and just wishing for the best. Because all
Well,
kind
you're
of shit can
rotating
happen. You remember Elon Musk
You're
said he ain't
rotating.
no longer accepting Bitcoin. And then the shit drop and then come back up. Things like that go happen. So I believe in eating off. And now they
Yeah,
got a
man.
lot of really good long-term dividend stocks out there right now, man. And I think, for me and you, all of the drama is good buying opportunity, right? Especially on dividend
Yes.
stocks like Disney's down, Nike's down, everything's down, man. Your oil company is a little down. Bank of America's down, but one of my favorite banks, it would be Hancock Bank, Hancock Whitney. They do pretty good in the South. And that's why I like to link up on that because
Okay.
I can tell you what's moving here. And they're on the market. And they're paying us, a decent amount, don't quote me, about 3 or 4% dividends right now. But
So
they're
you're saying
young,
Hancock
upcoming
Whitney.
company. Yeah, Hancock Whitney. My ex worked there.
Okay.
Right, my ex worked there. I said, she started dating a dude there. I said, well, y'all keep working for me. And I showed her that I dumped, about a couple thousand in there. I said, y'all keep up the good work now. But the company is rolling pretty good. They based out in Mississippi, but they brought most of the, some of these old historical banks going through the South, and they move it. So those kind of things there, all the bank stocks, they're paying good dividends, are cheap. Some of the ones we couldn't get back in the days, even Google took a hit. Google, Facebook took a hit, but things like that, now's the time to get in a little bit, and reestablish, and my thing is, I always tell people, look, it's not the investing in stock game. God damn, this girl fine. My goodness. Hold on. Oh, Lord, Emma. How you doing, man? Look, you interrupted my YouTube page, man. I was talking and your fine self come out there. Right. How you doing? I just wanted to say hi. I don't want to be too creepy. You look good, baby. Thank you. Damn. Jesus. But anyway, bro. What was I saying? But anyway, now is a good time to get in on a few things, man. So I'm with you on that.
Yeah, man. Because when it comes to my prediction of everything, like earlier I mentioned about soybeans. So soybeans, it's been doing good for me. Aluminum has done extremely well. Oil and gas, I'm still holding on to oil and gas because with Russia and Ukraine, if it's a proxy war, like I mentioned, if it's a proxy war, crude oil will go up. If there is no war, then it's a very likely chance that everything's going to be at a dip. But
Let me ask you
these are
this. Let me ask you
Mhm.
this. Do you think the fact that, China has, we're now, they were buying 65% of our soybeans in America, right? And now they're trying to establish themselves in Africa. So I think we all government funding some of these soybean farmers, if I'm not mistaken, in the U.S., huh?
Mm-hmm. Yes, they
Yeah,
are.
right. But then,
Yes, they are.
soybeans will still be in demand.
Yes, they are. So this is That's why soybeans. Yeah, I'm investing in soybeans, dog. We gotta get involved, at least when it comes to inflationary stuff. But this
Hmm.
is wow. So this is oil and gas, Valeris Limited. This is oil and gas drilling.
Right.
As you can see, the chart just kept going up. So this is a multi-month run. So this has been up since June of last year. So people that made money on the call options had some puts over here and had a wider call option or put. Because I tell people have wide call options, 6 to 9 months. It gives you enough time to be right when it comes to expiration date. This is one of my oil plays. So soy. Okay.
Now,
So
I
soybean.
also wanted to ask you what you think about, I think some of these good metal, precious, some of the basics are still good, Big Dog. Now, I'm gonna try to dip my toes into lithium stocks and look for some of the best lithium companies when, because of the demand for batteries.
Yeah. So let
With
me.
these with the cars, I think lithium is gonna be a nice thing to look into.
So let me throw some lithium stocks your way. So
Oh,
we
okay, I
got
see that soybean you got up there. Okay,
yep.
all right,
So
yeah,
when you saw
I'm
the
in the soy.
Chinese, you wasn't wrong. You wasn't wrong, Big Don. It's definitely Chinese influence when it comes to this. So this is daily, monthly. So since November, soybeans has been up like this.
Mm. Man, that is nice.
So it has a
See,
stock reversal.
all right, now see, I'm more of an option trader for profit. If I could have got in where you at right now for like a little month or two option, about $300 or $400, I'd have made out nicely with that.
Yeah, and when it comes to lithium, LAC. So this okay. LAC is like one of the largest lithium plays for me.
Mhm.
For me, mind you. But this is something that's affordable for everybody because really a lot of the bigger companies, they like $300, $400 a share. People are trying to find something that's in the range of 15 that might go up to 50. So I preference all of this for the audience so they can say, well, real deal, these things is expensive, man. They are already too high for me to be able to come in on.
Well, this is what I say about when people think it's expensive. In today's time, and I've been doing this for a good minute, big brother.
Yeah.
Before like 2004, and this was before you can actually. What I tell people when they talk about the price is high. Before, prior to this, you couldn't invest in companies like this unless you had to buy a full share. But today's world, you can easily throw $50 in there right now, man. What I do, what I tell my people to do, just come up with an idea that hey, I like the stock, and I want to build up to about $300 in the stock, $300 or $400. That don't have to be all at once. You can do $50 a month until you build on it, but you in there. Whatever it is, you don't always have to have that big ass lump sum. Now,
Mm-hmm.
me myself personally, I allocate maybe about 10 to 15% of all whatever my money that I'm going to invest in, and just build a portfolio off that. Like I might say I have an extra 500, but I may choose, or I might say I have an extra 200 at the end of the month. I may choose to get four stocks at $25 a share and just keep doing that, right? And just build on it, especially if they're paying good dividends, and you just can, you can fluctuate it for your own income, and just say like soybeans. I could throw it, I'll build up to 1,000 on that, and I'm only talking in terms of regular everyday working people. Give me about 3 months, and I could build up to 1,000 just in that one. So you don't need a lot of money. You know, you don't need the full price share. It's kind of like Google. Nobody don't have $2,000 or $3,000 to buy one share of Google, but you can put your little 100 or 200 in there and enjoy and get some money. You know, enjoy the growth of Google or something like that while it's down. And that's kind of what my
Yep.
strategy is.
And yep. Yep. Because you try to get as best entry prices as possible. So people made money off of shorting. So as you can see, it had a big run up. People started shorting. Then took another rise up. So people would say, well, it's real deal. What do you think is going to be the next motion of path? I think it's going to take a go up a little, crash down, consolidate sideways. And people are
I
going to
can't see the
figure
price.
out.
What's the price on it right now? I can't see the price.
Okay, so the price right now on it is 28.3. So it had a run up to 42. It
See,
had a
that's
run up to
not bad at all.
42. Now it's at
Right.
28. If somebody bought the dip buys, they would get it at a good entry price. Because as you can see, 2018, 2019s, yeah, from month to month. So it's been on a bull run since 2020. If we got to be technical, from this chart from 2020 to now, it's been on a 2-year bull run.
Mm-hmm. Now I was looking at
So,
some evaluation of the overall market that's almost ready to do for a correction. Now,
yes.
what that means to me with this one, that would probably drop under $25, between $20 and $25. You know, right now because of
Mm-hmm.
inflation, it they had to make adjustments for inflation, and that's one of the reasons why I
Yep.
keep up my politics. I can see it there, but what I would do with that, I'm looking at it now. I would set an alert to let me know that it dropped below 25 or 24. And then I would set
Mm-hmm.
another alert to let me know if it goes up above 29,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then I'll go back and reevaluate the stock and see what's going on and decide if I'm going to put a put or a call on that.
Mm-hmm.
And
So you
that's how I
gotta
make a profit. Now,
evaluate
if I
it.
put a call on that, well, hell, a little $5, a $5 increase from from $29 up to $35, man, that is lovely. That's almost I'll probably get about 500 or 600 out of that on an option call. Even more if it drops on a put.
Yep. Yep. So LAC is one of the other plays. So let me do this. So SQM. So that's another lithium play. SQM. SQM. There we go. So this is the lithium market in South America. So this is the South American lithium market.
Hmm.
So that's SQM. If I can get things to
I'm
load.
gonna drop down, brother, and get on my computer, come back up.
All right, for sure, no problem. Damn, if I can get this to load, hold on. I'm trying to get SQM to load, but it's giving me problems. So give me one moment, y'all. I know. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, my apologies. My apologies. So let me add in my man Kev. Hold on. Yo. Okay. Kev, you muted, brother. Unmute yourself, man.
Yeah, I'm back on.
Okay. Okay, so when it comes to stock trading, I think Bollinger Bands, from my opinion, I use that when it comes to trading. That always
Yeah,
helps me.
right. They got a lot of different kind of tools you can use. All of your bands are good.
Hold on, give me one moment. Hold on, give me one moment. Hold on. One moment. So with Bollinger Bands, I use this shit when it comes to everything when I do with trading. If I'm going to figure out what's the flow on something, Bollinger Bands is like one opportunity for me to be able to see what's the resistance and the support behind something.
Mm-hmm.
I look at a lot of stock market news revolving around the price indexing of global indices. So I'm looking at multiple different plays from the UK to Brazil. Brazil has their recovery stocks because they reopened their economy.
Mm-hmm.
UK, they have their climate initiatives and shit like that. But Kev, if you want to share your screen, I'll be delighted to share your screen. You can be able to give the
All right,
audience
anytime,
some.
man. Anytime, man. I have no problem talking about this paper, man. I get it, you know, a lot of the stuff on YouTube, man, is kind of frivolous. It's not moving forward. But yeah, I have no problem with that. And look, what I did was I always had I always had the computer, right? Touchscreen monitor, right? You can touch it to do like your boy on Mission Impossible and shit, right? But I wound up getting a 34-inch monitor because it gives me a better view of the stocks. And not only that, if I wanted to edit something. So I always recommend I got a 34-inch curve, right? And it was cheap at the time, but this is one of the things I told you I wanted to write off on my stock. I mean on my taxes. So it's about $40, but it comes in handy. It really works for you when it comes to investing. You want to get that screen, but you don't have to get one this expensive. This just happen to be a curve, but you can get the flat screen for about 200, just the monitor itself, which is good because I have my daughter on a Roblox, so she used to set up and try to get those up that Minecraft algorithm and stuff like that, start generating some income, man.
Roblox. Roblox is actually a
Yeah,
good investment too.
Roblox, Minecraft too. Now, one thing I learned about it is Roblox is kind of like Facebook. You remember when they thought Facebook was just a fly by night thing? In
Yep.
my mind, I was like, no, they already have a lock on the game. They're not going to lose the people that like their product because it's going to be here. It's kind of like Apple phones, right? People that use Apple phones will not use Samsung phones. They're going to be loyal customers for a long time, you know? So I look at some companies like that and
Intel.
that man.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull up Intel because Intel is still needed. Intel, and let's look at the semiconductors because those are the microchip stocks. Damn, what is up with my computer running slow? Gee. Okay.
I had to subscribe to you on the other
Okay.
page. This is my other page. I usually, and look with this page here, I usually don't do the CAR 504 and I don't do both sides with that. This is strictly about that paper, you know, and investing and building wealth and all. I ain't doing no gender shit, all that, or anything like that. So this is about, you know, building wealth, man. Building wealth.
Okay, big homie. This is in South America when it comes to lithium. So the basic materials,
Mm-hmm.
chemicals. Well, this is in Chile.
Mm-hmm.
This is traded on the New York Stock Exchange. So that's SQM. So I've been on this for a minute. So I got tipped off of this, off of the strength of the components that's being prioritized by the current administration that runs the White House. So this, damn, why did this? I hate how this block it. Let me click X. X that out. Okay. When it comes to this chart, 2020, mind you, at the bottom of the bottom, midway of 2021, so that's like June of 2021. Now it's the dip of something that people supposed to catch. This thing went higher up to 70, 72. When it's high as 72. So this means it went as low in its 20s. Doing this for a long period of 2020, entering in 2021, didn't have that power shoot. This candlestick right here was the catalyst of everything going vertical. So I think people, if they're gonna focus on something, study the company. Don't invest in the company. You study around the company. So if they have any subsidiaries that are stock market, publicly traded on the stock market, you go for the subsidiary or the partnership. But you see the performance per month this month has been 17.2%. The quarter, 6%. Performance half of the year, 40%. So this is all in Chile. Soledad, Cumaca, I know I'm fucking this up. Manera, Chile. So this is
that'll give you some exposure to some international, investments.
Yes.
And see, I haven't even thought about Chile yet, but I dip a little bit into Canada. I keep an eye on China stocks, but China, their government maneuver their businesses. So what I look for things like take like Huawei. When Chinese, and this is my opinion, man, welcome to time in. See, when the Chinese endorse their company in their country, that country pretty much have a lock on the game or have a large moat. So like one of my I mean a good long term right now, I'm looking at Neo. I've been putting a couple $100 in Neo every other month.
NIO?
Right? Neo, yeah, NIO. Neo is an electronic vehicle, right? It's Tesla only competition, right? And it's based out of China. Now I dug in and looked at some of the vehicles that they're producing, and they look nice, man. Once they get up now, they haven't gotten anything off the production line yet because they're still in development. It's gonna take a little while to catch up with Tesla. Tesla has about 25 to 35% of the Chinese market, right? That leaves it wide open, and you know how Chinese feel about that because about the environment. They're really taking moves to deal with their environment things and going straight tech. So I do like that idea.
Yeah,
right?
this is due for a bull. This is due for another bull.
Oh, absolutely.
Look
Absolutely.
at because I do the monthly chart so I can look at it from a wider stance. But you can see from the 2020 standpoint, it's due for another run.
Right.
Now with Neo, my prediction last year on Neo was $300 a share. Then I had to do the valuation. Then I had to calculate it on the valuation. But that means in order to get that far, they would have to be literally I think a market cap of $150 billion. They're at a 42 point.
Hard to do right now because they haven't put anything off the production line.
Yep.
Right, but it's coming. It is definitely coming
right
now. That ain't bad.
It's 42 billion
right, but see, like you're looking at the income, they're losing a little money right now. That's only because it's still in the development phase.
Yes.
but they have some strong investors, and the government is behind them. So I know there's a pullback and maybe a correction on that end, but it'll shake back. I think coronavirus do a whole lot of stuff off from it.
So as we could see, its lowest was 19 and its highest was 58. Damn, I gotta zoom this. Good. I know this is hurting people's eyes. Okay, okay. So Barclay, we got Barclays that are initiating a trade. So on the bottom of the screen, I can see who are the companies and corporations that are buying. You see Goldman Sachs, they're buying. Uh, we got Citigroup buying. So these are long-term buys, mind you. So they bought
What
at these
platform do
price
you use? What
targets.
platform do you use? Deal.
Finviz,
Mm-hmm.
Finviz.
Yeah, I got you. Mm-hmm.
So
And
the
not
R.
just
So yes, like
right.
you said, this company hasn't. They need to make a return as soon as this ROI right here that I highlighted is up. The gross margins will probably quadruple because that means that they're in the green. Because the ROI needs to be up. We need at
ROI
least
return on equity.
yes, and we need on investment the ROI to be up. Return on equity. Return on equity can be negative, but we need the return on assets to be up, meaning that we need to acquire more companies or more properties or get more land to be able to put warehousing in it.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you think
More
the brick and
partnerships.
mortar stores and malls and stuff like that are pretty much done
Yeah,
as far as growth?
yeah, and sales is $5.1 billion.
Mm.
5.1 billion. So yeah,
That's strong.
we just need and see everybody price target is at $55.
Mm.
Everybody's price target is at 55. We need to get this from 22 to 55. You do that, you damn near tripling people money.
Right.
At this standpoint of $22 as we speak. Now, let me back this up. I just had to have y'all to look at the fundamental numbers, but the chart, we can back that up. So most of the charges that we have to deal with when it comes to Neo is they do charge separately for the battery. The battery don't come with it.
No.
The spare battery don't come with it, and the charging port is sold separately.
Right. Now, see, that's another thing right there, real deal. A lot of when it comes to the
Kevin, you're boring.
it's not the iPhone. It's a company that puts the components in the iPhone that can still make a profit. It's not just the iPhone. It's Nivea and a whole lot of other companies. Now, when you get to Neo, of course, the car would be one thing, the battery would be another thing, but there are three companies that actually make the products to actually charge the vehicle, the hoses, and the actual thing that you plug into your car. That's a different company.
Well,
It's like,
we also dealing with a global chip shortage because with chip shortage, we need this shit to be working so where we can go up. We can skyrocket to 55 with no problem because really this was going up because of the fact that it's a real company they got real people, and they got real sales. The
Mhm.
euphoria is gone. They shorted this when they made money off the short. That's why I tell people make money on the run up. Then the news about chip shortage, supply chain problem, another crash. So this is month. So this is, mind you, this is it month by month.
Right. On a year.
It has ability to make gross profits. We just need the supply. We just need the microchips to come in. That's all. Because
And
auto
that's
manufacturers all
and
getting
that's
hit.
their competitors out of China. As far as the chip makers are concerned, I think they make a lot of our chips.
Like, dude, we need TS because TSM. Here you go. TSM. So they are Taiwan Semiconductors. So this is where iPhones plug. This is iPhone supplier plug. So TSM is everything that goes from iPhones to robotics. Then I got to get you another, because most of the semiconductor companies is gonna, as soon as they're straight, as soon as the semiconductors has met their demand, everything else is gonna shoot up. Toyota,
Right.
Rolls Royce,
Ford.
Damn. Yeah, broke genius. We gonna be damn. You see how bloody the market is, man?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can give you a quick. Yeah. That go to the map, the heat map. Yeah, it's down. Look, let me show you something. I'm gonna share my screen with you right quick.
Okay, you can share your screen. Broke genius, come up on the panel, man. We gonna be here more than 15 minutes, man. Because we got to give everybody the overview of everything. Because Ukraine news seemed like bad Ukraine news hurt everybody, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody is scared, everybody's shell shocked. But yeah, just click on share, man. Just click on share, and I'll share your screen for sure.
I think I gotta get a
But
wrench with
yo, bro, genius, come up on the panel, man.
that. Is it up there?
Anybody that wants to come up on the panel, come up.
Is it sharing? Can you see that?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Look, I use Weeble, right? It got all of your charting tools, and I do a little trading on Weeble. Now here, what I'm doing it right here, I follow the crypto. I got my watch list, put list, cash list, and stuff like that. Even my marijuana list for marijuana stocks, right? And yeah, the market's down. When I go through each one of these, and when I'm keeping an eye on ABC or Rural Capital, this is all marijuana. Every marijuana stock they got on the stock market, right here. And then when I go up here, I keep a nice little list, some hot stocks. Everything's down, So yeah, now it's time to start licking some chops. So what I do is I just always put them in a little category,
Uh,
and then that way when I see the category moving, then I can understand what the sector is doing. But it's gonna be a little something right now. It's gonna be a little tight right now because of COVID and everything. And I don't, and a lot of people do not understand that. Don't understand that politics relates a lot with the stock market. These people gonna hold back. This what I think. I think a lot of the banks and shit gonna hold back because they do not like buying. They made a hell of a lot of money with Trump with the tax breaks and shit like that, right? So I think they're pulling back. Not only everything's gonna be pulling back not only because of the market and politics and things like that, but that's what's creating a real strong buying opportunity. Now, go ahead.
So I got another.
Look at DoorDash right here, bro.
Yeah, DoorDash is a good one. Upstart.
It's down to $150 something, man.
Look at the technicals for lending club, because LC, it's ticker LC.
Mm-hmm.
LC. That's a good entry price for me. I bought that on a dip.
Look at that. There it is right there.
Spread that out wide. Spread that out very wide. There you go. There you go. So I bought the dip, and I'll continue to buy the dip. And I'm probably gonna have a wide call option that expires in 9 months.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that'll work. Right. Oh yeah, you got a long call is excellent right here, right now, this time of the year. See when this linden tree gets right here, gets up to about right at that 50-day moving average. When it crosses the 50-day moving average, as you can see, the 20-day moving average is about to cross. That is always a good buying signal, like right here, right?
Yep.
And what I tell my friends to do, man, just get in around right here and just ride it, and then you can get out when it's on the drop. But see, when these two lines cross or connect, or whenever you see the candlesticks cross up. So what I would do, me personally, what I do is it's at $18 a share. Once it crosses $20 a share, or maybe 23, then I will consider getting right back in on a nice call, depending on what the call price is.
Okay. Well,
and what's going on in the times right now, you know?
See, everything is cheap, because only why I'm bullish on this one is because if interest rate hike up, then that means interest rates on loans, car loans, banks, and they can start making money.
Mm-hmm. Now here's another one I keep an eye on. Of course, Carnival Cruise Line, man.
That's still on a dip. See, that still hasn't recovered from pre-pandemic.
COVID, right?
So see how he widened it. He give you guys a good angle lens of when is a dip buy. I think put shorts, have your puts out. Keep putting, y'all, so that you can see the pattern of all those puts.
Right. Now the high is at $22 a share now.
Mm-hmm.
The highest point was $72 a share. And that was in way, but let me remind us, I don't like really doing weeklies. I like doing dailies a little bit because it consolidates it to the last 4 or 5 months. And so I'm looking at the monthly time. So it's going to be straggling up and down for a minute. The highest point was $31. But with COVID-19 sinking in, now they do pay dividends. Now this is what I learned about Carnival Cruise Line. Carnival Cruise Line is not even in America. Those cruise lines, Norwegian and all that, is in other countries. But the Republicans are deeply invested in that shit. That's why the stock never really took a major hit, even when they didn't even have any cruises going. I'm in New Orleans. We're a port city, so we see Carnival all the time. Because it's up here with the Montego Bay, Cozumel, Mexico, and all that. We get a lot of Carnival Cruise Line traffic. And even when my friends who work at the port wasn't working for a damn year, the stock never really took a fucking major hit. Because it was holding it up, because a lot of those GOP investors, look at it, here it is right here. Look, it took a major hit right after COVID, and you can see where it took the hit at COVID.
Yep.
Right, see where it was right here? What was COVID? 2020? Right, see that drop there? Yeah, they took a hit, but they're not gonna let it fall. It went down to $7, right? And that was good.
And see, and quantitative, all those trillions of dollars that the Fed was pumping into the stock market too.
Right.
Multi-trillions, liquid cash.
Right, and so that goes in. Yeah, that's definitely. And history repeats itself, man. Because in 2008, they was talking about the market was up when Bush was running, and then come to find out that the shit was dropping. And so they have no problem boosting up the price to keep it looking good. Now, let's not forget, the top 1% own 90-something% of the stocks.
Yeah.
That's why you see some of these politicians cashing in.
Yeah. Matter of fact, what you do is type in capitaltrades.com and you can see every politician's stock portfolio. I've been telling everybody about this for a whole 2 years so they can be able to find out what Nancy Pelosi got, what the Republicans got, what are they long on. You can find their call options, their puts. So Capital Trades, type that in and you can be able to at least get that website and you can see all the politicians' investments, how long there are. So the lawmakers, man, they control all the government spending.
Right, because see, that's what they invested in. Obama tried to pass a law that they have to, expose that to the public. But when these people become senators and shit, they don't get in there because they make $100,000 a year or whatever they make a year.
No.
They get in there because they get the inside action on the trade and what they invested.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi,
And
she
that's
had
why I'm following my
stocks
politics.
that were
They
like
probably-
$22, mind you, that blew up to $95.
Mhm.
So I piggybacked off of all of those trades last year and planning to do the same thing this year.
Right. See, I follow the money. I'm definitely a believer in following the money. These are some of the ones I was following. Here's one that's called New Age Beverage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't normally deal with penny stocks, which means stocks under 10, 20 or $10. But New Age Beverage was doing okay and had some promise. It had a promising future. New Age Beverage, the people that have the patent on Bob Marley brand natural teas and drinks, sports drinks, right? And then later that they're thinking about infusing it with the THC content, or taking out the infusing it with the medical marijuana. What happened? And they got a contract to get on all of the Walmart shelves. Then COVID hit, and it was a penny stock at the time, right? I know you know how to look at the dates and everything. It was a penny stock at the time, but I'm just waiting for it to come on back up to a degree because it went up to $9 a while ago, but now it's down to about 70 cents a share. So when I take risk on penny stocks, it's not fly by night stocks. It's stocks with a promising future or a company with a promising future. Because if a major corporation like Coca-Cola buys them out, I'm looking at profit. But they did have another thing, and they did have some good stuff.
Yeah, man. So we got Bro Genius, man. What's going on?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, what's happening, man?
Just listening, man. Listening to what's going on and thinking about what's going on the market. Look like it's been a major correction of a lot of stocks that had breakouts during the pandemic. A lot of opportunity for puts. A lot of the options players are quiet, man. Getting their new mansion, their new Porsche. Because they done made so much money.
You make more money off of puts than calls because the stock drops faster than it goes up.
That's what
I told you,
people, man.
I'm telling you, man. Like I tell people on certain things when it comes to buy and holds, but if it has a big ass run up, you're gonna have to make your puts, and you're gonna make sure that it's 20% downturn, and make sure that you have some calls just in case if it does go up. You gotta on both sides. This is where hedging comes in, man.
Mm-hmm. One of my nice stocks that I used to like, man. I love Corning Gorilla Glass, right? I did well with Corning Gorilla Glass, and I think they're one of the few companies that have a lock on the game. All your major high-end phones use Corning Gorilla Glass, that unbreakable glass. Now I'm an older cat. I remember when they made the glass pots and shit, the little brown ones. That's the same company. What they learned how to do is they learned how to make the glass flexible. You can literally fold up a piece of Corning Gorilla Glass and put it in your pocket. So you're going to have that. Here's a little video of what they call a day in glass by Corning.
I'm not gonna play the sound, but I'll let you see the background of it and see what they're doing as far as their history. Now, Corning is going to be here. And when you have some of these electronic cars and stuff like that, don't forget Obama said about a certain period of time that you're going to have a car that can get about 35 miles to the gallon. Well, a lot of companies starting to use Corning Gorilla Glass because it makes the vehicle lighter.
Yep.
Right. So you're going to have that. Same thing with the transmit, the frame of your old F-150s. Now they're starting to make them out of aluminum instead of steel. So things like that. And this is another sample of what Corning. This what Corning talking about. They got in mind. They just got now. They already have a screen that's already developed where you could just put it's a fat piece of plastic on the wall. And if anybody into Mission Impossible, Star Wars, Star Trek, well, that shit is here now. That's happening. So Corning being the unbreakable glass, and Tesla usually don't release what companies they use to make their products, but you like when they got the they got the semis coming out for Tesla. Corning can make a glass that damn near bulletproof and crack proof, just like they do the phone. They learn how to double and triple fold it now. So that's working for them. So I just keep an eye on Corning.
So wait a minute. So that means it can get cheaper bulletproof vehicles because of the glass that's being made. Can be into his bulletproof Lincoln Navigator. Him and Ice Cube both got Lincoln Navigators that are bulletproof. Don't ask me how I know it. I just know. So when it comes to all this, that just shows you that this has more opportunities to be useful in different sectors. Because celebrities and rich people both, the bulletproof and armed security industry bring $25 billion annually a year.
Private security
in America.
Yeah. And then speaking of glass,
I had to talk to a relative of mine. This nigga here broke his phone 4 times. Right, he got a whole LG phone, not one of the expensive ones, just a regular one. It cost him $80 to replace the screen 2 or 3 times. I'm like, dude, just buy a damn, an Apple with Corning Gorilla Glass or a Samsung product, high-end product. Then you won't have to keep replacing your screen. But screen replacement itself is a multi-billion-dollar business.
Yeah, that is true. I know a guy. He was repairing phones. He seemed to be doing all right. But another thing is regard to glass. There's a window shortage. So like if you got a house, you doing any remodeling, and there's a 4-month hold for
man. Hurricane Ida happened about 7-8 months ago, and I'm still waiting for them to fix my glass.
Dang.
In Louisiana, in New Orleans, I'm from New Orleans. I had a couple broken panels. I had to put some shit up over that because they didn't have glass. You right?
Yeah, they got a backup. Some guy, he was saying in the comment section, some video, he just got his windows from Home Depot. He had to wait 4 months. And I think one of the biggest manufacturers, Pergo, they got a shortage of workers at their plant. They got a high demand, but they don't have that many workers to help push them out. So yeah, I mean, but that's a lot of stuff supplied. I was waking up this morning to go to work, and they said is a shortage of baby formula. So yeah.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people talk about food shortages and stuff like that. But it kind of is what it is. And I can definitely believe they got a shortage on a whole lot of shit. I mean, let's take now. I want to actually build my computer. I build a new computer, but the processors went up. Everything went up. It skyrocketed because it's coming out of China.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. You know what? If somebody was smart enough, they would have went on my website and ordered a computer. I build custom computers
Hmm.
because I haven't even adjusted the prices. I know the prices are not the same prices. Those were prices like 2 years ago.
The GPUs.
Yeah,
Yo, get back, Kevin. You need to get back
Yeah.
to the trading board, man, because GPU is another stock that people need to pay attention on. GPU.
Nvidia,
Yep. Nvidia.
Intel.
Oh, Nvidia is
Intel.
a beast. Nvidia is in everything, even in the Apple iPhones and stuff like that. That is almost a no brainer if we roll it into the tech age.
Yeah,
What
Yeah,
tech,
they
what tech
man.
age are we looking at?
they one of those roller coaster. I call them roller coaster stocks. They just be going up and up and up. I mean, yeah, you just can't go wrong. I heard y'all talking about fractional shares earlier. I
Yeah.
mean that'd be one that I want to get on. Of course, Google as well, Amazon.
Mhm.
Um,
Now they
yeah,
got the main thing with the fractional shares, and this is my experience. I use M1. That's a good app for fractional shares. Of course, people can still use PayPal, whatever stocks they have available that you can buy on there. You also have
I use Weeble.
you got Cash App. You can buy stocks on Cash App. Now, E Trade just got brought out by Merrill Lynch, and they sent me an email saying, I think it was Merrill Lynch, no Colby on that. They sent me an email. I sent a message saying, listen, man, look, I got to use two accounts. I have to use E Trade for custodial and IRA. E Trade got everything I need for long term, but they don't have fractional shares. I have to go to M1 app to do that. Or, and Webull don't have fractional shares. The
Oh,
guy
they do. They do.
sent me a
Weeble
message
got it.
back that they talking about the fractional shares. Once E Trade get the fractional shares over, because you can set up your Roth IRA. I got a custodial account for my daughter who's 10 years old and stuff like that, where I could beat some of the tax breaks and shit like that. I could trade in those accounts and not get taxed as long as you don't pull the money out. But they just didn't have fractional shares. This chart here is PayPal, y'all. So fractional shares is a blessing. You don't. A lot of people just have, just don't understand that. They think you need a lot of money to invest. Well, you don't. Now, when you see major companies like this, PayPal, who you know is strong, Home Depot, I made a ton of money off of In-Phase Energy. In-Phase Energy, when I got in at $17 a share, man, right around in here, right, a couple years ago. And the sucker went up to, you can see it went up to $282, but I had to cash out because I needed the money. But In-Phase Energy is, what they do is they make a module or a device that maximizes your your home for the solar power, right? Let's say if you had a house with solar panels on it and a tree was over half of it, well, you only go get 50% charge. This regulator or device maximizes that. That way you won't be out of power. And they're the only one that make that device. So I did good with that on with a call trade. I profited off it. I made a couple thousand off it, and then moved on. You also have Young Brand. These are the companies I've been following on the left. Young Brand, Waste Management, Exxon Mobil, Lamar Advertising. Lamar Advertising. When I talk to some people, and I'm a big Warren Buffett fan and Peter Lynch fan, right? Lamar Advertising. When you drive down the interstate, you're going to see the billboards. Those billboards. Well, it's two companies, Lamar and CBS got one, and there's three companies, and another company. I think it's Outfront. Well, those are the companies that make the digital billboards. So instead of when we grew up, that used to paint, your advertisement on the billboards, where they make it digital, so they take in a whole hell of a lot of profit because they can put 20 companies up there advertising for them instead of just one that you painted up. So when you go down the interstate or you see something like, or you driving along, look at that billboard and see the name of the company that is under, especially an electronic billboard. One of these companies actually make that, and they also made the big ass jumbotron in the Dallas Stadium in Irving, Texas. That's what they do. Now we don't see. I don't see that shit in New Orleans because we're not commercialized like that. But when you go to New York and some of these major cities and stuff like that, they're the masters at it, and they pay good dividends. And you can look right here. Here go the dividend pay right here. You know, and it's been constantly growing. And this happened
How
to be.
big is the dividend then?
Well, this is 1.5 right now that they said on 12/17 they paid 1.5. I don't know what the average dividend is. I can look it up though. I can look in the financials. And I think it's 1 to about 3%, you know, dividends. But my thing with dividends is investing is not a get rich thing for me, right? I just tell people that you just want to make more interest on your money than the bank giving you, and just take it from there because the bank giving you 0.04 cent on the dollar. Fuck, Exxon giving you 4 cent dividend.
Mhm.
So I might as well take, instead of them taking my money and investing in it, I do my own shit. You know, so that's why I started getting into investing. Oh, you got BP. This is BP. Even though they fucked over Louisiana, we still got oil in our water. Another interesting company is Dollar General, right? This is Dollar General. Now, the thing about Dollar General, even though it's a $240 stock, this is where you get in with the fractional shares. Even though it's down right now, just go ahead on and, you know, just add up on it. Now, what I like about Dollar General is their thing is first of all, they're franchising it similar to Burger King and Subway. So you can be an owner of that. They don't have a lock on it. They're going to let you go and do you just follow their program. But they go into rural areas in the South where they have food deserts. They don't just have to let Dollar clean the supply. These motherfuckers got whole entire food sections now. And that's a cheaper way to challenge big companies like Walmart. But I keep a track of that one too, you know, for the long term. Young Brand is overseas. Entergy is Louisiana's only Fortune 500 company. And even after fucking Katrina, dude, you know, we should have known Entergy stock went down to damn near $1 a share, bro. And damn near $1 a share. I'll pull it up. It damn near went to $1 a share.
When was
because
that?
that was during Katrina around 2004. Katrina hit 2005. But Entergy is the main energy company for the whole entire Gulf Coast. Now, what I didn't realize then, because you know history repeats itself, I didn't just like with Texas with the freeze and all that kind of shit with their company.
NRG Energy. I told people to get involved with NRG Energy, and people have been looking
Right.
at since.
Right, you got P-Boy and all that kind of stuff, but it went down. Yep. But I didn't. If I'd have known now, with all of that government bailout and shit like that they applied for, there was no way they was gonna lose. And they didn't have to pay $1. Now, this is what in Louisiana, they're set to build nuclear power plants, which we don't like. But in our local Congress, they got a locked-in deal. Don't forget, energy covers Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, a little Florida, a little Arkansas, that kind of shit. So they got a nice little run on shit. But the thing is, they have the right to raise prices because they're serving the people, and we can't say shit about it because we only have one damn energy company, as opposed to Texas where you have a choice of 3 or 4.
Oh, they got a monopoly.
Yeah, they got a serious fucking monopoly, and they can charge us what they want.
That's a big ass monopoly because they control. Man, they control the South. If that's the case, the Gulf Coast, they control the South.
Right.
And they're gonna say, "What you gonna do about it? Nothing.
Not
Just
because it's
people
locked
walking.
in. And Louisiana is
People
bad
walking.
because they grandfathered in bullshit and
Uh,
they lock it in. That's why we don't get any oil revenue. Only 4 families get any oil revenue out of Louisiana.
hmm.
And we the big one of the biggest producers of oil next to Texas because Louisiana is so fucking easy to corrupt. What they do is in the Gulf, they just make a rule that okay, well, as long as you out there, you can pump the oil from under Louisiana, and the shit goes to Texas.
Alaska gets they get like I think $100 a year or something each resident.
Yeah, but Alaska's protected. It's protected.
But
You understand what I'm saying?
Kev, can you type up FinViz? Because we can go into groups and we can see all the energy companies that everybody need to
I
invest
got
in.
it open already.
Okay, you got
Wait,
FinViz?
Yeah, I'll
what's
share
the
my
ticker?
screen.
Break it down.
It shows all the groups.
Yeah. Not, I need the whole groups because we need to see all of the charts simultaneously.
Oh, how you want me to put it, by sector or just
You can click on groups on the top and it's going to show you all of.
Yeah, I've already done that. I
Okay,
do
for sure.
that religiously.
Yeah, man,
Yeah,
because I need people to get involved.
right. So energy is up now. I remember like last year with technology. Now energy is booming.
Energy's power shooting.
Yeah. And then if let me drill down into it. So let me go to overview. And let me go the biggest change. Let's see here. Actually the highest change. So we got some company I've never heard of, oil and gas, FTK. Never heard of them. Flowtech Industries. Did you guys talk about them? They oil and gas equipment. Let me open up their website. See if they got a website. See what they involved with. So they make like products, petro products, cleaners, sanitizers, disinfectants. What else they involve? Natural gas production, drilling. They kind of spread out. So let's go back to here.
Because the
Let me see
drilling,
if they pay. They don't pay a dividend.
nah.
Yeah.
Nah, because I researched that company. Nah, that's why ExxonMobil was such a play for me because I can collect the dividend and I can also have some covered costs. So I'm making 2 times the income.
So yeah, it looks like what's their biggest price increase? So they had a 52-week high of 155%. And then that doesn't seem right. That looks weird. But anyway, they let's see, over a year they were looks like 162. Then they went down. Now they at 135. So you really, if you would have went long term with this, obviously you would have lost money. But their lowest point looks like right here, 68 cents. If you'd have bought a little bit before Christmas, you'd have almost doubled your money on the call. So
Yeah, big dog. So when it comes to that, I just make sure that I have puts on big run-ups, calls, long-term calls. So I'm a person where I might have 7 fucking plays on one stock.
let me
Just to
see
make
if who's paying a dividend off this oil or off these oil companies
Well,
here.
most of it is the big companies. So that means ExxonMobil, BP, Chevron, the
Marathon
big
looks
boys.
like
They do it.
Marathon. Let's see,
Marathon, MR.
Marathon. Yeah, MRO. Wow, this is a big price increase.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, you'd almost double your money. So let's see what they dividend. They paying 0.24. Oh my God. going back to the OG in Louisiana. I mean, banks paying like 0.001. So imagine you got some big money, man. You got 100 grand, right? Pension fund. You put it in this stock here, they're paying you 0.24% off of your money. I mean,
Man, ExxonMobil. If you surprised on that, ExxonMobil giving you
okay, let's look
three,
at
4%
Exxon.
yield.
Let's look at Exxon here. See if they
Because we
what's
was
their
on
ticker?
that when it was like in its 40, 50, 60,000, $40. That's 2020.
What's Exxon's ticker?
XOM.
XOM. All right. Let's see if they
Because I keep preaching about ExxonMobil. I keep telling everybody in the chat that ExxonMobil is something where if you just keep on buying, eventually
God
you're gonna have the
dog.
ability to have covered calls and make income on it with dividends.
I mean,
Told you.
the monthly is off the charts.
I told
I
you.
mean, I think even this was what I saw this weekly, just this week. Oh my Lord, this is a week, dog. This is a
Yeah.
week. I'm talking
So
about
this,
$34. Wait, no, this is not. This is going back further.
no,
This
it's
is a
going back
weekly.
further.
This is the weekly. Oh, this is going back further. Okay.
We're going back further,
I'm
big
like,
dog. You're looking at
okay.
it too.
I got
too
excited.
closely.
All right. So yeah, because I see the months here. So
And I do wide call options. So I do call options 9 months ahead of time. So it's future. So it's giving me enough time to be right. Like I told Kev before you got on the panel, it's giving me enough time to be right.
mm-hmm.
You have 9 months, and say if I have to roll over, meaning that it's coming to that time point and it hasn't got yet to that time period of the price, I can roll it over and be able to save me enough time. I'll extend it for another 5 months. So my call options is wide, so I can be right. Plus, type in capital trades, bro. After you're done with that, capital trade, so we can see all the politicians. For all the people that's coming in, for all the people that's new, please like the video. Please like, share, and subscribe. If you haven't subscribed yet, please click on the subscribe button. It's free. And if you want to come up on a panel, click on the StreamYard link. Have your questions ready. We're going to transition to capital trades. Then we're going to go to the stock market some more. Then we're going to go on real estate and look at some seller financing deals in Chicago. So for all the people that's coming in, please like the video.
Okay. Peter Sessions. Okay. Let's look at Peter Sessions because I don't even know them other guys or whoever them other people I know.
Really, I look at Nancy Pelosi because her shit been up 41%. So I got a 34% gain off of her portfolio, and her shit went up 42%.
So he's got BlackRock. He sold Comcast. Let's look at BlackRock and see what's going on. Well, we already know what's going on, but so he had 2 trades. Does it say how many shares he's in?
Just say that when did they got in and when did they exit. They show their call options, their puts. Keep scrolling down. Okay. You can see their overall dollar per dollar. Because it showed the dollar amount than really the shares. The Nancy Pelosi, she got at least 13 M's in the stock market.
You think?
That's why I asked. That's why I asked when they asked her that question about 2 or 3 weeks ago. She
Mm.
said, "No, we don't think we need to show what we do in our investment. They don't want to, because see, that's the thing with politicians. They vote for their own fucking interest first. Now, some of them work for the people, but when you take people like, let's go ahead. We already know what the GOP and all them doing. They just rolling with the shit. But when you take like Wasserman Schultz in Florida, who's a Democrat, and she voted against the bill for predatory lending. The reason for that is her ass owns some fucking check cash places in the hood. She ain't
Who is
voting
that?
against predatory lending.
Who own check cash?
Wasserman
Well,
Schultz.
it's franchise. You can own a check cash or a check cash and company, but even the ones that don't have that top name, you can model what they do and charge motherfuckers ridiculous loan shark interest. Or you can take
Mhm.
Maxine Waters. Maxine Waters' biggest pitch is building more Section 8 housing. Well,
Mhm.
she owns a whole lot of fucking Section 8 housing.
Ah,
Now,
right. That makes
we know
sense.
that ain't gonna help our people on either
Right.
side. We need to get out fucking Section 8. But she want to increase it. And I know it's Florida, but she's staying to make a fucking killing. That's why some of these people come in worth about 100 or 200,000 and leave worth 59 million. That's why I
Mhm.
believe in term limits,
Uh,
because they've been milking this shit. That's why I follow politics, because I follow the money.
it's no senator, right? That's not a millionaire. Is there? All of them are millionaires, right?
Yes.
Fucking right. You know why? Because they know it. Because they're pimping our asses.
Yes, the
Mm.
tax-free
Okay,
money.
so Fancy Nancy, she's gotten Apple, which is pretty. It makes like I mean, we talked about fractional shares. Apple is, I mean, if you got the money to buy Apple, right? Or
But
I mean,
there
that's a
but
play.
but
Uh-huh.
there was a politician, Ro Khanna. He had a stock, I think it was QST. It
Mhm.
was one of them stocks that was in the information of technology, and I got into it when it was about $40. That shit
Mhm.
blew up $91.
Mhm.
Well, I can believe it.
So some of them are not too expensive though. You just got to scan
Mhm.
around. That's all. You just got to
Well, you still
literally
got
So
fractional
muzzle yourself
shares
in.
now. You see,
so
you
this
still got fractional shares. You may
Mhm.
not make a hell of a killing because you didn't got that kind of money. But if your $200 make 30% interest, that's fucking good. It's
now
working for you, and that's
now
the frame
here
of mind I like to keep.
here's the thing too though. I'll bet that Nancy ain't trading these. She got a broker
Right?
that's probably doing these moves.
Yeah, but
All
he
the
also
trading
making.
bots.
She makes the call though. He can't make moves without her say so.
Mm, I mean, it depends. I mean, you got. I just say this: like most of these politicians, they probably are not making these trades. They using a
I know
brokerage
what you're saying.
company.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean,
That's how
I'm
Bernie
just
Madoff
saying.
got all of the asses. They all
Yeah,
follow.
yeah. Um, yeah, I heard about that. Some people, and he even said before his passing that the whole market is a Ponzi scheme. But
Mhm.
I mean,
All of the politicians, man, that you see right here, man, people should just take note. Anything that isn't too expensive, anything that's like a small penny stock, really be on the lookout for that one.
now this is
Right.
the dude
Especially,
you mentioned. This is the guy you mentioned, right? Rohit Kahana.
bro. Yeah, he's here in
Yeah.
California where I'm at.
Okay. Yeah.
Because he came to my
So,
high school a couple years back, like 9 years ago.
okay. So Micron, I know this company. I think this is a
I like
chip
Micron.
stock. This is
Yep.
a
Excellent.
chip stock right here.
Micron and AMD. AMD just surpassed Intel as a more powerful chip and cheaper. Like you
Yeah.
said, you was gonna build a computer. I researching how to build one, and then they had the I was gonna go with the AMD X2700, which was more powerful than the Intel chip, two levels ahead of it and cheap.
Mhm.
But the price
Yeah.
of when COVID hit and the Chinese had their issues, a lot of that shit went up $200 or $300, and stuff like
Mhm.
that. So that kind of threw it off.
Yeah. So we mentioned AMD and Nvidia, so might as well just get that out the way. The year over in, yeah, you'd have made some money. They're definitely they're up. They did dip down,
What year?
but they went back. They dipped down January of this year, late
Everybody
January.
dipped down this year
Yeah. And
in
then they
January.
spiked up and then they went back down a little bit, but they still relatively up over the year. Now let's go into Nvidia. This is crazy here. So year over year, up about $100 bucks. That's not bad. But see, here's the thing where and you said something that was key, and this is the problem with even myself, a lot of people. You end up putting the money in, but then needing it because we just not financially fluid enough to just keep that bread just sitting so you
Yeah,
can
but
make
it's
some profit on
it's
it.
still a learning process though.
Yeah. Yep. Cause like you would have had to wait a whole year or even half a year. Well, actually, you'd have to wait a good, probably about 9 months to where it starts spiking to make most of those gains. But who has the money to wait and hold like that? And then of course the patience. It helps to have the money. I mean, you could work on the patience, but if you got a roof that's leaking, you gotta fix that roof, So, but yeah, we all try to strive to do better. So, is any other politicians do we want to look? I hear who I hear a lot, man, on Capitol. Ron Paul. Let's see if he's
South Carolina, yeah.
Rand Paul be hearing a lot. See, I ain't really into politics as much, but he be kind of loud. He ain't even. Did I spell his name wrong or something?
Rand Paul.
It's
Yeah,
R-A-N without the D.
his daddy was Ron, I think.
Oh, there you go, Randall Paul. Oh, he just made one trade for $8,000. I guess he don't want to be. He don't want to be on here. He probably already know about this.
He know, man. The conservatives, to be honest, is from one of my conservative homies that be tracking down everything Democrats be doing, and he told me this site. I've been watching this every single day for the past like year and a half.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, you got both sides that get down like that.
Yeah,
I've been looking at this shit for a minute. So when it comes to this, I just want people to profit off of whoever that's in office, because these people vote them in and they just vote blue because that's what they've been knowing, and they don't really know who is who.
Mm-hmm.
They don't be really knowing who is who. But yo, I put the link in the chat, man. Let's look at some real estate though.
Oh, okay.
I put the link
That's
in the private
your
chat.
forte then.
I had the title. I had to fit the title. So this is the stocks to profit from the Ukraine situation, from Boeing.
Hold on, let me
Raytheon.
show you something right quick, dude. Check it out.
All right, for sure.
You see that? You see them houses over there with the blue on it?
Yes.
They still haven't even rebuilt the houses since Hurricane Ida, man. 8 months ago. They don't have enough.
Stopped.
They don't have
So
enough.
what, they just stopped it up?
They don't have enough roofers, and I'm in the suburbs. The white folks
Not enough
still
roofers?
look.
Okay.
They really literally still got the blue tops on. And shit like that. So yeah, real estate would damn sure fluctuate in the South, man, with all the hurricanes and the amount of damage that we suffer.
All right, I got this open. I don't know if it's showing or you gotta accept my share.
Here it comes. It's coming now.
Okay.
That is.
So this is a nice little site, right? So are these people actually doing owner finance? Because that's my shit.
These people are seller finance. I knew that's why I gave you the link, man, because I knew this is your forte.
I mean, my house right now, I still owe the white dude about $3,000. I'm still fixing on it. Shoot, man, I wouldn't have been able to get that property if I didn't have owner finances. See,
I'm telling you, man, seller financing, like I keep telling everybody, man.
it
Seller
got me in the
financing
game.
is the way.
Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times you just like gotta get in the game, right? You
Have some
can't
liquid
get,
cash, aren't you?
because of that Dodd-Frank Act, you got
Yeah.
people that are paying enormous prices in rent, living in hotels. Like I was even living in a hotel last year. They got the money because the hotel I was staying at was about $1,600 a month. They paying that cash, but they can't qualify for a mortgage because of the Dodd-Frank Act. The Dodd-Frank Act made it where you had to have a minimum of 620 credit score. And then I think other qualifying requirements.
Well, shit, I can scrub whatever off on that person credit report and get them qualified.
Yeah,
That
they
only
don't
take
know
about
that
60
though.
days. Okay.
They don't really know that, and then
And there's another too. And what I try to do is get some people in on some of these inner city programs, first time homeowners programs and stuff like that, man. But they
yeah,
walk you through the classes and you get a certificate. Some of the banks that actually teach the class will actually put up to 10% down on the property that you want to buy, even if
yeah,
you have low income.
yeah.
So a
That, that,
lot of
they,
government programs I try to get people to go ahead on and get started in, especially if they come out something from women, with girls with children. I had to tell my daughter that, look, you need to do this. Yes, and you got to take advantage of everything that's offered when it's offered.
yeah,
Yeah,
Habitat
man.
for Homes, man. You can.
What? We have that here too.
Angela, she was talking about Habitat for Homes, and all you got to do is just do community service. You got home free and clear. Rent that
Right.
Right.
motherfucker out.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff for women and children. But they'll even put you
No,
in a
with
hotel
Habitat for
room for a
Homes,
while.
it could be for anybody, bro. Habitat for Homes is in each and every state, so that's why I'm telling y'all now. For the people in the back of the back to be able to get advantage, because they say, "Well, how do I get in real estate, man? I don't got enough for credit repair," which I find that to be funny. But I tell them that Habitat for Homes have it where you can do community service. You do your 150-hour community service in that area. You get a house that's built up, free and clear, rented out, $1,200 a month. So that
And see,
and the 2 or 3K
down here
loan.
we have it
Uh-huh.
because I live in the service industry and it's a city of the working class poor, right? Literally, just because of the tips, French Quarter, stuff like that. New Orleans' whole economy is on tourism. But even then, even if you don't have, because you can literally work all your life and never make over 35,000 in New Orleans. But they'll subsidize that and still work with you on that and lower your rates. Hey, we can work where you can get you $500-$600 a month for a house.
Mm.
So I'm trying to tell my daughter, look, you need to get in the program so you can buy a double. If they go work with you, just get the double. Because a lot of younger people don't understand the rent you paying is damn near double the mortgage you would pay. So it's just a matter of getting your credit straight.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And for
Same.
anybody that's coming in, to be able to book your credit repair and business credit consultation, credit builder 405@gmail.com. If you already have it where you have good credit, but you need higher limits, I'll add some trade lines. Those are higher limit trade lines, $20,000 limits, 5-year age history. Email me, creditbuilder475@gmail.com. We can get you funding where you can be able to use the funding to be able to find a vacant lot. With that vacant lot, you build a duplex or a 6-unit, and you rent that bad boy out as much as you can, preferably conservatively $700 to $1,200 a month. But email me, creditbuilder475@gmail.com for credit repair. Pick one, man. Like these Chicago properties is cheap.
These are all those are key words these are not seller financing. The one I saw that is truly seller financing is this one here.
Go for that one.
It's
Then.
got the address. This is a mixed building, multi-unit. It's
Okay.
actually a commercial and apartment building. So this one says it is available for seller financing.
Okay.
This is 2658 East 78th Street. So that's
Look like a
literally in the
duplex.
hood. It's in the hood.
Could it be a duplex?
This probably, it says it's zoned for office or commercial storefront. I mean, I don't know if it could be a duplex. I mean, maybe, I don't know, but this looks like a basically a commercial unit
Mm.
with the store with the housing up top, apartments up top. So like this is actually see, like this is what immigrants do, and they do it well. You get this bottom floor and sell your merchandise. And if you got somebody or even yourself, you need to live somewhere. You live upstairs, and then you got your business downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you killing two birds with one stone. Or
Absolutely. That gonna look good on your tax breaks.
and you got extra storage for your merchandise. That you could use upstairs. You could have you a little kitchen upstairs, bathroom, shower. So you don't have to, what I'm saying, go home and eat, or you don't have to get takeout. You could just go right up there, cook you some, come back down. Like this is how they get so much money. Like they just literally I mean, literally I know some Bangladesh some guys from Bangladesh, Bengali, they actually bought. All right, for example, let me just short story. My friend, my homie I went to college with, he sold oils and shea butter and all kind of like black soap and stuff like that. If truth be told, he used to make more money than I dreamed of. Dude had like, I was helping him move one day. He had just money hitting all in his dresser that didn't use. He had like money orders that he ain't even cash yet. Like he was selling wholesale to people on the street. Like, and the Bengali guys down the street from him, they was actually selling the same products he had, but he was paying like $1,500 a month to some black dude that was actually a billionaire. He owned a like whole block. He had like apartment buildings and commercial storefronts down below, just like these, but he had an entire block of them. And he was paying $1,500 a month. These guys, the Bengali dudes, they had a building like this, just like this, and they had just a mortgage on it. So you just think, like, I mean, the building probably is like, this was like 2009, 2008. They probably like, their mortgage was probably like $500 a month, and that's probably including taxes. I mean, they were making a killing. They had the same business he had, but they was also immigrants. So they was making a lot of money because a lot of black people don't support each other. So, or envious towards one another. So they'd take that down the street and go get the little fragrance island. It was called Fragrance Island. I think they still in business. So they were killing my homie because they had little overhead because they had to pay no $1,500. There's probably $1,000 less that they had to pay for their operating costs for the building. He paying through his teeth in rent. They get more money to buy more merchandise, and they had a partner. They was like brothers, I believe. They was killing my homie, man. He ended up selling the business, moving down to Texas. This right here, you gonna win, man. I mean,
because it's already at a cheap price. Like I like how the price is.
Yeah.
I like the price.
because it's so much money. You would have to do a financing, like refinance this to a mortgage. I mean, unless you got the bread. I mean, some people got bread
Well, I,
that they
I
can.
do it by the business credits, so I can be able to do what I need to do off of the business credit element. So that's where I got Mark. Mark, you already talked to Mark. Mark, that's why Mark is on the roster, because he's the loan officer where he can have it where my FICO 750, I'd be able to get some more trade lines at it. I go to him. I don't apply to nothing, making sure that there's no inquiries in the past 90 days. I go to him to get the funding on this. He said, well, okay, get it set up structured for $65,000 if you can. The highest 85. We give him $10,000 front. We get the construction loan and be able to build on this. So if it's an office, can we do like a loft? Don't the lofts still fit as an office space? Because they convert office buildings into lofts
I
all the
mean,
time.
you could rent out the top level and the bottom level, because the bottom level could be a commercial storefront. I know exactly what this is. This is the South Shore neighborhood. It's close to the South Shore neighborhood of Chicago. The only thing is that this is a very dangerous area of the South Side of Chicago. So, I mean, if you're not, see, the thing about it is a lot of the Indian guys and Arab guys, where they from is so hardcore that they could probably fit into the hood. A lot of people don't understand how they just slap right in the hood, because where they from is probably worse than your ghetto or whatever. But if you're not built to deal with the hood like that, with winos and crackheads coming to you every 15 minutes, and people robbing and shootings around. I mean, this is what's going on around this neighborhood. See, like a person that don't know, I mean, they just wouldn't know. But I know this neighborhood. So I'm thinking of what business I would put here. I would say like a cell phone shop, maybe. You know what I'm saying? You talked about cell phones earlier. I actually went to that site too. But this would be like maybe a cell phone shop, maybe even a tavern, like some type of like tavern or a little small bar. And all of this stuff, the riffraff, you have to deal with that. But yeah, upstairs could be definitely an apartment. Um, Probably for somebody's first time apartment or something like that. Somebody need a place to live. I mean, it has the potential, definitely has the potential, and at that price, that's a pretty good price, because
Pretty good price, man.
it probably has, let's just say, two apartment units. Well, even believe it or not, all of that riffraff that I mentioned that is going on around there, you could still, rent both units out for at least $1,000. That's the least. If you got them all rehabbed, wood floors, new cabinets, new kitchen, new bath, maybe put a dishwasher in there. Dishwasher probably like $200 or less, and nice little wood laminate floors. You could easily get like $1,000 or more each unit, so you got $2,000 a month coming in. You know, as far as the payoff to get your return back, I mean, probably less than 5 years, you get your return on your investment, and that's when you get to the magic formula where Robert Kiyosaki say you're printing money. Once you get your return back, you got your money you put in, and you literally, like my uncle, he bought his house next door to my grandparents for $45K, put 16 in it to fix it up. It was his cash. He got his money back in like a couple years. He's found a long-term tenant. It's been there for like 6 years so far.
Okay.
He print money every month. He just retired last month. I mean, he literally print money. Actually, he retired this month. It was like a couple weeks ago. So,
Okay.
I mean, that's what you like. That's what like real estate. You know, you. I love stocks too, but real estate, I get. You notice I got a little bit more pep, a little bit more passion in my voice when I'm talking about real estate, because real estate is that thing that you need. You know what I'm saying? Everybody need a place to live. You can't get around it unless you want to be, homeless or whatever. You need a place. Everybody need a place. You know what I'm saying? So it's a commodity that is not going nowhere because everybody got to have a place to stay. You know, um,
Yes, sir.
and,
Yes, sir.
and even in this area. So I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna see what else that I can see as
Yes,
far as
that's what I was about to say. See, that's what I was about to say, because that area.
As far as it says, actually, they do
Cause I have no
offer.
problem with the area, to be honest. I ain't fidgety when it comes to the area, to be honest. Like I told everybody, it's supposed to be a ghetto to ghetto initiative, meaning that you're supposed to find the most fucked up looking properties in your area before somebody that's a foreigner takes advantage of it, where it was 50,000, 30,000, they want to be in 250,000.
I like that $100. I like that 110,000. That's a nice little piece of property.
That's a steal right
You know?
there.
So this says that it does have seller financing on the top. I saw a little bit of the listing, but let me see here. This is like an apartment. Let me see where this is actually.
Like, we supposed to get all the properties that's in the worst neighborhood, so we could get it. So it's an opportunity zone. Most of these areas is opportunity zone, so you're gonna get some type of tax relief.
So
Remember that.
This is actually like west of that address that we stated before.
Okay.
So this is like towards close to it's kind of like where the Hispanics and white people, well, some white people are. 80 grand is a 2-bedroom. This is like if you got the bread, this is like something that you gonna kick ass with Airbnb. It's an Airbnb cash cow right here. Look at that building. I mean,
that's nice.
That's $1 million building, man, right there. Like, that's old architecture. Is you do the whole formula that I just said with the other apartments. New, nice little wooden, nice flooring, kitchen, bath, dishwasher, garbage disposal. And I don't really know what Airbnb is doing, but I think it's doing pretty well last I checked. And
so that might be even a stock to look into now, man. I got a friend of mine that owns about 6 of them across the country.
Yeah,
as well. A lot of people in the traveling, so that might be a nice little dip on the stock market too.
Yeah. Let's see, because I know I was talking about them like a year and a half ago. So let's see what, and he did, but went up. They lost a little bit of money, but I'm sure that they beat their Q4. They beat their Q4 investment. So I'm sure they're doing pretty good.
That's not as bad as I thought right there. I thought it was doing a little worse than that. That's not that bad.
Yeah, they beat their Q4 results. So they making money. I mean, I was just stating as far as the actual people that are renting out Airbnb, I think they probably doing pretty well too. I mean, something like this, you have it real good. You make sure you have somebody in there cleaning good. There's a ton of cleaning companies. Even I have a startup cleaning company that I'm trying to get something off the ground. But yeah, you just have people clean it up and make sure all the beds are clean and disinfected after each stay. And of course, you could charge a cleanup fee off of each person that rents your space for the, whatever. Then you could offer long-term rentals. Like, long-term rentals actually are better than hotels. The Airbnb, because I stayed in Airbnb last year for about a month, but the dude that I got the Airbnb from, he was like hustling and he hustling backwards. He had to he didn't get approval from the complex, the management company, and then he also was $5,000 behind on his rent. So it was some nigga shit, man. But the thing is that the apartment was nice. I took pictures of that because I think I'm gonna try to go with that style in my house, man. With the dark wood cabinets. But man, if you already own the apartment though, you ain't gotta get no approval. Or if, let's just say you own a building, like you own a 2 or 3 flat building, you can Airbnb the whole building. Shoot, how you get you an LLC? You know what I'm saying? Like, see, here's the thing. Now we going into like real estate groups and stuff like that. Like, you can, if you got some people to pull some money together, not on no Tulsa real estate fund stuff, but just like a private REIT, a little small private REIT with like you or anybody else, they can get in at least $1,000. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You got like 20 or 30 people in a REIT, y'all meet every month or something like that. You can buy a whole building and then, make some more money, have a treasurer, and then buy another building, man. That's, the white folks is doing that, right? I mean, they doing it on the highest level that, you know what I'm saying, like you could think of, whether it be BlackRock or, even little private REITs that are not publicly on the market. Like, it's some black people that's doing it too. I mean,
man, because you got Don Peoples, Victor McFarlane, and Magic Johnson. What Magic Johnson was doing with Victor McFarlane was more like development. So it was more or less of somebody in the government that knew magic, knew magic, like really helped Magic get those contracts and get those zonings how he needed to be. Right. But really, to be honest, with Jay Morrison, he up because he had Don Peoples worth $5 billion that's connected with Trump and them, and he fucked up the connection. He really fucked up the connection. He really messed it up where he could have made it where he would have got probably about another $100 million if he played it right.
So this is I just opened this site because this listing actually they do offer seller finance, and I'm kind of curious what the down payment is, because sometimes they be wanting like 20% down, and that would be about 16 grand. I mean, some people might not have that. They might want 30% down, So I'm just looking at this site, see what they got available or whatever. And because I mean, here's the thing that a lot of people don't know about seller financing. It's not a lot of people offering seller financing. I mean, I would say it's probably about less than 10 or 5% of the real estate listings that are offering seller financing,
or even go with you, or even may go with you when it comes to seller financing. Really, you got to create the deal. More the deal being right there in front of you. Like,
right, that's what I was going to say.
If it's been in the market for like 6-7 months, because like TrueVit, this website right here, a lot of the listings are like from 6 to 8 months, sometimes a year. And that's where seller financing come in, where you can set up the terms, chop the price down, and then be able to have
because
it.
Out of all of these listings, there's 16 listings. There's only 2 that's truly seller financing. Okay. That key in and those keywords, and those were the 2 that I showed. All of these other are just pretty much cash or financing options. Yeah. So I mean, it's very rare that they even have seller financing, because see the most of the things that you got to do you gotta talk someone in, a seller that owns their property outright, into doing seller financing. And see, it's a tough sell because most people want their money right there so they can move on. They might have just got divorced. Their family member might have died, passed on. So they want to get the house out their name and move on. They ain't trying to wait no year or two to take payments from you every month, even if you talk them into, because I got a lawyer on deck right now in the Chicagoland area. She does copyrights and also real estate. She already gave me a price, about $500 to do a seller financing deal. You know what I'm saying? So I pretty much already have a lawyer, but to talk someone into delivering their property with a down payment and waiting a year or two, or might even be longer, 5 to even 10 years to pay off a property, is like, it's a tough sale. You know what I'm saying? It's
tough.
possible. It's possible. But it's a tough sale.
Well, it is tough, but that's why people get the information when it comes to the loan, how much they owe, scenarios of say if, and that's where a lot of prospecting comes in, because a lot of times you can pick off somebody off of an off-market lead, similar to how we do when it comes to wholesale real estate. We can be able to find if there's any liens on the property, or if there's a federal tax lien, if the owner is in a tough spot.
Yeah.
If the property has been on the market for 5 months, 6 months, then that's where I think you have some leveraging power. Now, if it's been listed for 30 days, 40 days, maybe 2 months, nope. You get them old ass listings because there's something wrong with it. Hence, there's an opportunity for you to be able to chop the price down, maybe 30, 40%, maybe 65% LTV. Then have it where your business credit is your liquid cash, where you can turn those business credit cards into cash. Use that as the funding to be able to give up front. Then have it where you can rent it out above the lease payment. So if you set up the lease payment at what, $1,200, and you can be able to rent it out $2,100.
Right.
Airbnb probably get you another $400, so that'd be like $2,500. Sandwich deals. A lot of people give up the money up front, then do a sandwich deal on the back end. But for all the people that's coming in, please like the video. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please also hit the notification bell if you are already subscribed. And please feel free to come up on the panel. Have your questions ready. If you need my specific expertise, email me creditbuilder475@gmail.com. But this is an open panel. Click on the link. So this is
owner financing. It's a mobile home, though. I mean, it's owner financing. It says you get the land rents for $800 per month. The price of the house, the mobile home, is $22,000. But here's the thing: I live near a lot of mobile homes in Indiana, and I see new cars parked outside the mobile homes. It's people live in mobile homes, man. You know what I'm saying? Like the opposite of the projects. Like black people live in the poor blacks live in the projects. White folks live in mobile homes. I mean, they won't tell you when after they moved to the suburbs that they didn't have to Beverly Hillbilly it, and they lived in the mobile home for about 5-10 years, and then pops moved up to get a staff job at the plant, and they moved out to the mobile home and got to my house. Hey, I mean, you gotta get down how you get down. You rent it out. I mean, shoot. Some people, man, they need a mobile home. They get into it with their lady. They gotta go to their grandma house or their mama house. You ain't gotta go there. You just, work out something with your tenants, kick rocks for, I gotta occupy this space for a little while. My lady, we ain't getting along.
That is funny. But I try to chop this up for like what 10, 15. I don't like
Yeah.
mobile homes, man, because
I don't. I can't stand them. But
I
I
can't
knew.
expand them how I need to expand them, man. Now, if I own the land, mind you, if this was land that already had approval when it comes to RVs, then that's something different.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to put that in perspective and differentiate that, because a lot of people think if you against mobile homes that you all of a sudden against the land.
But see, here's the deal. I know I'm 41 years old. I know Chicago. I know the whole state damn near. This pretty much displays is money. Okay, this is the sweet spot of the Chicagoland area right here. So I'll explain. So you got O'Hare Airport that's literally not too far away from Des Plaines. You see where O'Hare is? O'Hare is the international hub of the United States of America. You can fly right out to from O'Hare to London or New York or LA. You can get anywhere in the country right here or the world right here in O'Hare. I mean, I don't care. You try to go to Korea, Russia, wherever, you can go right here. And they fly in and out. All these corporations, Google, Boeing, all of them executives, this is where they're flying. They're catching their Uber or private livery to O'Hare on a monthly, weekly basis. Travel to Hong Kong, London, wherever they gotta travel. They fly right out here, and I ain't gonna lie, like this mobile home is looking like a freaking a juicy popsicle now, because I ain't gonna lie, like all you gotta do is get over the fact that I can't stand mobile homes either, and I ain't gonna say Airbnb, but maybe or just find somebody like you might have people that have like they need long-term rentals, or whatever you can market at. I bet you if you buy it and you probably update it, all you gotta do is buy a new stove, a new refrigerator, maybe I don't know, do a little small little upgrades, and you can probably rent this out for like probably I don't know. They say the land rent for 800, and I know the land probably rent for 800 because I literally. Okay, I'll just to explain even further. Okay, let me go back to Des Plaines, and then, well, basically, let me just open up Zillow. I mean, basically, Des Plaines is $1 million homes literally in Des Plaines. Des Plaines is a BA neighborhood basically. It's a money town. So let's see here. Probably didn't spell that right because it's separate from Des Plaines. It's two different words. Let me separate that. And then take this out. There we go. Alrighty. So for sale, and then I just gotta take out that keyword that I put in because it probably saved that keyword. Let me see. Oh no, it moved it. So yeah, so it's got 77. So let's just put high, the highest. So yeah, 4-bedroom for 1.2 million, 7-bedroom, 995,000. Des Plaines is definitely a money city. This is a new build. This is like probably no less than probably less than 5 years old, less than 10 for sure. I mean, I mean this yeah. This is where this mobile home is near. That's all I'm saying. Like it's literally in a money part of Chicagoland area. So somebody here, they will be trying to they'll be trying. You got a safe neighborhood. They children can go to a very good school. Probably get made fun of if they find out they live in a trailer park. But it's got a lot. This mobile home is just not a mobile home, real deal. I mean,
Okay.
that's it. It literally, you can see why it says the land rents for $800 a month, just the land. Okay, I mean, real estate. They always say location, location. This is what they mean. This is location in bold. Um, so you literally get, I mean, you got a mobile home, but it's in like one of the best locations in the Chicagoland area. So somebody
That's a
probably be
perfect
stealing
problem.
that
What is a
deal.
perfect problem to deal with?
Yeah, they so we giving like, $1 million deals on YouTube again, using my brain, my know-how and whatnot. And I mean, I'll probably be able to. I bet you if when I get off this and I try to call this, somebody watching you gonna steal it already. So
Oh yeah,
uh,
man. I got a lot of people that just shadow watch, man. I got a lot of
yeah,
people that just shadow watch where the viewer count be high.
they probably calling now. Shoot. So yeah, so that was actually came up in that's another one that is a true uh owner financing deal. So I mean, a lot of these are out of price range, but I'm gonna click on them to see what they're talking about. I mean, this is the north side of Chicago, which is, pretty much, it's like the opposite of the south side. It's where a lot of white people live, where the money is. So they saying they offer short term owner financing may be considered. So that means that they want you to put probably half down. They probably want you to put about 250 down, and it probably needs some upgrades, because the reason why it probably needs upgrades is because they're not showing the inside of the house. But they might want you to do like a 24 month thing where you just, man, you like I say, you probably taking like 250,000 down, and you got like monthly payments out the wazoo. Like you probably, what, over $10,000 a month for 2 years. 15,000 a month for 2 years to pay off the balance with the balloon payment. So yeah, I mean, that's that. If is anything else you want me to show? Is the
Yeah,
other guy
man.
still around? Or
Well, suburban, come up on the panel, suburban, you ain't a stranger to my panel, man. And come up on a panel. If anybody wants to come up on a panel, feel free to come up on a panel. Because we do market research on everybody's area, man. Because Philly, oh man, we was looking at Philly. Oh boy, he bought like a property that was like 200,000, and now it's at like 900.
yeah, I'd be interested to hear what's that dude? Super Trez. What Seattle was going, what Seattle was looking like.
Yeah,
He said
you should come.
that the trailer park gets the $800. Yeah, I bet. Yep.
Yo, but if anybody wants to come up on the panel, feel free to come up, open panel. But I was mainly looking at the South when it comes to a lot of these other financing deals, because I was looking at something where it was like 75,000 It was a 6,000 square foot lot of a home, but they only utilized 800 square foot of it. So I said, man, I might, easily knock this shit down. We'll get it for like 50, knock it down. Mark will set up the construction loan where I can get 150,000 off the construction loan for 50,000.
I got something to show you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Even my like high school people I went to high school with was kind of like talking about this. So you mentioned construction loans. So this, like, okay, I'm gonna show you Naperville, Illinois. They're knocking down old houses that's not even really old, like houses that people will probably keep for 20 years and rent out. They're knocking them down, and they're just building new houses like the one you saw. The one I first showed you was 900,000 in Naperville. I mean, not Naperville, Des Plaines.
Okay.
They just knocking those down. They buying them just to knock them down and build new houses. And they'll even say it on the listing that this is good for a good tear down. Actually, this wasn't on. I saw this on Realtor. I normally go to Realtor. It is, I think it's the MLS, but all of them really work interrelated. But I find this like interesting because a lot of times people think that gentrification is race related. Is the gentrification is more class and economically related than anything, because this is a primarily white neighborhood or actually city, and white people are getting gentrified by other white people, literally. No, I'm not making
That
this
is
up.
funny as hell because like a lot of people won't believe that. A lot of the hoteppers wouldn't believe that they would swear up and down that ain't true because white people take care of each other.
No, these people, they got to move because the taxes got too high, and I mean, whatever the reason is, like they just literally getting priced out by like their own peoples, you know. Now, Naperville does have a high Indian population. People in India know about Naperville, like they know it. Like you can go to India now, and they know about. And you talk to them about the United States, and mention Naperville. They know about Naperville, Illinois. They know about Naperville. So I'm gonna weed out the condos. I'm just gonna put multifamily, single family to show the listings that I saw that had the tear down. And actually, I'm a high contingent and pending. I'm also high. Well, I ain't really worried about foreclosures. So, and this is like one of the this is what I was saying. They actually have on the listing, like, okay, this house would be like a house that I would keep for 20 years and rent it out, or I would live in it, to be honest. They're tearing this down to build a little small mini mansion on top of it. I mean, and they got on the listing that, you basically, you can tear it down. Like, it's a good lot to get a bulldozer and tear it down. Like, this is how, and then they're gonna get a loan for probably about $750,000 for the build out to buy the land. Probably take them about 2 years to build. I don't know what, probably longer because of the shortages of labor and or material delays. But yeah, I mean, they have to spend $425,000 to just buy the lot with the property on it. They got to pay for demolition, and then they got to pay to buy to basically for build out for a new property. a new house or whatever. So it could be like anywhere between 750,000 to maybe close to $1 million just to build a property and purchase the land outright. But they're doing it, because they're able to get the credit lines. Once you factor in taxes and a 30-year payment, you like really, to be honest, I factored in $750,000 with a tax rate of like this one tells you what the tax rate is. It's only $3,000 a month that what the mortgage cost would be with a $750,000 loan. So like, yeah, the taxes is about 6 to 7 grand, about 6 grand. So you factor that in with a $750,000 loan. I mean, it's only 3 grand a month for a little mini mansion, little multi-level house like the ones I showed with in Des Plaines. So I mean, this is nothing where you from. I know this is like, I mean, you got a $750,000 house in California,
Compton, man.
in Compton, right? LA, Los Angeles. We'll just do a house comparison real quick to LA, because I know I remember last time I saw like 2 years ago houses that was in like a Snoop Dogg video was $500,000. I'm gonna weed out again the even the foreclosures. And then they're showing studios, and I already weeded out. They already tricked the algorithm to just show the listing no matter what. See, look, you got to get a shanty home for $375,000.
Yes.
Oh my God.
That's why I said the houses that are in Inglewood, recipes
God,
to 400. Those houses with 600,000.
Man, it's probably people that like going from the tent, probably living in there, and you still got to pay $375,000.
Yeah, man. Type in Inglewood to be exact. Matter of fact, type in Inglewood.
What's the zip? You could just put Inglewood.
Just put Inglewood, man, because really the whole entire Inglewood is getting to the point where houses that were like $200,000 in 2011 are now at 700,000, and that's because the Rams got that super stadium. Plus, we won the Super Bowl, so that means price is going to go up even more. Because remember, football and real estate go hand in hand. I hope people understand the correlation. You see those prices?
So this is just like a little this is like some like house right next to another house.
Man,
That's the same
imagine
price.
San Andreas. San Andreas. Just picture San Andreas. The houses at San Andreas, 700. The ballers, where the ballers be, their houses be 800,000. Where your house in your area be like 650,000 to 710.
This is 800,000, and this is like this is Friday. Hey, Craig. Hey, let me borrow $1. Oh my God.
Telling you, man.
Man, I mean, this is like freaking the hood. I know this is the hood. Like, it is $800,000, man. This is crazy. Like, the differences of, California to Chicago is about 3,000 miles away, but I done just showed you what $900,000. Like, I mean, you getting like a hood house with like gates in the window, security door,
iron doors, man. Look at all these iron doors. Look at the one in the far bottom, iron door.
Yeah, I mean, this is wild. This is inflation on steroids.
And that'll be $1 million in the next 3 years, man. In 2025, when the Republicans back in the White House, this will be $1 million.
You got a Ford Bronco. Not the Ford Bronco in the driveway. No, not the Ford Bronco. Oh, man.
My man is house rich and cash poor. He house rich
He's house rich, but he cash poor. So
Dang.
I
So
don't
he
know
could
how this thing
literally
gonna sell.
he could sell his house, and
Uh,
then literally I still got the window open, and he could go from that. Just reach out to I just because I ain't gonna have him put down nothing. Just maybe
Don't put that
75,000.
on
You just
that.
gotta get a $75,000 mortgage or whatever. So literally he can go from and it's just with the sale of this property. He go from
Damn.
living just like this, living like Pookie right next door, and boom, right here. It's 3,000. If the Bronco could make it, if just that Bronco could make it, he got his check from the sale of the other property already in the bank. It's already posted. Just literally drive about 3,000 miles, give the real estate agent a check at closing, and pull that same
For
Ford
710,
Bronco.
for 710, because he can. Because
Yeah,
really, to be honest, he probably can
he
probably
could get
wait
it lower. Yeah, he could get it
get it
lower than
lower.
that. Yeah, and pull this Ford Bronco right in that doggone. He could pull it on the left side or the right side. He could choose, or he could just pull it right in front of the house, and then keep the garage doors open. Like, man.
Let's keep looking at Inglewood, man. Let's keep looking at Inglewood, because we're gonna do a price comparison and compare that house that you just put in. That house that Ferris Bueller and his people be living in.
Yeah,
we can literally compare house for house, because yes, this is all in Inglewood.
Yeah,
this is where this is blood territory. This is definitely blood territory. So you got rich bloods. Yes, these motherfuckers get refinance checks and go dumb.
Okay.
Then bought them a new gun.
They got gats. This is actually nice though. I mean, it's 965,000, but I mean,
No, this would be closer to the areas that got developed, as you can see.
Oh, okay. So the development is about $900,000. It's where you get a difference of the actual homes that where you go from A Craig to a little bit
better.
nicer is about a little bit better is about $900,000.
Yeah, because Slim 400, when he got shot at his pop's house. When old boy hit him with the "Hey, Brody," then gave it to him.
Who is Slim
400 is YG's artist.
Oh, okay.
So
I
know
he got
you heard
shot
YG.
in Inglewood?
Yeah, so he got shot. He got shot not in the same neighborhood, mind you. Inglewood is a little bit on the wider scale, because this is California, mind you. But when he popped up, oh boy, got to him, unfortunately, and that shooting has led to price dip in that area of the neighborhood.
Okay.
So the price dip because of that incident.
Okay, so he got shot. Okay, in Inglewood, and I mean, was it the $800,000 and below neighborhood he got shot, or
it was more in the range of the 400, 500.
Okay, so
you can filter that down.
Oh, okay, so I got it at the lowest price, but was it an apartment building or because it
was more like a co-op. It looked like it was nearby co-op. Townhome.
Okay, so I'm gonna put townhomes. Okay.
There you go. So a townhome setup.
So
there we go. Far left.
Like right.
Far left. About 10 minutes away. 5-10 minutes away.
Okay. So he got shot in a co-op building. Okay. So this looks like something that they filmed. Show off
I already know who you're
HBO.
talking about. I already know who you're talking
Insecure.
about.
Insecure. Yeah. Okay. Dang.
All right.
2-bedroom, 2 baths. And then you got the old school Mercedes.
Now that's where they film Friday After Next.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Yeah.
That's where they film Friday After Next. That
Wow.
middle one that go for 600. There you go.
Okay. So that's what dude was running from. Cat Williams was running from. I forgot dude's name.
Terry Crews.
Terry Crews. Oh man.
So yeah, that just shows you that a lot of, to be honest, black people just need to hold on to their properties. That's all.
Well,
Hold on to their properties, because a lot of black people, like in the early 2000s and 2003, these shits was like 150.
The little condos.
Yeah, man. Like you don't see nothing. You never see nothing at 600,000 unless you're talking about like an apartment building, 600 to $1 million. Talking about like a 16 unit. But even those jobbers go for $5 million.
So
million.
what is Silicon Valley near? Is that like
Silicon Valley, you talking about Palo Alto. So type in Palo Alto. So you talk Bay Area, then you got, for my Bay Area people, they already know from Richmond to Vallejo. But Palo Alto is where you're gonna have all of the $1 million condo.
Dang. Apartment, $1 million apartment building.
$1 million condo.
1.5 million condo. 200,000, just a little small house. Just a little like 4-bedroom, not even, just a regular little flat roof, bland little house, $2 million.
Bland is possible, man. This shit is bland as fuck.
So, the most expensive house in Des Plaines, I would have to go to
Orland Park. You have to go to Orland Park, right?
I'd have to go to Lake Forest, Illinois to even, like he'd have too much money. He'd have more money to spend after he sold that one. I had to go up in here and then scroll down. So I think that was like 2 million. This is what you would get here, like right here. Like this is like an English style Victorian house, man. It's like a a castle almost.
See, I need some armed security. I need my shit needs security and a gate.
Yeah,
and some dogs in it.
Yeah, this ain't even like, this is like old architecture. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then you still got 6 bedrooms, and then you got 7 baths. You got more bathrooms than you got bedrooms, like shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what you working with. You got your own little pool. You got a pond, or like a little, I don't know what this is. This is like some backdoor garden. Like, you got crazy, stupid land. Big garage, long walkways, hallways. Like, and then he just said, Palo Alto, you working at a tech company, you working at Apple, but you got a $2 million little pad house.
$2 million pad house. Like, when it comes to stuff like that, man, I think a lot of people is so caught up in the area that they don't know how much their money can stretch out, man. Because I got a dude that I'm really cool with when it comes to the tech sector. His house is $1 million. It's very underwhelming.
This is a starter home
that goes for $2 million.
That's like really stretching it because it's really small, really. But
just imagine if you really wanted a tricked out house.
But what if you could work remote? You got the same job. got the same job and approved, you could get approved for $2 million and then boom. or even like boom. But you just, you got to report it in the Palo Alto every, like, it could be even every month, then you could live like this. You could get with this, or you could get with that. You could get with this, or you could get with that.
And
you could
dude,
get with this, you could get with
that room just making everything like, damn, what am I doing wrong with my life?
I mean, you gotta deal with some cold weather though. You gotta deal with some cold. You can forget the sunny days, t-shirt and
Heater.
t-shirt weather. I mean, you're gonna have to
Nah,
fire up.
Bay
This is
Area
a
is cold.
fireplace right here.
Bay Area get cold. Nah, Bay Area get very cold.
Okay.
LA, Southern California is like the only place where you can be able to have that all the time consistent weather.
Well,
that attribute
Lake
is a
Forest
plus.
gets really cold. It's right off Lake
hell.
Michigan. That's why it's called Lake Forest. And that fireplace, you probably gonna have to use that, and then you still gonna have a high heat bill. And then you gotta get a landscaper to work seasons and use a shovel on a truck to move all of this snow out this driveway, because you ain't gonna be able to get all this snow out that driveway. You're gonna be snowed in.
That's ridiculous. That is funny.
And
how
then
inflation, it just make that property into $3 million. That in the Bay Area is gonna be $3 million.
All of this snow.
Gonna buy
this house in that same area would be $20 million. It'll be 10 times. It would have to be. It'll be like $20 million. Like, okay, well, we got realtor.com right here. All we gotta do is just plug in the same numbers.
Oakland Hills. Oakland Hills, John Madden B. Well, John Madden used to be.
Okay. Basically, we just gotta put in 5+, and then just put
Mansion
in
level.
You gotta put in 5+ bathrooms. And you see, okay, so about 10 million, I guess. This one is actually 12 bedrooms and it's 9.
Mm-hmm.
So
that just shows that the basis of development, they just go in the woods and just say, okay, clean up crew, find a water supply line, septic tank, heating, and pretty much say, let's go.
Yeah. Now you said something about Hills, Oakland Hills. Is that what you said?
Oakland Hills. Yep. So you still in Bay Area. Then I'm gonna give you Pacific Palisades. That's where the ballers be. Brentwood in California. That's where LeBron James, Dr. Dre, Tom Brady.
Keep putting.
Oakland Hills. Just put in Oakland, man, and just have it filtered, because anything that's beyond 5.5, that's in the Oakland Hills.
Okay.
7.7, 10 bed, like you got the 10 bedroom, 12 bath type setup that was going for, I think, 15, 20 million.
Okay. Yeah, it don't come up with Oakland Hills. It just pretty much I mean, this is what comes up. It comes up Oakland, California. But I mean, I put that, but I guess you get, I mean, you got to live in Oakland. Yeah, it's 1.5 million, which is about like less actually than what this is going for. But is Oakland really bad? Like, is it? I mean, like,
when it comes to grade, it has that reputation.
Yeah,
I see an
oh,
old
I was about to
school
say.
pickup truck or something, an old school car right there. I mean, what? Why is it so cheap? Like, how far is this from Palo Alto or San Francisco?
Oh, it's
Like,
extremely close. We
oh,
talking extremely close. We talking
like,
about like literally 30, 40 minutes
oh,
easy.
it's just,
Hour.
it's.
Oh, you won't be very
But this is
close.
so you get the profit off of redlining and shit. You get
Yep.
because you just buy one of those and just hold.
Just buy and just hold. Just buy and just hold and make sure everything is well tailored in your exit plan, man.
So let's
So your
look at San
exit plan.
Francisco.
So your exit plan is going to be refinance because the appraiser. Because a lot of people know that the property ain't going to be sold until probably like 6 months. Because remember we was on PropStream and we was looking at the days on the market and how long a lot of markets where if it's really hot, it was like inside of $300,000 where it took
I
like
must not
40
be
days to
spelling
sell.
this right or something.
What?
San Francisco.
Nah, you ain't. Nah, you gotta replace that C.
Oh,
You gotta replace that S to a C.
okay. So I don't know how to spell San Francisco because I've never
Oh, come
been
on,
there.
dog. I know you saw it in the map
Francisco.
before.
Help me out, man. FARNCI.
See,
It ain't
man,
even populating, which is
you
weird.
messed me up.
Oh, there
You
it is.
messing
There it
me up because
goes.
I'm on my phone
Okay, I got
trying
it.
to order me some food.
Nah, it's all good. I got it.
Trying to order me some food.
These are not that expensive compared to Palo Alto, but it is expensive compared to Chicago.
Yeah, man, because you got that house. Well, when
Is this
you
on
look
the
at that,
side of Oakland, close to Oakland or something?
you close. You about an hour,
Okay.
man. You about an hour in range time.
Oh, okay. This is not as expensive as Palo Alto, but it is expensive. Now I could take this out. I could take these out to see what the baseline is. Let me see here. So, and then I could just this is kind of like, this ain't bad. This is like north side of Chicago prices for an apartment or a condo. This is not expensive in a sense of like, okay, I'm talking in terms of upper middle class, even middle class, like 75, anywhere between 75 to $100,000+ a year. Like you can afford this. You there? You must be on the phone. So yeah, this is pretty affordable though to me. This is not like crazy as and then you get a decent place. Like this is better than LA as far as what it seems like, as far as what you get. So let me see here. Let me put in San Diego. I've been to San Diego before. I was in the Nav. Probably didn't spell it right. Let's see here. Lost you for a little bit.
Yeah, my bad.
Like
I said, when it comes to those markets in San Diego, you're talking about easily $6 million range.
Now I'm looking at these apartments. They not that expensive.
Well, those condo, you
Yeah,
talking
these are
condo.
condos. Yeah,
You're
I mean,
talking
I'm just.
individual condo block,
I
like a
don't
block
really
condo.
see.
That's actually cheap. Actually, that's cheap. I'd
Yeah,
expect
I
it to be higher.
know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, it's really not that big. Like, let me go to housing, to just regular houses, because that's where you can kind of see some disparaging. Like, yeah, I could tell that's probably in the hood. That's 389,000. Okay, so these are just regular houses, like regular houses. Because I've been to San Diego when I was in the Navy, and I could tell the cost of living was like compared to like the like being in the middle class in San Diego was a big stretch compared to Chicago. Like I could tell back then, like in 2001, it was like you know, if you poor as hell in San Diego, it take a whole lot to get to where you can afford a place to stay and stuff like that, like a house.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell that back then. Like I was riding the bus. It was like, damn,
That is
I
funny.
could feel the wealth disparity. I can see it. So yeah, these are, let me just take out townhomes to get a gauge. Yeah, so it's not as expensive as LA, and you in the houses it seems like a lot better. How is San Diego as far as crime and what's going on in San Diego? Like besides the Marines and the Navy and the bases and stuff. Like, is it like, I know it's like they say it's 2 hours from LA. San Diego is 2 hours from LA. Like, what's San Diego like?
I think it's about 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours.
It's 3 to 4 hours. Because I've been to the mall. It's like a mall out there. It's a pretty nice outdoor mall.
Oh yeah, they got one of the best
back in-
outdoor malls. They got one of the best outdoor malls.
Yeah,
The
it was
mall, yeah, that mall. Actually, the land on that, the value on that mall is actually like around $80 million. So the land, very valuable land in that area. So
Mhm. I don't
yeah,
really
so
hear too much about Diego, man. I always hear LA like in the news. So,
well,
but I
when it
bet, I
comes to
mean,
crime, certain dudes do report about the Crips being on the beach, but other than that, it's fairly safe,
oh, okay.
relatively
Yeah.
safe. You don't got a crazy DA that allows dudes to shoot each other, just call it a misdemeanor.
Oh yeah, man. You talking about Kim Fox
Garcon,
and Cook County? Oh no,
well,
you talking about
Garcon here in the West Coast. So Kim Fox, yeah, she do that in the Midwest. While Garcon, he hold it down in LA when it comes to the criminals, because he don't prosecute nobody.
dang.
So yeah, when it comes to the crime levels, that hurts the property values.
Yeah. Yeah, they going through a big thing. A lot of people looting, like in LA. Like even Chicago looking like, damn, what's going on in LA? Like they like got like, it looked like they got whole like groups that they just like hitting freights, they hitting stores, jewelry stores. But I don't blame them because I know the class disparity and the wealth disparity. I mean, it's a huge wealth disparity. It's like, I mean, you ain't giving black people jobs. You rather, they say it's like a 50 billion loss because they don't want to hire like black dudes.
Well, I don't think the number's that big, but I still think there is a high. I do believe there is a high unemployment when it comes to black men. I don't think it's 50 billion though. That means if it's like that, then that means we have.
It's over that. It's more than that. If that's what they're reporting, it's actually probably more.
Yeah, because they said just 7%. Because we gotta factor in that 7% number. So I would probably have to do that video probably around election time, because that's where unemployment numbers and job numbers, where that's where the president want to act like he halfway care about his job. So we'll see when it comes to those numbers, because we got to deal with interest rates, because interest rates, if they raise interest rates, that's going to be expensive money when it comes to real estate.
I've been to Sacramento too.
Money. Sacramento's rough.
Oh, Sacktown.
Tell you that. Yes, Sacktown, East Sacramento, even where O'Shea is from, Delmont Heights, really rough.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay, because the real estate prices tell all the story. This is pretty affordable comparative to. No, I mean I'm just saying comparative to LA.
Yeah, man, because those properties is going to remain like that, because that is where nobody doesn't want to pour in to Sacramento. A lot of people, if they going to leave the Bay, they're going to go to Texas or Florida. They don't even think about Sacramento.
So Sacramento is the Bronx of California.
That is funny. Matter of fact, the Bronx is going to be coming up as well, because of people want to develop those co-ops. But Sacramento, nothing, no job increase, no job development. People really are just people that may live in may do business in Palo Alto, but they take their $1 million salaries, high six-figure salaries, mind you, and just go cop something in Sacramento, so they don't have to pay $2 million on a property in that area. So yeah, 200, 300,000, that's relatively cheap. The middle American, it's affordable for the middle average American that's making around 60,000. You can get a house 75. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people don't tell people that. A lot of people give it doom and gloom, saying, "Oh, you got to be 6 figures to own a house." Bullshit.
Okay, Bronx. So I just went to New York. I hardly ever look at New York real estate, but just to be, because New York is high too, as far as you always hear people talk about LA, New York. So I'm just, okay, the Bronx it's pretty rough, you know what I'm saying, as far as the prices. So let me see how rough it actually is. So we're going to go to Brooklyn, see if Brooklyn comes up, because I know Brooklyn is supposedly where people missed out on gentrification prices in Brooklyn.
Yes, because those houses were 60, 80,000. Looking at the historical prices, because I look at historical data when it comes to real estate markets, and that 60, 80,000 now, $500,000, you can't get it, because it's going to be for 2. The brownstones, mind you. So you can't get nothing for $500,000.
So this is a whole building
at $2 million, $2.5 million.
This is a whole building for $21 million. It's $21 million for that building alone. It's like 35 beds. It's a 4-bedroom, look like a mixed unit property. It's like it used to have a garage. It's $9 million. And this is Brooklyn. Brooklyn used to be like really rough. It's probably, I don't know if it's still rough, but so this is like $5 million. And this is like a townhome. It's $4 million. This is like 7-bedroom house. It looks like it's behind an apartment building. It looks kind of rough. $4 million. See, I don't miss nothing. This is a big house. It's 8 bedrooms.
So with me and Alonzo, we do New York. We looking at the Bronx. Something pops up in Brooklyn. It pops up in Brooklyn, but we're looking at the Bronx.
It's in money-making Manhattan. I've never been to New York, by the way, so this is supposed to be the creme de la creme of the money capital of the United States right here. Billionaires row and all. So, yeah, this is pretty expensive. So, 55 million, 45 million. But this is for the whole building. So this is just for a studio in Manhattan. So yeah, this is probably the most expensive. This is more expensive than the properties in LA.
Mm-hmm.
Because
So
I
that
haven't
spending
even
power
put,
dwindles. You see,
huh?
spending power dwindles.
Oh,
This
so
just
actually New
shows.
York is more expensive than LA. I thought LA was more expensive than New York.
Well, Lonzo, he's a New Yorker, and he says that actually San Francisco is higher than everybody, all of the above. So I'm like, wow, we just keep hawking the prices, man, and people keep buying them at a million. I'm like, who is this foreign investor that keep making the price go up? Where it go from 750, 850, 950, 2 million, 2 million 5, 2 million 3. Whoa, he starts saying 2 million 5. What? This piece of
I mean,
shit.
from what I've seen, it's like New York is more expensive unless it's yeah, these prices is astronomical. Like I mean, this is the most expensive I've ever seen as far as when I was looking in San Francisco, I didn't see nothing this expensive.
You didn't see the double digit tended 9, 8 figure,
Oh,
high
let me
8
go back.
figure.
Let me go back. Let me open up
Because
another
you got
window.
to be 9 figure in order to be able to get involved in something like these properties. At least liquid cash.
Let me put up let me go back to San Francisco because I thought I was looking at San Francisco and I definitely it was more expensive. San Francisco treat. San Francisco.
Because
All
in
right.
order to find those property owners, you got to use LexisNexis when it comes to skip tracing.
Yeah.
Because those
Oh,
people want their
these are
secret.
expensive. These are
Yeah.
expensive. But they not as expensive as this. These start
No,
at okay. This is Manhattan for a 6 bedroom. This is like an old building, you know, probably 100-year-old building, whatever. This is $55 million. This starts off at close, about 45 million. And that's like 3 bedroom joint. But it is comparatively though expensive.
like,
But
dude, like your spending
Manhattan,
power dwindles, man. Like this just shows and prove that your spending power dwindles based off of how foreign investment, hedge fund investment people play the whale game. They play the whale game. Like this just make everything sort of to the point of why try in that market? Let's restart. Let's focus on elsewhere. That's why people leave. People leave. You got $20 billion of just wealth leaving New York every year.
yeah,
30 billion.
yeah, yep. Now you know what? They going to different states. You know, they going to Connecticut. They probably going to I don't know where they going really, but I
They're
know they
going to
going to
Florida.
Connecticut.
They're going to Florida. They're going to
Yeah.
Texas. They in Atlanta because Atlanta people saying all these New Yorkers. So we got Trovit seller financing. There you go. Because we got 20 people that are from Atlanta that tell me all the time that they has literally changed the market. They done made everything super expensive all of a sudden. I said, yeah, they'll buy over the market price because of Zillow. Zillow, they overvalue the price off GP 30%. So all those prices that you see on Zillow is just smokescreen. It's just complete smokescreen. People that buy in Zillow don't know how to invest in real estate. They're supposed to get off-market deals, a bird dogger, a wholesaler, somebody that can get them a discounted property, not going to the Zillow. Redfin is good, but not Zillow. Okay, so we got owner financing. Condo in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay. 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 Okay, so this is minutes to Buckhead, downtown Atlanta. Owner financing, 20% down payment option. I ain't trying to do 20 down on no property like that. I'm sorry. 498 Woods. I ain't doing nothing on that. Not at that price, no. Cause that's 329 divided by 5. That means 65,000 for this. Nah, we can't do that. Can't do it. Not at this price. We gotta chop this price down. We gotta chop the price down at 250, 250, 230, but not at 329. Says here, recently renovated, excellent home, sought after in a quiet Atlanta neighborhood, natural hardwood floors, no they're trying to sell it because it's minutes to Buckhead, and I guess location, it's location, but yeah. Like I told Sheed, man, I said, yo, I hated how everything that's downtown area like this, they want top dollar for this. This should be like 180,000, and he should be happy with 180. That's really the valuation what I get, but he's probably gonna hound me down on the price, saying that, well, I'm downtown. But with that property right there, man, you gotta get that for a lower price, because 320, maybe 250 if you really was trying to work with the seller, but I ain't going too high at 330. That's too high.
Yeah, they going crazy. Are people still moving to Atlanta? A lot of people,
Yes.
or
Yes, a lot of people. Atlanta has a lot of influx of people. Atlanta will be at 1 million within 2027.
Okay. Yeah, I've been
Because
in Atlanta.
Charlotte is already at 1 million. Charlotte has hit 1 million, so Atlanta's next.
Okay. A lot of people from New York, they I heard they moved to North Carolina.
Raleigh,
I've
Durham.
never been to North Carolina. I've been to Atlanta. I've never been to North Carolina. Atlanta has a lot of really good weather normally. Like I'm talking about lukewarm. You can like sex on the beach weather, like really, really good lukewarm weather. A lot of women.
That is funny, bro. We gotta
like
keep this.
Yeah,
we gotta keep this clean, because I got professional listeners.
yeah. No,
I got corporate sponsor.
I'm PG. I mean, just like a lot of like, kind of single women. I mean, this was back in 2013. I mean, it was I could see why people moved down there. Like when I went down there, and I was with somebody when I was down there, so I mean, it was quite a lot of women I saw that was, pretty good looking and whatnot. But I mean, I didn't know it was gonna be like well, I could see why people move down there, but I mean it's like, the weather is definitely better than Chicago. I give it that. But I saw a lot of homeless people as well.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
saw quite a bit of homeless people. And I've heard a lot of people that moved down there that they couldn't find a job and they ended up having to come back to
Mm.
Illinois because they couldn't find work. It was like they just couldn't find a job. So one lady I ran across, she was living in her car because she couldn't find a job. She couldn't hack it. New York is like that too. Like people go to New York and they just can't compete with that high rent.
Telling you,
Might be
man,
able to get a job.
that's why people need to leverage their good zip code, because with underwriting, a lot of people don't realize that a lot of banks have it where if you have a good FICO score, they'll deny you even though you have everything in place because of your zip code. And that's because of President Barack Obama, when the situation of the Recovery Act, it discriminated based off of the zip code. If the zip code has an income of people that's $30,000, they will decline you on them high limit credit cards that you need, even though you have high um, trade lines, good income.
Oh
That
yeah.
that
That
is
makes
why
sense.
a lot of people get declined because of the zip code. So that's why people need to leverage those good zip codes that you're in to be able to get that credit repair. And to be honest, bro, you need to check in with me when it comes to credit repair, man. Everybody, I'm about to have 3 people as testimonials next time that I go live when it comes to me boosting their score from 615 to 750.
Okay.
So you need to check in with me, man. I still got your number.
Okay.
But like I was saying, when it comes to Key Bank, let me type that in so I can share my screen. Key Bank is one of them SBA lenders that I mentioned to you guys all the time. Plus, no doc business loan, where you can be able to have a good intact relationship with your bank. You have a 700 FICO. You have trade lines that has high limits, authorized user trade lines. Make sure that the limits is at least above 3,000. No kitty trade lines. My age histories always be around 4 to 5 years, so that always helps you. Make sure that you always have a set aside of 2,500 when it comes to your business checking account as well. So I'm gonna share my screen. So hopefully Bank can be able to pop up. Well, no problem. Okay, so here we go. And plus, Mark can help you get funding. So you already got Mark's. You already talked to Mark, and with Mark, you get 4 or 5 trade lines from me. You can be able to get $80,000 in total credit. Hence, you can go with Mark, get funding with him. Go to Key Bank after you're done with Mark, and these are the products that they have. They have no doc business loan, so that means they don't need tax returns. They just need to do a personal guarantor. So they're doing a check on your credit report. So this is PG. You got to be the personal guarantor. When people say no PG, that is not how it goes anymore. This is not 2008 where the ninja loans where you don't need no income, no job. No. Mind you, you would have to understand that everything is public records. So if you're the person that is always applying for something and getting it wrong, and you have these mismatch income numbers on all these applications, that's not going to work. You got to have set asides to build up your business checking account. Plus, make sure that your FICO is above 715, really above 740. And if you have 770, then you're not going to be checked for anything. Your FICO is going to be so high where it's damn near going to be like stated income. So that is Key Bank. Link in the chat. But this is very lender friendly. So people, get those repossessions off, man. Get those hard inquiries off. Focus on at least getting those credit card balances down before you put a trade line. Get the credit card balances down. Get the situation of your car note if you have a car note. And this is to anybody that's listening. Then add the trade line, because you don't want to add trade lines until your FICO is at 615. But the credit repair is necessary in order to move on to trade lines, in order to move on to getting the funding every 3 months. So when people say, well, I need funding for my business, or I'm starting up a business, okay, boost up your FICO, get everything scrubbed off, add trade lines, make sure that everything is balances is on zero, then get ready for funding, then get access to these credit unions, because these credit unions is always gonna come through when everybody else is gonna say, well, what do you have to offer when it comes from a basis of big checking account deposits? Wells Fargo, they require a lot of bull crap. And I preference myself because I have a lot of corporate people that listen to me when it comes to this. So Langley Credit Union, I'm gonna put that in the chat. Langley Credit Union, we're gonna type that in. Langley Credit Union, they are lender friendly as well, where if Chase gives you 4,000, you can get 15,000 with Langley. So this is a federal credit union. Very lender friendly. Go to the business side. They're SBA lenders as well. And they also can be very good when it comes to real estate. So they do commercial real estate. So the construction loans, you would go get this from them. You know, you get your construction loan overestimated on the repairs, so you can be able to have enough money set aside when it comes to any type of hiccup, a reserve, if anything else comes up. And they're good for business credit cards when it comes to getting you that $15,000 business credit card. So people like the credit card stack, 4 or 5 credit cards. I think credit card stacking is something where if you're going to do 4 or 5 credit cards, do it in months. That's what it's called, gardening. So gardening is actually something where you can be able to keep everything nice and in play, where you're not overdoing it. But Langley Credit Union. Langley Credit Union. Don't forget that. Please don't forget that. So Langley Credit Union is going to be one of those credit unions where you can be able to have 3-4 month relationship, and they're willing to do business when it comes to lending. Always make out your FICO is good standing. You got a car note, lower that balance. If you have a card, lower the card. If you need help when it comes to credit repair, I'm here, creditbuilder475@gmail.com. Book a consultation, book a credit repair, business credit, creditbuilder475@gmail.com. I'm Real Deal Financial. It's nice to having you guys up here. I appreciate everybody that came through, everybody that subscribed, unsubscribed, liked, disliked. I appreciate everybody that showed support. For all the people that listened in, Please watch the replay if you didn't heard when it comes to the SBA lenders and also stocks and certain strategies to be able to profit when it comes to the stock market crash or a situation of a Ukraine-Russia border scrimmage. So I'm Real Financial. If anybody wants to come up, this is the last chance. If anybody wants to come up, feel free to come up. I'm going to get ready to be able to shutting down and get ready when it comes to adding some trade lines when it comes to clients that booked yesterday. So for all the people that's coming in, thank you. Please like the video. If anybody needs my email, creditbuilder475@gmail.com. Thank you and have a nice day. Bye-bye.